Hey, welcome back to Métropole Grid. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. It is the 11th of February, 2025. It's a Tuesday afternoon. Hopefully you're doing well. A bit of a false start on this one. I did the stream at 15 as you normally do, and then I figured out the stream was private, so it wasn't going out, and then it took me a while to figure it out, but we're back. We're starting 50 minutes late. It's okay. We'll go more than 50 minutes over, I promise you. Today, unfortunately, I can't make it out to locals on Tuesday nights, which I was actually really excited to. We had a great event on last Tuesday. There's a lot of people coming out for the first time, but I have a call at like 8 p.m. I have to make, so we're going to be staying indoors. How's everyone doing? How's your Tuesday? How's your Netrunner been? There's a lot of news to go over today. It's actually mostly a news stream, it turns out, but we're going to be playing some Netrunner, that's for sure. But we might just start like hanging out and talking about some new stuff off the top. Feels like it's been a really long week since the last time we streamed. Bopping tunes for a Tuesday Métropole Grid stream. Lucille, how you doing? How's your weekend been? Ooh, a podcast stream. Hopefully you're doing well. Albie, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Axie says, I guess based on the name that it's going to be a deep dive deck. Oh no, a cringe ass Thule stream. W. No, it's gonna be neither of those. Actually, no one's guessed it right because I don't think anyone has said the combination of words that are gonna end up in our corp deck today. Because it's a really bad idea, and like it's a Tuesday, it's totally fine. How you doing, Axie? We'll come back to the Axie stream of the weekend, which I think was quite fun. We'll catch up on chat and we'll do some new stuff. Hey, Meteor, I actually get to watch a full Tuesday stream. Nice. Hey, how's it going? Kaku Rainbow, yo, how's it going? The London meetup requests your attendance. I hope Andre will talk about the weird London regionalist top cut identities. So Kaku sent me an email. I haven't fully read it or responded to it yet, but the thing I can link is that Kaku did just a stream this last weekend. It was the London regionals, the first UK regional. This thing did sell out. And there's a VOD of it. It starts, I don't think at the beginning, it looks like it's round 5 of 7. I believe some of these are getting cut down. The thing, Kaku, you really have to put your live on the front page, because if you go to the channel like I did, you don't see the stream because you have to click on this button. So you can add the live carousel to this page, which I think you should so people don't miss it. But it looks like things might be getting cut up, which is nice. I'm not sure how it works. But if you want to check out some London regionals, that's great. Is this Cable? This kind of looks like Cable. I've only met Cable once in person, and it was like at Barcelona, so I forget. It kind of, this person looks a bit like Cable, but I know this regional sold out, and so you can watch the stream. It's 5.5 hours. I haven't watched this yet, but it looks good. It looks clean. I know who wins the event. I know that the top cut identities, I saw Kaku sent in the email really quickly. I don't think this is up on Always Be Running to talk about the results, but the top cut was like perfectly quartered at top 8 between every single faction, so you get that perfect image. That is Dan. Okay, cool. Yeah, because I know Cable was like, I can't make it to this event. I was like, oh, bummer, because it's sold out, and apparently he still went to talk, which is sick. I just got concluded. Okay, so it is up on ABR, but this is huge. Mind you, we talked a bit about the London regionals, or sorry, the UK regionals on this channel. It is basically districts, but also they have some extra prize support. And we showed off a bunch of the prize support. Based on which one you go to, you get a playset of 1 of 3 cards. 2 of them are from Brindlemold. 1 of them is from Yuka, a local Montreal artist. And they're great. This event sold out. And I think another upcoming one is sold out. But the fact that like Netrunner events that are happening in months from now are sold out is pretty damn wild. So check that out for sure. I'll have this link in the description. I'll share it now, I guess, but I'll always put everything in the YouTube description. Let me get this in chat. Oh, now I have to scroll down chat and scroll up chat. We're back. Sort of. We only got internet from round 5. Yeah, streaming stuff like live events is a lot of work. I generally just record events for better or for worse. I think streaming also takes a whole team. So if I'm running an event, I don't have time to run the event and do the streaming stuff. So this is a lot of work, getting internet, making everything good. This is great. Hey, Roshi, how's it going? Happy Tuesday. Welcome to the stream. Let me just catch up real quick. This is Reading. Get on a train. We start in 30 minutes. Lucille, enjoy your locals. Hey, guys, how's it going? Aku, it's going okay. How are you doing? Best type of stream, a podcast stream. I'm glad you like it, Axu. Yeah, David, I hope you're doing well. I have fallen into an Invisible Ink hole from last week. Such a good game. Yo, I played so much Invisible Ink back in the day. This game comes up, the name of it comes up pretty commonly every once in a while in Netrunner circles. This is a game that was made by Clay Entertainment. Notably, a couple of the folks who worked on this had a Netrunner podcast back in the day called Terminal 7. It was really great. And it is a roguelike stealth kind of tactics game that has a lot of like Netrunner lineage in it, because you have programs that take up MU, sort of. Actually, no, they take up power. And some of the programs are like very big nods to Netrunner. And you're basically infiltrating, generally through covert. Sometimes you can go straight violent means into different corporations and then getting out half you have goals. And liberating, functionally, you can think of them as agendas. The game is really, really good. It came out back in 2015. The expansion contingency plan was also really good. I've probably played 100 hours of this game, and every time that I pick it up again to be like, oh, this game was great, I remember it is as fantastic as it is. I can't recommend this enough. It's usually pretty cheap. But yeah, this is from Clay. This link, it's really good. It's very Netrunner-esque. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Very, very cool. London Regionals was so fun. Oh yeah, Lucille UN, how did it go? Actually saying you playing Watchtower as in the game or the card? Because one more than the other. London Regionals was sick. It was a bit of a mess there. Were so many game losses. At London Regionals, people were getting game losses? Why? What happened? Was everyone just leaving up bad stuff? Hey John, how's it going? My stream game was a brick though. Are you on the stream? I don't think the players are named outside of the folks talking about it. So, I'm excited for that. Top 8 was 4 criminals? Oh, I didn't realize that. I know I saw the corpse side, but top 8 was half criminal apparently. That's pretty cool. There was very little anarch compared to how strong the faction is. Oh, did they just play, did the UK just play NBN and criminal as they do? If you leave them alone for long enough, the UK just ends up in an NBN criminal meta almost regardless of what's going on. I think that's pretty cool. There's very little anarch. It was wildly underrepresented. Stream was high quality. Yeah, I'm going to check this out. This is great. Again, link in the description. After I finish the YouTube stream, I put all the links in there. So if you're watching this in the VOD, it'll be down there. Just click through. Hey, droids, how's it going? More content creators is always great to see. Reading sold out, but there's Scotland between now and then. That isn't so. Get your tickets and flight booked. We were next to Pokemon VGC tournament using up all the internet. Oh, is this... Oh, like TCG, right? I don't know what that is. Jai, how's it going? We're trialing stream games now? I'm just shouting this out. This is cool. I don't think a lot of people knew about this and watched this, but this is the London Regionals, which is probably like 50 players, I imagine. It's probably pretty big. Oh, we got Swifty there playing on the right, is my assumption. And on the left... Oh, it's King Solomon. Sick! So King Solomon made the top cut, and I was really excited to see what King Solomon's decks are, because King Solomon has been playing like Tag Me Zaya. It looks like this has a Katurga breakout in it. I don't know what this is. I think this is a class act. I'm not sure what Squirtle is doing over here, but I really wanted to see what sort of Zaya Solomon played, because Solomon made top cut again, which is great. It's a card? Yeah, Watchtower is a card, right? It's pretty good. Lets you grab a card from your deck. Oh, it's sick. It's 3 strength, 4 cost. That's a good ratio. Some kind of the game losses I've heard are kind of harsh. Ooh. Not yet. He only lost to himself in Swiss. Can someone tell me a good game loss story? And I say this taking no joy from game losses, but it's the sort of thing you have to understand. Like, game losses happen to everyone. It's usually good to get your game losses out in Swiss more than is the top cut. But yeah. Not Yeti's TMKF recap was incredible. Is there a video on TMKF already? I'm subscribed on here, I'm pretty sure. Give me 1 second. It looks like there's a new TMKF, a series of unfortunate events. Okay, I'll check that out too. So apparently it's a recap. It looks like Yeti lost a game to something. Deck lists and deck issues, illegal board state, and then there's a chat grab. Okay, that's gonna be a fun watching. Pokemon on Switches? Wait, for real? There were 5 game losses due to deck list errors. Oh, yeah, that's a bummer. I don't know if that's an illegal deck list that's caught during top cut. I don't know if that's bad like penmanship. That can be a problem sometimes. I've seen really weird deck list losses. I know in a Canadian Nationals one year, one of my friends wrote that they have 3 copies of Oaktown in their deck. And the problem is technically there's 2 cards called Oaktown. One of them is Oaktown Grid, which no one have as a, this is not a card people know the text of because I saw no play. But they got a game loss in the top cut of a Nationals because they just wrote Oaktown instead of Oaktown Renovation, because colloquially everyone calls Oaktown Renovation Oaktown. That one, like, I kind of get it. I feel like that's a bummer. I feel like the judges probably could have just asked and you fixed it that. Like, I don't think you're angle shooting by saying that you have 3 copies of Oaktown Grid in your deck instead of having illegal agendas. I don't know about that one. I'm not sure what I would have done in that situation. But deck write-ups, I've seen a bunch of people get game losses for really silly things. Pokemon VGC is actually playing Pokemon competitively, not the TCG, like on Switch. Pokemon VGC? Video game card? Championship Series? What is this? VGC coverage. I don't know what this is. So it's like digital, but the Pokemon card game, not like the digital Pokemon, the Pokemon game. There's no way of knowing. There's no images. There's no photos. I can't tell unless there's photos. There's too many words in here. Like when I think of Pokemon, I think of very colorful images. VGC is the World Championship. I'm assuming this is Pokemon card battling, but digitally. Yeah, this looks like card battling. They have 4 moves and stuff. Squirtle, I believe, is an Amakua. Yeah, that makes sense. Way to rotate and cast the co-commentators while people got knocked out. They often got asked to commentate the next match. Oh, cool. Yeah, I know I scrubbed through and I saw like Rowan on comms at some point. Kaku, are you the other person? The person on the left? I heard someone installed an agenda as ice. Oh, yeah, I've game lost myself doing that. You have to be careful. VGC is competitive in Pokemon doubles. You bring 6 Pokemon and field 4 against your opponent's 4 Pokemons. First to KO the opponent's team wins. Oh, but it plays out like Pokemon. Like you have moves and HP and stuff. It's not like the card game with energy, right? The Borborygmus debate. Yeah, that's the one. I feel like a game loss for that is really... Yeah, I don't like Sindarin. How's it going, by the way? It's not my favorite. I think it's like the Eli 1 versus 2 thing. Yeah, if you wrote Eli, like, I think the judge should just ask you to rectify it. I don't think the judge should be game loss. You didn't put the right number because everyone thought you were playing Eli 1 or 2. And admittedly, there was better examples. Like Ichi 1 and Ichi 2 both saw play. But I think that the person should just ask you to clarify that. I don't think they should give a game loss before the game is started. I don't know. The tournament was the Oaktown thing yet? It was a Canadian Nationals back in 2015, maybe 2016. So there's like 80 players. It was a big event. So it feels bad. Apparently, Andre has never seen a Wolfie video. No, I don't know what that is. Since my Lord of the Rings TCG day, I always am sure to write the exact name of cards and deck lists, diacritics and all. I hate the idea of losing because of weird edge case. Yeah, and also, like, I would ask a friend to check my deck list usually, just in case there's something I missed. I think that's a nice thing to do. You can also print your deck list if that's a possibility, if, like, writing isn't the easiest thing, or your penmanship, your writing is, like, not incredibly legible, you'd imagine. So there's a lot of ways to help yourself get around that, potentially, but it's just, like, a bummer. You also do see that at, like, online events, where someone just, like, queues up with the wrong JNet deck list, which is a really easy thing to do and just gets a game loss for like not a great reason. We're becoming a Pokemon channel. No, I was never that big into Pokemon. Yes, and the blue jumper. Okay, very, very cool. So this is that's Kaku in a blue jumper. Cool. Hey Kato, you're playing the actual video game with Pokemon you had to catch, breed, and train in the game. Also, hi. How's it going, Kato? Nats, I think you have to DQ those, sadly. At least that's my vibes. 100% get a friend to deck check. Yeah, get your friends to deck check. Look at your decks. Hey, Yeti, how's the weekend? Anything bad happen? Hey, that's me. Are you one of these players? Are you on the right, I guess? No, I thought that was Swifty. I imagine you might be responding to this. I'm excited to hear your video. I'm sorry that the thing happened the way that it did. That was probably not great, and you didn't want it to happen. Andre, please forgive me for I have sinned. I redownloaded Marvel Snap. Cranked. I think they're fixing the economy. I'll be honest, they seem to be fixing things. It looks like they've added new features and they're giving more generous stuff out. I think they have a new publisher now, which is probably good. I don't blame you for getting back into Snap. Like, the game is really, really fun. I think if they fixed the framework issues around like acquiring cards, like the game was a hard like a solid recommend. Here it's like play it for a bit until Series 3 dries up, maybe recommend. So yeah, let me know how it goes. I did open it today because I got a notification and I'm getting all this free stuff from like logging in and stuff. Oh my god, we have to include the caret and the apostrophe over the right vowels. I'm cooked. Well, that's the problem. Is like, imagine you write Essa and you don't put like, oh, that didn't work. And then you don't put, you know, this sort of diacritical caret over it. And then someone says like, oh, did you mean to write Asa? Game loss. Your corp deck is now an illegal runner deck. And you registered 2 corp decks. That's 2 game losses. The fuck are you doing? Get your shit together. Sorry, that got rude way fast. Umbrelliant is the most fascinating deck of UK Top Cut to me. Umbrelliant. Umbrella Essa with no Trojans. What the... What? What? Huh? Is that this? I've not played any games since Nationals, so wanted a deck I was comfortable with. I came with my trusty Essa, and whilst building the deck, I decided I wanted a decoder that could deal with the MICs that I remember having so many problems with. I saw Umbrella, and it seemed to do so much I wanted it to do. Break 3 subroutines, draw me more cards, install for just 3. Luckily, I never installed the card all day, and it turns out there's one big drawback. I don't have any Trojans. Oh, so this was a bad idea. This wasn't a good idea. This was a bad idea. For what it's worth, giving the corporation card draw in a sabotage deck, it seems like a bad idea, because then they have more cards. Like, you actually want to starve card draw in sabotage decks. If the corporation has 3 cards in it and they have to sabotage 4, like, turns out they're going to be random cards from the top of R&D more often than not. But apparently this didn't get installed, so I don't know if I should be happy about this. There's another deck list that was published recently, which was like, yeah, Sobex, I played, and everyone does this every once in a while. Haters will say that we took an excellent host list, swapped the ID, and changed 5 cards. And honestly, the haters are correct. Great call from the haters, which like Hoshiko does so much work. It is so easy to understate. Getting extra like 7 cards in a game for just playing Netrunner is kind of the issue, where you need your identity to have more relevant text than this. Because this is not incredibly relevant text in all matchups. But at least this deck did something, and it's just like Crew Hosh with a bad ID. It's a bummer. I'm literally only playing Surtur because that's the most negative IQ deck I've ever seen. I'm not going to participate in a conversation like that, but Surtur seems fine cranked. I think you'll enjoy it. Kikai ruined the comeback. What a scrub. It all turned out for the best. Hey, Neon, how's it going? My handwriting is so bad, hey Radish, that I print out my deck list beforehand. My penmanship was optimized for debate. It exists to remind me of something I thought about in the last 10 minutes and then be unreadable. That's good for like note taking. I think that's another concern is when people are trying to note take at a Netrunner table, they don't want their opponent to be able to see the cards that they noted that they've accessed off the top of R&D. Shout out to XDG who showed up to Worlds getting something called a pilot's clipboard, which is technically a clipboard that comes with a strap. So you can strap this to your knee, and so that you can do all your writing technically underneath the table. I think this is tournament legal. And so all of XDG's notes were under the table, which I think is really quite sick. Technically ask your tournament organizer if they're okay with you doing things under the table, because that is, you know, it's on the verge of sketch. But I think that's a really funny way to make yourself into some sort of Gmod, or more like a cyborg here, and start writing things. I think that's really cool, because I think it's awkward to do your notes on the table. Regardless too, like very, very clear, if writing is not the easiest thing to do, print out a deck list before the event. I believe every event should be taking digital deck lists. Sometimes you can also just like send it to the organizer through like Discord or email. Again, it's up to your organizer to make that a possibility, but you don't always have to write your thing. I would try and avoid writing if you can. Just finished Series 3 over the weekend, and now I don't care to upgrade cards anymore. You should upgrade cards anymore, Joe. They get nice and colorful. I think that's one of the coolest things about Marvel Snap is upgrading cards like makes your collection better, and it makes them like nice, just like fun. Watch out for any tournament I'm judging. You're gonna get insta DQ'd. Gotta upgrade, get those keys and splits. Yeah, right. The umbrella was meant to be egrid, I think. Oh yeah, that's fine. Egrid's still a bit clumsy. The thing that I get nervous about ESA is like playing any sort of card that is like a conditional payoff card. Did I miss it? Yeah. Where it's like, this card is only good on limited board states, and ESA is very bad at holding cards in hand that are for limited board states, which is often why you end up in situations where you just play like, oh, all the good stuff and just kind of mash it out. XCam's decks and games were excellent to watch. Umbrella's an intense threat. It fits its role perfectly, but it wasn't installed. I never installed the card. Wait, what? What do you mean it was a threat? It didn't do anything. It never came down. I don't get it. It breaks MIC for 2? Yeah, that's pretty cool, isn't it? That's actually pretty cool. Can't break a gatekeeper, though. If there is to do psychic damage when you read the deck list, yeah, I would be confused. This is the sort of thing where if it was posted without a deck list, which, like, thank you, without a write-up, people would be like, that's some next level stuff. Sobek went undefeated on Runner and 0 wins on Corp. Yeah, I don't think I want to call it out like that. A lot of times do this where they write like undefeated, and then it's up to you to be like, oh, what does that actually mean? Undefeated runner, but if you don't win corp games, it means you win 50-50. So your field is like reasonable. I think going 11th and going undefeated means that your corp side probably didn't go as well, abstractly, but that's still pretty good. 11th at like a 40-50 player regional, like that's sick. That's really good. I was waiting for like the 3000 IQ interaction with Umbrella that I never considered. That's hilarious. Drawing through your deck is cool. Drawing at instant speed is cool. I do think there's some downsides to it. It is trashable. It gives the corporation card draw. That's something you want to avoid doing in most board states. It's an interesting card. I'm like a conspiracy theorist to some extent that like the weapons at some point in time, like we have Umbrella, we have Banner, and we have Laser Pointer. I'm assuming that these were at some point designed to be a bit more symmetrical. I don't know if that changed on purpose, but I wonder which one of these is the canonical one and which ones became something else. Like maybe that they were all like Banner that said like go through a type of ice and don't break only the non and the run subroutines. I think that would actually be pretty reasonable considering that is good text for Mercury. That is cool text for Arasana that you can fly through code gates. And then this is like a very Anarch thing, right? Like everyone's good at their type, which technically is kind of what it works out with a Fractor, a killer, and a pseudo killer and a decoder. I don't know. I did not know that was where the strap was for. I need to copy this tech. It's good tech. Yeah, the pilot's clipboard's pretty good tech. New meta pilot clipboard. Printed out deck lists are the expected thing. Yeah, I think it's easy. Hey, Gailhar, Harmonby has a pretty cool note-taking system. It's been shown on EMU deck lists. I think the cool systems I've seen are, one, learn a different language. That one actually has a lot of like benefits, knock-on benefits down the line. But if you want to spend like, you know, 400 to 1,000 hours learning another language, that's usually good. And outside of Netrunner, that comes up a lot, which is nice. The other way is book with cover. Book with cover is also pretty good tech, I think. Umbrella is the sickest interaction with NRDB upvotes. I'm so deep with this Sable list, it's got to be rough when rotation happens and I have to play real runners. Were you playing Knife Masterwork Sable? Man, that deck hurts me because it's not as, but I know. Your simple card pop-up script is amazing and so much better than remapping 100 stream deck buttons. Oh, Zen, I forgot to send you the thing, like the actual text. I know I posted it, so maybe you found it, but I did the thing that you recommended. I don't have the link right now. Maybe we can find it. But last stream on Thursday, we had an issue that every time I pulled out a card pop-up, it would hitch the stream. And it turns out somebody made an OBS plugin that makes loading PNGs not do that. So the plugin works perfectly fine. And I just went back to the single one card up overlay instead of the 2-card overlay, which was being a bit more clumsy. So firstly, thank you for sharing that, Zen, and also, yeah, I'm glad that works. The searching is a lot faster if you know the names of the cards. Sablelist is the most Eurogame runner I've ever played. I've been sick for the last few days, and I'm so far down the coding rabbit hole that I don't know where I am anymore. You've been really in the tank. I probably should have asked if you're doing okay, because you were like messaging me on the middle of a weekday being like, here's my work, and I'm like, holy crap, you've been in the tank, but it's also a Thursday. I'm glad that you're working on some really cool stuff. I have no doubt Neon Static will be able to show it off real soon. Net damage discarding Umbrella, of course. Oh, man. Oh, no shade to Sobek? Okay, yeah, that's good. You got to be careful. Sometimes it sounds like shade. Kikai was tilting into the Asa matchup in the cut, but saw the Umbrella and immediately We did a Purge tournament over the weekend with Banhar and Banned. We had a great time learning over or being reminded why all these cards are banned. I saw some people started posting like Purge tournament results. I think I saw, this was probably in like Philly, right? I know that we saw a bunch of wins from Wiki. I'm assuming Banhar is being banned because of Clan Vengeance, because I think Clan Vengeance Banhar is like probably cracked. This is a card you can play in Eternal. We'll come back to talking about Eternal in a moment. I guess that's my guess. I usually don't bother noting the win-loss record of a write-up title unless it's 4-0 or better. Yeah, me too. Unless it's undefeated, I don't think I would say my wins. Unless it was like the when people bring a thing to a tournament and a team plays it where you can be like, it's 14-3. Like, that sounds good. But if I go to an event and my runner went 3-1, like, I'm not going to write 3-1. I'm just going to say, like, this is a good runner deck. I don't know. Bring back Fisk Investment Seminar? Yeah, honestly. And that was a really good Clan Vengeance card for what it's worth. But I'm interested to see if in the, I don't think we would assume to see it in Elevation, but at some point, whether this like the Mill archetype or like the Flood archetype is something that Corpse will have to deal with. This was one of my favorite cards back in the day. Both players draw 3. This is the very good criminal card draw, it turns out. As much as it was kind of unplayable unless you built your deck around it, because you could not give the corporation 3 cards. Particularly like right after this card came out, we got into like the asset spam meta, where giving the corporation 3 extra cards was a very bad thing to do when they just put 3 assets on the table next turn. Like, that was not a great thing to do. Someone reposted it in GLC. Okay, thank you. I forgot to send it to you. That's on me. My bad. Actually run 1x Fist in my Eternal as a goated. Yo, Teron, how's it going? We'll talk about you again a bit when we talk about this tab up here, talking about Eternal. How you doing? Take notes in Abenaki, then try to decipher my own algic portmanteaus. I'm trying a 3-card overlay. I added a second prompt that lets me customize what the image file name becomes. Step 1, buy Sky Team. Step 2, play Sky Team because it's amazing. Step 3, use the little dice shield to hide your notes from your opponent. Step 1 and 2 are super true. Yeah, I guess you can just hide your shield. There's no reason you can't. You can also just get like a stand. No, you can't write on a stand. Sky Team is really good. Yeah, I have my copy over there. I got the expansion. I haven't tried it yet. Yes, and I think a 3-card overlay is okay, but then I need to set it up where I can, like, all I want is to basically have a bit more of a GUI so I know which card is the last card on the screen, so that I know when I hit the pedal which card is going to come out. That's all I need to do. Is if I want to have 2 cards, I just need to sync it so I understand what card will show up if I hit the button, and I don't remember, which is not great. Tron, watching your World Tree Woo game, I could feel my brain expanding in real time. The turn 3 Levy. The turn 3 Levy was so cool. Okay, so Next thing to talk about really quickly is that this weekend was the beginning of the Eternal Super League. I've talked about this a bit, and there was an article, mind you, up on Null Signal Games, so you know about this. But for the next 8 more Sundays, what has been happening is a group of players, both old players who played in the huge card pool of FFG and more modern players, have been meeting up to do this sort of asynchronous tournament where they're playing Eternal. You don't know, Eternal is a format in which you can play most every card that has ever existed in the history of Netrunner. There is a balance system, mind you. There are still like a handful of banned cards that are just not healthy in the format. And then the way the balance works is that certain cards are designated to take a certain amount of points, and every deck has a 7-point budget, which you can use to bring those powerful cards into your deck. The idea is that these point systems get readdressed on the regular, just like a ban list does, and it's meant to make an interesting and diverse format. So I believe it's 8, maybe 9 players, probably 8. I think it's maybe 9 actually, because there is a bye. Every round they play against one opponent. Every week, excuse me, they play against one opponent, and they play double-sided Swiss. Those are recorded. The video is recorded, and those recordings are sent to the Sunday stream team, which Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern, or it's like 7 in the evening for European folk. They basically have someone do a stream with commentators, and they play the VODs. So they don't know the results of the game, and they get to watch the game in pseudo real time. And their job is to describe what Eternal is and why it's super enjoyable. The cool thing about this league is like Eternal is a bit maligned. It's a very high power level format. Some games can be 3 to 4 turns. That is possible, but you also start to see really weird and interesting interactions. So my job is on Sunday, this Sunday, I'm streaming it. So you can come down to the Eternal Super League YouTube channel, and you can watch the stream, ask questions in chat, be as active as possible, because our job is to make you excited or interested, or at least curious about Eternal. To give you some ideas of what happened, one of the players, Tron, who's, I guess I have to spoil some results here, is playing a Shaper deck that has over 100 cards. And it's doing really well. It's like a 115 card Shaper deck that is doing well so far. We're seeing cerebral imaging combo decks. I believe there's at least 2 CI players at the event. I think over this stream, which was about 4 hours, there's like maybe one game that I would classify as being a non-game, so not particularly interesting to watch. But all the other games were actually kind of tense and fun, and you saw cool stuff. Shout out to the 115, 120 card like Cabanessa Wu deck that like on turn 3 plays a Levy AR Lab Axis, and this is what was shouted out. Levy AR Lab Axis is basically why we have, to some extent, a modernly what is that card even called? The neutral one that shuffles your deck back into your deck. But this was played on turn 3 because you just want to get more cards back into your deck to be able to hit the Cabanessa Wu button. Ashen Epilogue, thank you. Yeah, it's been cool. And you see a lot of names of folks that you might recognize as like really powerful, strong players. You have a lot of young, strong, powerful players. It's been a really cool thing so far. As much as I couldn't watch it live, I watched the VOD. But this will be happening every Sunday. I know I'm streaming it this Sunday alongside some nice folks, and next Sunday it'll be somebody else. And please come in, ask questions, have fun, hit subscribe, hit the notify. It's just every Sunday. It's like a really chill thing because, again, these are recordings, so they technically can stop and talk about them. But it's just a lot of fun if you want to see some of the old FFG cards, because Eternal is like generally quite cool and not as gross. It's gross, but it's gross where everyone's gross. Right? It's not like one person's gross and everyone's standing there doing nothing. Like everyone's kind of gross together, and it's cool. It's genuinely cool, and there's great interactions. If you've played these old cards, you get to see these old cards, but some weird board states, some weird things show up. So I can't recommend it enough. 5 credits to put 3 coalescence in your deck. Good deal. Yeah, it's pretty good deal. It was pretty cool. I saw it. I was like, oh man, I'm actually worried on Sunday because out of all the folks who are like streaming and talking about this, I am probably the least qualified. I've played very little Eternal, as much as I've played all these cards because I've played Netrunner for a really, really long time. So I don't know much about the Eternal meta. So I'm hoping the people who are casting with me know a bit more. But yeah, it's just cool. It's quite nice. Oh, it wasn't Pittsburgh. Yeah, it was a band for Salvage, Fanidus Armory, and Clan Vengeance Essa. Essa was playable without Banhar, but was way too good with it. Oh, very cool. I think there's one. I think Jeff is playing Essa in Eternal. And I think Eternal Essa is also kind of neat. It makes sense to open preview windows of it in OBS to refer to it if there's content I always have to have eyes on. Yeah, Zen, I never use the preview windows. I generally only have like my thing. The problem is like I don't change scenes to show the card. They're just elements that I animate in or off. So the preview window actually doesn't really help me, I don't think. I might be wrong about that. I was playing PE Grinder with Kakugo and got milled out by Asa in a bout of Poetic Justice. Hey, Itchy Cortex, where do you find local events, store championships, etc. if you don't already know a store that hosts things? I'm looking on Always Be Running, but it seems almost all online events. Yo, great question. So there's a bunch of ways. Firstly, Always Be Running will have more in-person events than not, I think, on average. If you go to upcoming, you'll see like all these flags, unless it says online, these are in-person events, right? So there's only 2 here. Of course, there's more and it goes on forever. I'm assuming in the near future, well, a couple things. Firstly, Null Signal Games, for 2 reasons. I don't think this page is well updated, but you can always go to Null Signal Games, and if you go to the Players tab, there should be a Community tab here, and this Community tab might have where you live, and then if you click on that, let's go check out Ireland. There'll usually be links to like Facebook groups, Discord groups, you know, stuff like that, and you can go into there locally and see what's going on. That's a nice thing. For organized play stuff, like official organized play stuff, we had a post a couple of weeks ago talking about district championships, and they'll say which cities have districts in them. So we're running one in Montreal. Apparently we should get the prize kit relatively soon and we'll announce a date, but you can see where these are, and that might be a nice time. So you can find out locally where this is going on. That's nice to know if there's something around you you can plan your travel to. I'm assuming we're going to hear out where the mega cities are in the next couple of weeks or so. Mega cities should be announced relatively soon as well. So that should be up on Null Signal Games. Another really big thing is if you go to green level clearance, Discord, GLC is like the biggest online Netrunner Discord channel. You can just, it's discord.com/invite/GLC. You just search green level clearance Discord. I'll put a link in the YouTube video. And this is a great website where you can go in, and in the introduction section, you can be like, hey, I'm playing from so-and-so city, from so-and-so town, from so-and-so country. And you can find local players, and there people will be like, oh, we have a private Discord for the New Hampshire Netrunners. And in there is where people locally organize stuff. So for instance, I'm part of the Montreal meta, and on our Discord, we have a meetups and events tab where we post all our events and talk about them and stuff like that. That's what I would recommend. Firstly, if you can find a local Discord, if you have that, that's fantastic. Check out Null Signal Games' website and check out Green Level Clearance. Those are the ways. I do think Always Be Running will find more often in-person events than not. I think this year is a big turning point where we're going to see more in-person events than online events, as much as online events are still supported pretty heavily by Null Signal, and rightfully so. But it's mostly in-person events. Like, it's only 2 online events in this like page of 50. Hopefully you'll find something. If you have other questions, don't hesitate to ask. I've overstated how gross Eternal is in the past. Yeah, it wasn't super gross. It was powerful, though. Great Eternal pitch. Everyone is gross together. Cody, how's it going? We can all be disgusting without being ashamed. Together. The more I play and better I get, the more I understand that and can point to my good and bad plays that lead to turn 3 kills. Yes. Meta understanding in Eternal is going to be important. Hey, Gyro, how's it going? How you doing? I'll explain in DM. Thank you, Zen. With screenshots. Ooh, thank you. Hey, Second Nap, how's it going? Speaking of big decks, how do you determine when it's actually worth it to play a larger deck? 54 versus 49 in Corp. The short of the long for me is 2 things. Firstly, math. I have a button here that opens up this thing. Is this broken? Hold on. Bear with me. No, where I can do math and I can put in agendas and deck compositions in abstractly, and it'll tell you how many accesses the runner, with some huge, wild, naive heuristics, takes to access. This is something you can run to figure out if 54 versus 49 is good. Overall, as every card game, as any like constructible card game, largely, if there's not some really strong external constraints, you want to play the smaller deck as small as possible that you can. Now, that doesn't mean for Netrunner where you have a 45 card ID minimum, deck size minimum for your identity. You generally don't play 45 cards because on the basis, you can add 4 more cards to your deck, and those are just 4 more non-agenda cards, which means it just makes it harder for the runner to find the agendas. You basically don't increase the amount of agendas in your deck, you just make your deck less agendas per card by adding 4 more cards. I don't think we've seen a lot of decks that are 54 cards and deserve to be 54 cards. I think a lot of times people can't cut down. I don't think there's ever been a really good reason to play 54 unless there's an agenda suite that doesn't make, like, you need to play 22 points for some reason. Like, there's not a good reason. Generally, you should play as small as possible. It's just kind of a rule. I don't know if there's a notable deck in the history of Netrunner that's over 49 for a reason that makes sense, barring some of the weird stuff. Like there's Venti Op, which is a 70 card deck that wants to do that because it needs to have as many upgrades and it's just kind of playing a salad. For what it's worth, technically the most defensible agenda suites are playing 6 agendas in a 44 card deck. And then the next big break point is like playing 8 agendas in a 59 card deck. But those are like wildly outliers. I think if you're playing just a generic vanilla Netrunner, you'd want to keep down to that minimum deck size +4. I'm in SoCal. I love more in-person play, but I've never found a game story the host Netrunner. Oh, there's so many folks in SoCal. Itchy Cortex. I know there's a local like testing group They run a whole bunch of events down in that area. They definitely have there's multiple districts in SoCal this year. You'll find something. There 100% is like Discord channels and stuff there. That is a very populated Netrunner location. So reach out in green level clearance. You'll find people for sure. Eugen, how's it going? New Hampshire Netrunner shout out. Yeah, I'm in the New Hampshire Discord. I'm like, yeah, I'm hanging out. I don't know. Will you have your card display when commentating on Sunday? Yes, it's difficult to follow. And when you don't know the old cards, as it is a recording, I guess you can't just highlight the cards on JNet. Yes, I think this is because this was the first stream. There's probably a lot of learnings. I shouted out when I talked about the card display thing. I said I made this because of the thing I was working on. The thing I was working on was the Eternal Super League, but it wasn't announced, so I couldn't talk about it. So I specifically made and shared the card overlay so people can use it for the Eternal Super League. So I will be using it and I will be popping up the cards. I think people are realizing because it's not JNet. And also, hey, JNet players, if you want to record your games, if you're in the Eternal Super League, take a second, go to jinteki.net, go to your settings tab. Oh, I hate opening the settings tab because I have to show who I've banned. I don't want to do that. And somewhere here, hit this button. Hold on. Yes, this button here. Keep zoomed cards on screen. This button is so good for streaming. If you're streaming Netrunner, if you're making content, if you're recording, always hit this button. And because that means if you've poked a card, so say I've highlighted the Faust, which is this card here, and then I've moved my mouse off Faust, it'll keep Faust up here. If you don't have this, which is the default, and I wish it wasn't the JNet default, it'll just make this blank unless you are currently highlighting a card. It is much more viewable. Again, these things we can't control because we're watching a private YouTube video. So do keep that in mind. Yeah, I'll try and do a fix. I definitely want to. That's why we built it. Itinerant Protesters is nice also. Oh, I haven't been there in a while. Yeah, GLC is like more of a community thing. IPT is more about like practice and getting into the game or getting better at the game more so, I think. Only recent Eternal I played was the Noise Can of Whip S deck, and it was super fun. I lost to that deck in person. I was playing Netrunner when that was like a meta deck, and I had some really good games into it. I beat it once by doing 36 net damage, but otherwise, yeah, it was hard to beat. There are too many in-person events. My wallet can't afford all the traveling. I'm sorry, Axu. Think of all the money you can save on ice. Big corps generally have a way to hide agendas. Venti, am I joke to you? Venti sends its regards. Yeah, just Venti. Max, yeah, Max is different. Like, Worlds was won by a 60 card Max deck. These are the outliers where like you have enough card draw for it to make sense. And Max technically has a fuse. And so the longer you make that fuse, the longer you can not worry about Max bottoming out, which some decks want to bottom out for Max. So you need a really good reason to play more than the minimum is all I'm saying. But like a 60 card Max deck won Worlds, I want to say like 4 or 5 years ago, maybe. Technically, an Eternal plays 54-49 sometimes thanks to Museum. Oh, Museum of History was another very specific card because you need to play a lot of cards. You need to at least have 50 cards to play Museum of History. So I did play 54 card Museum decks, but this is not a standard question. But yeah, when I play Museum, you play 54. Nuvum does good with 54. Nuvum does good is not a sentence anyone else has said, Diogen. So Nuvum has to play 50. Let's just say that. Yeah. Hey, Chad. Hey, Andre. Cool. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. If your agendas aren't your worst cards, you should play minimum anyways. Kill Asmari. I'm like, I want to see Asmari games where the corporation doesn't play 40 and plays 44. I've seen Asmari be a bit soft to centrals. Like you do see decks where Asmari does lose on centrals on the key turn. I think that's a really hard thing to measure because obviously if you cut those 4 cards, Asmari also combos out faster, and comboing out faster is the most important thing. So this is one of the very, very, very few decks I've ever seen in the history of the competitive game where they're actually playing the card, the number of cards printed on the identity. I want to be very clear. I've played this game for a long time. I have not seen a competitive deck where people agree that playing the minimum is correct besides this deck in the history of the game. It's a very notable deck because the combo is incredibly powerful. If you play Nuvum SA, would you think 59 cards is better than 54? No, I don't think so. I think Nuvum, it depends what kind of your Nuvum you're doing. I think the problem you run in with Nuvum is that it's already inconsistent. And sometimes when I build a Nuvum deck, and it turns out to be a combo deck, right? Like if it's about a punitive Counter-Strike deck, like you need to just draw your punitives as soon as possible. If it's Scorched Sea Source, like you need to draw those cards. I probably should have said Public Trail there. That's the issue. I think those decks are struggling, but you just want to make your deck more consistent. For what it's worth, 54 versus 59 on Nuvem, you hit a better threshold for agendas, because on 54 you play 22 to 23. On 59 you can play only 3-pointers. I think only playing 3-pointers in Nuvem is also a bit cursed, because then you don't get to play any of the like expendable agendas. Like those agendas are really good. Turns out Eminence, one of the best Weyland cards in the format right now by a mile. It's like really surprising. So I don't think I'd play 59, because Nuveng, you don't want to make Nuveng even more inconsistent. I think milling out Nuveng is like not a real, it's a real cost, but I don't think you get to the point where you run out of cards that you need to play extra cards. I don't think so. Yo, Pat, how's it going? I know there's an LA Discord and a San Diego Discord. There's definitely a SF Discord. I'd be surprised if there wasn't. Nuvem has trouble finding 50 good cards to play. Yeah, that's like, I think you find 59 cards and feel okay about it, but I think making your deck bigger is not making your deck better. Bandre, I don't think I said anything bad. You're going to talk about the card stacking? No, actually, I don't know what you're talking about. Now we need to integrate your card overlay on Neon Static's recognizer, and we're cooking. Yeah, Neon Static has been working on a card recognizer. It's going. It's definitely going. I miss Noise. What a sweet idea. I got to play some Noise last year playing Classique, and it was like a lot of fun. Noise was really, really good fun. I think Noise is playable in Eternal. Yo, Piotr, how you doing? Hoping you have a great day as well. Worlds was won by a 50 card Ari. Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. Worlds was recently won by a 50 card Ari, but they're like, that's just next level Alex. I don't understand why this deck has to be 50 cards, and I honestly think it could be 45 cards. I couldn't tell you what to cut, and obviously Alex can't either. But this deck also like doesn't make sense to be 50 cards, right? Like it has really important cards it needs to find. Like it has 2 copies of Onacom. Finding that is really important in this game. It's running Deep Dive as a win condition. You only have 3 of those. Like you need to find these cards. Obviously you have cards like Muse, and I'm not sure if it was playing, I think maybe 1 SMC. I'm not sure how many SMCs are in the deck, but like I'm really surprised that Arsana deck was 50 cards. I think it was just a good enough deck on its own though. Good enough reason for playing more cards is just not wanting to bother with cutting cards. The best deck builder I know jams like 48 cards in there. It's always good. Yeah, I want to be very clear. Like I will play a 46 card runner and like feel bad about it, but not give a shit. It's very hard to make that 46 card feel that important. I think there's certain decks where I'll be very clear when we're building them that I do not want to play 46 cards in this deck specifically. But if I'm just playing Hoshiko and I'm just like doing good generalist Hoshiko stuff, I don't think I'll feel terrible playing 46, 47, 45 cards. Any of those are okay, but 45 is technically the best option because you're the most consistent. The one thing that I would watch out, say that we're playing an Az deck, and Az really wants to install hardware. Generally, I play hardware Az, and Az has a really good card. Az's console is called Masterwork, and as soon as Masterwork is down, you're clicklessly installing hardware, and then you're drawing a card every turn. This is what I would call an engine piece, because Az without a Masterwork and Az with a Masterwork are literally like factors of power level different. And so Masterwork is such an important card in Az that when I build an Az deck, my goal is to find the Masterwork as soon as possible. So playing 46 or 47 cards in a Masterwork Az deck, I will not do out of principle, because I need to find that Masterwork as soon as possible. And that's what I mean. Similar thing, if I'm playing like Aesop's Pawn Shop deck, this is another like engine piece card. If my deck needs all its economy coming from Aesop's Pawn Shop, I will run 45 cards because I want to find Pawn Shop as soon as possible. And finding your Pawn Shop 1 click later actually can have huge impacts, specifically when these sort of cards have once per turn triggers, where if you miss a turn trigger, like you can be behind a fair bit. Yeah. Can confirm loss to a deep dive into reprise. Sokka's BTL played 5 more cards than minimum deck side to play 1 above the law. Oh, I'm getting dunked on a bit. Yo, Antoine, how's it going? Yeah, that was true. The Worlds before played 49. I think that's fine though, because 49 is fine. 49 is acceptable. The big jump is between 54. Like 54 is not a number that shows up in corp decks. But playing 45 because above the law wanted to see play and BTL is okay. It's definitely okay. And for what it's worth too, like Sokka has a bad ESA matchup, so like adding 5 more cards to your deck when the deck has a shit ESA matchup is also worth something. That was built the last, which could play 44. Again, I don't think Sokka would have played 40, but Sokka would play 44 or 49. And built to last 49 was the option that won Worlds in 2023. That mulch is like 50 something cards now. You refuse to tell me exactly how big it is. Santa's clean 45 outfit did quite well, second in New Zealand Nats. I think people can do well with that sort of stuff. Maybe you can say outfit is one of those sort of decks because your key pieces are so important, but we haven't seen that be the case. And I think someone could do well with that deck playing 49 cards, and I don't know if it'd be a considerable difference. That might be wrong though. Assault Spire Seamless Nuvem is a deck that exists. Yeah, I've played that. I think the most fun I've had with Nuveng is playing Seamless because Basalts are easy to score. And scoring a Basalt is very, very good in Nuveng. Arzon just playing Worlds with DBZ weighted training clothes on to hide the true power level. He's like sleeping good, he's breathing good, and he's just blasting. Historically, all Shaper decks are required to be 46 by law. You gotta get that misdirection in there for sure. Big Anarch is a thing in itself, but I struggle to explain why it works other than Anarch has a lot of good draw and good cards. I think Anarch is a couple things. Anarch has, it feels like really, I just searched Anarch, that's not gonna work. Anarch has really good draw. Like Oshiko is probably the identity that draws the most. I'm not thinking about that sentence too heavily. That feels correct. Also, a lot of the Anarch cards are just like independently quite good, and they don't require extra synergy where like this card's only good if you have another card on the table. Maybe you could argue Turbine plus Fixie Breakers, that's a case, but just every Anarch card seems to be like very both independently okay and synergistic with all other pieces, right? Like Steelskin Scarring is just a good card on its own. And then of course it fires Banner and it fires all the other stuff that you're doing with it, right? Like Mystic Miami trashes this because it has 3 credits. Like you're laughing. So I don't know. Anarch just has so many pieces that are just like universally good where just can cram all of them and just claim that ratios is the thing. That's the way I see it. 60 card Woo is a thing, or maybe the current equivalent, Ari maybe. But the thing with Woo is like, this is why we're seeing Cabanessa Woo and Eternal playing 115 cards. 60 card Woo is good because Woo doesn't give a shit and Woo is super consistent. Woo functionally has a 60 card hand as long as programs matter. And of course, with Woo, a lot of those decks back in the day had World Tree, which means your deck is just another hand. You just have to shuffle it a lot, right? So I think that's a really big point. But Cabanessa Woo, you still have to worry about ratios. You still have to worry about like opening with the Cabanessa play, whether that was Stim Hack, Overclock, SMC, Rejig, the Exile card, Scavenge. But Cabanessa Woo is like one of the weird ones because you can grab any card from your deck. Why not play 60 cards? Anarch has good draw, says me, with a Lou deck that needs to click to draw for the first half of the deck before finding Steelskin Lago Imp. Yeah, that's the 40 card like Lou decks. For what it's worth, I do struggle with card draw in Freedom. I struggle with card draw in Lou until you set up your engine and then you're laughing. That's for sure. Moshing was good before it had trash targets. Yeah, I didn't see a lot of play, but Moshing is like absolutely cracked. Just an absolutely cracked card. Unbelievably good. Anarch has a lot of burn cards drawn. It's easier to run 50 instead of running Ashen. I think Ashen is like quite maligned. I'm excited to see what Ashen looks like in a world where we don't have labor rights, which makes Ashen very easy to play. You don't actually have to care about Ashen. You just get it into the bin and then eventually your labor rights are back. I think once labor rights rotates in a couple months and we have Ashen, I'm interested to see if people will play Ashen. I'm hoping they won't. But yeah, labor rights to me, I think is the big issue here. That extra huge Woo deck in Eternal is quite something. It was really fun to watch. Seth, how's it going, by the way? Braun building a forest. It's a genuine Eternal deck that I would like to play in person, where I wish I had like 2 sleeved up Eternal decks and one of them was like 115 card Cabanessa, because it would be quite fun to play. I wouldn't be surprised if labor rights get near printed. I would be very surprised if it gets near printed. I don't think this is an effect that's like super healthy. Targeted recursion at the end of your deck at very low cost. Like we've already have cards like this. Like maybe people will still play Ashen but they'll have to like play like Katurgas, or they'll just buffer drive. Like there's still ways to get it done, but like this seems way more like how NSG would do recursion, which is expensive and has a risk where you have to interact. I'd be very surprised if it isn't the case. So Beck, how's it going? Congratulations on your deck, by the way. Yeah, buffer drive is totally going to be still legal, but it is influence. It's expensive. But this is technically a way that you can do it. And it also comes with a cost, because then you Ashen and you don't have the buffer drive anymore. World Tree was an excuse to show off your Shaper alt art collection. I got this feedback on the Thursday stream, and it's like so painful because the commentary is entirely correct, but also, ow. Whereas like if we're doing tabletop stream stuff, I should use as few alt arts as possible because it needs to be clear to newer players which all the cards are. Now, that being said, I go out of my way to mostly use official alt arts, like the Null Signal Games alt arts, which most people are more familiar with than some of the other like niche ones, as much as I like, you know, supporting artists and that sort of stuff. But technically, I should probably play no alt arts, so it's as clear as possible. And it just like, man, that person's correct. Heart stays? No, Heart is staying. Harmony AR stays. It's from Ashes, which is just gonna make me keep getting in fights on Discord. That's great. Dapper, where do you get alt arts from? Lots of different places. Mostly Null Signal Games. For any organized play of any level, there's some alt arts involved. The easiest ones, you can technically just buy them for yourself, as much as that's not recommended, is the G&K kits. They come with full arts and alt arts usually. Then for things like casual tournament kits, there's like alt arts, sometimes play mats. Any event, basically, either for attendance or for top placement, you get alt arts. You can also buy alt arts. A lot of folks sell them either on websites. So like I'm wearing a Tag Mill t-shirt. So the Tag Mill has a website, tagmill.co.uk, I think. Mind you, like Keysra, they have a store. That didn't work. Keysra has an NPC store. I have almost all of Cat's arts. People just sell them. Alexa sells a lot of stuff, but you can find them online. But that's one of the big ones is you can go to events. People give them out as price support. Just bought the system gateway and want to get into the game, but haven't played really yet. Oh, yeah, game's good. Welcome to the game. Alt arts are like, it's such a big deal. The reason why I got into organized play is to get like sick alt arts. And I remember going to my first event and getting like, oh, you came out and played. Here's an alt art. Built Better World, the core Weyland. I said that terribly. And like an alt art blast grade. And I was like, that's sick. We had an event on Tuesday where we played Startup, and some of the players who came up for their first event for participation, they got full art off-world offices. That is such a good first alt art to get in your Netrunner, which is really, really good. Yeah, there's a lot of ways to get alt arts. I played these YDLs on stream at the back room just last week. Grendel, how's it going? Woohoo, Tagmill. Yeah, Tagmill's great. This was a Christmas present from Maddie. You also get into arguments on Harmony AR Therapy all the time, because I have a local player who puts 3 Harmony AR Therapy in every deck and then like does okay at tournaments, like does well at tournaments. I don't know why I said okay, but like the deck would be so much better without this. And I just got to sit there being like, oh, look at you shuffling in your sure gambles into your deck. That doesn't do anything. I'm becoming a curmudgeon. It's a shame. This player's so nice. Just the nicest person. What are we looking at tonight? Oscar, we've been just like talking about new stuff. How you doing? There's technically a big LCG news. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? We'll get back into it. A big motivation for the card recognizer is that I can play alt arts and people can tell what they are. Oh, that's cool too. Oh, and the last shout out, this is like kind of not official, but one of the things too is working as an organizer is someone who like streams events and does casting. Often you end up getting prize support as like in lieu of being able to play the tournament. So that is just a common thing that happens. If that's the reason you want to get into casting, I think there's easier ways sometimes to get price support, but that is another thing that shows up. Sometimes people are like, oh, how'd you get that really nice card? It's like, you know, from some sort of tournament that is, and it's like, I ran this stream. That's often the answer. I was running off-world and immediately resleeved with the full art cards. Felt so cool. Yeah, me too. I'm glad that we got the participation prize before the tournament started, because I just sleeved it in. I thought that was really, really nice. The old plastic grade is so funny. Imagine someone getting into a suit of medieval armor before jacking in. Yeah, it was the put on the fridge. I really like that alt art too, especially because I think I died in my first event to like meat damage. Scorched earth me. I remember where there's 6,000 alt art plastic grades that everyone had. Whenever a new player died to Scorch, they get a playset. Here you go, one happening again. That was me, day one. Who is that player that plays heart? You can now make your own alt arts if you're so inclined. Just have to check the rules if you want to play in a comp event. Yeah, so alt arts you can make your own, totally. A lot of people do. Proxies are illegal at all levels of play, so an alt art is technically a proxy. You just have to be careful. No Signal Games has, in the last year or so, put out a guideline to say what it takes for an alt art to be officially recognized for a competitive event. There just has to be some rules so you can tell, like, the card text has to be separate from the art. It has to be obvious what faction it is, the influence, and all the basic legibility things. For what it's worth, I get like, I don't know, some corp alt arts get me, because when you're accessing from R&D and like you're clearly reacting to it, that's a strange case sometimes. So I try and keep my corp alt arts when I play at a competitive event as popular as possible. I will bring out the weird stuff when I play in casual events, but if I go to a big event, I feel like it may be a bit angle shooting accidentally if I play like a really niche alt art that a friend made that someone accesses from the top of R&D and they're like, huh? And I'm like, oh, I know you've touched my Anansi or whatever. This is my personal take. A lot of people don't agree with this, so like I'm not saying that's the right take, but I do kind of keep that in mind when I go to competitive versus a casual event. And for what it's worth, actually, something I ran into on Tuesday, I showed up with my sick like alt art heavy deck, and then I played against players who were playing Startup for the first time. And a lot of the alt arts, like full art tattoo bola and that sort of stuff, like a lot of the new players really like to see the alt arts, but the text is too small. I think that was a problem I ran into. New players are reading the cards, the text on cards, because rightfully they should. They're learning the cards. Good for them. But like I'm handing over this and the text is like too hard to read. Like I probably should have realized if there's going to be players here who are reading the cards because they're getting to the game, don't play the tiny text version. I honestly thought I made a mistake there and I should fix it. It's the card is smaller than this and it's a sleeve. Like this text is hard to read. Yeah, so I probably should fix that. Altered ice are just so hard to read. Yeah, for newer players it sucks. So I have to keep that in mind when I'm going to like a new player focused event. Probably don't play all your shiny altards. Tattoo smaller. Art is sick though. I have a lot of keys for art. Arkham Tangent time. I think we will. I think we will do an Arkham Tangent really quickly. Yeah, I'm talking about the LCG stuff. We'll do it really quickly and then we'll get into games, I promise. I've legit played hard in some Anacom decks with prepaid voice pads that keep running out of cards in deck. I think at that point just play Ashen though, right? I enjoy that they do well, but I'm still mad. It's the worst of both worlds. It's like, oh, this is gonna be a brick, and then like it's still played for no tempo, but and like the deck does okay because it's not important. I don't know. Tournament player better than washed up comms pipeline. Into washed up comms pipeline is real. Yeah, high five, Jai. Jai, again, don't make me do a full cam tangent. You gotta be careful, bud. It's a slippery slope. Jai, kick rocks. We are not the same. That's really funny, actually. So because it's an emergency second copy of every 1x WinCon finisher type card to resupply breakers, you don't need an emergency. The break glass in terms of emergency thing, like I'm saying you should have a fire extinguisher at home, but also like believe in yourself a little. This is the worst cry for home safety. Make sure you turn up the contrast on those arts. For your own alt arts, I think it's really recommended to ask the judges before the event and show them. Yeah, technically you can do a judge alt art check. I've never done one. People have asked, but for a casual event, I don't care. For a competitive event, you can ask. But I think for a competitive event, yeah, you should be mindful. Agenda with a snare alt art. Like, I think that's against the rules. It's hard to stop using the Piranha's alt because that text is criminally small. There's a Piranha's alt? I don't know of that. Can I share some exciting news? Sindarin, it'd be an absolute pleasure. Even just remembering not to tilt my head when reading ice is a thing? Yes, yeah. Yeah, that is also bad. It's like, but that's hard to get around. It is something that when you get better at the game, the more experience succeeding, not better exactly, but the more familiar with the cards that comes. My partner's working on an alt art cycle of system gateway IDs. Oh, sick. And for what it's worth, IDs I think are the easiest thing to do an alt art for because they don't shuffle into any deck. So nobody has those like feel bad sometimes. Casual events have more new players. Hey, Cold Lava. So I avoid alt arts that there, and competitive events have different issues with alt arts. So I'm a bit perplexed in when I want to actually play alt arts. I agree. It is hard sometimes for certain alt arts to see play. Again, I think all the NSG stuff, a lot of people do know what it is, so I don't feel awful about it. But like I played Enigma in my startup deck and I even pulled out FFG full art Enigma, and that was also like, oh, there's an explanation on top of an explanation. But like at least that one doesn't matter. That's just like a narrative thing. What's the plan for the stream? We're gonna be playing some, I'll leave it as a secret. Sent you a link on Discord. Should I open it now, Sindarin, or should I open it later? Like, do you want to talk about it on stream? Because I don't have Discord open right now. I'm saying that as in I'll open Discord for you. I just want you to know if you want me to do it. Cool. All right. We've been ranting for an hour. One more hour. Check this out. So this happened this weekend, or this last week. I don't know if y'all know about this, but it's something that's interesting to talk about. I can't wait until Thursday. Oh, okay. Cool. It can wait. Okay, I can wait until Thursday. Okay. So as of the February 7th, there was a designer journal introducing current and legacy environments. So for those who don't know, Android Netrunner, the Android Netrunner version, came from Fantasy Flight Games, and it was a living card game, an LCG. That is a copyrighted term that FFG's been putting out for a while, and the idea is it's a distribution model for a card game, whether it's competitive or cooperative, in which anytime that you open a product, everybody gets the same product, right? It's not a collectible or tradable card game. The idea is that you buy a data pack, you get everything. You buy modernly, the Tomlin Initiative, everyone gets the same 60 cards. That's great. Everyone loves that. Fantastic. Now, at this point in time, FFG has a couple LCGs, technically 3, I'd argue only 2, but these are now cooperative LCGs, so for what that's worth, they don't have competitive environments. Now these games are still balanced, they still have erratas, and some of them actually have balance lists where cards get banned and tuned and changed and the numbers get worked around to make a healthy gameplay environment. Again, as much as it's not a competitive game, but certain interactions between card pools that span, mind you, Arkham Horror has been out since 2016, so the card pool is vast. It's about 8 years old at this point, almost 9 years old, and there's a lot of cards, as much as the release cycle for Arkham has been a bit slow. Marvel Champions is not that different. It's been out since I think 2017, 2018, but there's technically now more Marvel Champions products than Arkham, as long as you look at Arkham the way that it's being produced now, where every cycle, instead of being 7 products, is now 2 products, because they've remastered it. Which is the one you drop, Lord of the Rings? Lord of the Rings, they haven't put out new content. It seems like they don't have plans to put out new content. They've been re-releasing legacy content in modern boxes, so they're easier to get. Frustratingly, this all was about a stream, and the stream was a fireside chat that they have in their wild studio, and they did not mention Lord of the Rings at all. I don't think there's things coming out for the future of Lord of the Rings, and technically this news doesn't impact Lord of the Rings unless they continue, or they decide to continue printing Lord of the Rings stuff. I'm not saying Lord of the Rings isn't great. I own a lot of Lord of the Rings LCG. I play a lot of Marvel Champions and a lot of Arkham Horror. We had Arkham Horror Night last night. So what they basically said in this live stream, after their head of like studio, Jim Cartwright, kind of rambled for a bit, unfortunately, basically the reality of the matter is that Fantasy Flight Games cannot stock product in a way that is frankly profitable for them, because they have to stock a lot of old product. So while the new model, mind you, is really nice if you're getting into Arkham Horror right now, and I think you probably appreciate that, Arkham Horror now, if you want to pick up a whole cycle, it is 2 boxes, which is 2 products. The idea is that for every cycle, and mind you, there's like 7 or 8 cycles, maybe even more right now in Arkham, there's a campaign cycle, or campaign box, excuse me, which is all the cards to play through that campaign, single player or cooperative. And then there's an investigator box, which has all the cards that you can build decks out of. And again, any card that you get from any cycle can be used with every other card. It's just like Arkham, right? The fact that a card comes from the Liberation cycle doesn't mean that you can't play it with your Katara cards, as much as there are formats in Netrunner. So what they were saying in short is that they can't really stock old stuff anymore. So for instance, like one of the first waves of Marvel Champions that came out in 2017, 2018, whenever Marvel Champions came out, has a whole bunch of the key Marvel like Avengers characters, things like for instance, Captain America and Doctor Strange. And those are really powerful decks that a lot of people want to get hold of, but they've been out of print for a long time. And the thing is that they don't believe they can reprint these old products at the minimum quantities for that to be profitable, because while people want these cards, they really want these cards, not everyone wants these cards. The things that are selling out are the new things, and those things are selling out, they get reprinted. But a lot of the old product, they basically say we cannot afford to reprint and stock on shelves globally, because there's just way too many SKUs. There's too many products for people to keep up with, as much as that is unfortunately one of the thrills of LCGs. One of the thrills of LCGs is having a collection, because anything that you open, anything that you include into your card pool becomes a playing piece that you can use. That's one of the thrills. The more cards you have, it's so moreish. If you get the next pack, you get more cards, which means, oh, now you can build this cool archetype and this supports this. And sometimes cards are released years apart that are super integral for the balance of an upcoming investigator or hero. You know how it is. You play Netrunner, that a lot of people want to pursue the entirety of the card pool, because unfortunately that is the things that everyone like. It is the card pool that exists when the game is balanced, and they're the options that a lot of other people have. Noteworthy too, when it comes to content, this is really difficult as well, because a lot of content creators for these sort of games, including Netrunner, they build decks with all the cards, because they're often very entrenched players. So on this channel, for better or for worse, we mostly play standard. And so if you're watching this and you're new to Netrunner, at least standard makes sense, so we try and explain it. But that's what I mean. It's like very hard for content creators to, if people can't get the old stuff, it's hard to make content with the old stuff in it, because you get this massive feels bad feeling where the person you're watching on the internet is playing with a game piece that you'll never be able to get unless you fork out $100 plus on the secondary market. So in short, what they announced in this is that there's going to be a bunch of products that are out of print, and they're not going to reprint. This is the first time that they've ever said it, and they've announced it clearly, basically saying, hey, these products, which are beloved products, we're not reprinting them, which sucks. They've been out of print for a while, and people were hoping for them to be reprinted. People responded to that negatively, as you might imagine. But the second thing they announced is that they're going to be introducing something called environments to both of their LCGs. I don't care about Lord of the Rings in this context. It doesn't make sense. And this is basically like formats. So they're going to introduce something called the current environment, which is basically the card pool that includes the core set or whatever they deem to be evergreen products. I think this is an issue with the fireside chat and this article. This article does a better job explaining stuff, but also this article doesn't explain everything. So what is an evergreen product? They don't explain what that is. There's a lot of things that they leave open to be like, the future will answer these questions. So when people are stressed now to figure out what they should be purchasing and what sort of things should they make runs on and start scalping on eBay, they don't know, because this stuff, I'm pretty sure FFG doesn't doesn't know what that's going to come out to, as much as they understand they have to do something because their model doesn't make sense at this point. They have too much content. Anyways, current environment will be the evergreen products, whatever those are, the core set, and then the last 2 or 3 years worth of active expansions. That means that there will be actively a rotation in a cooperative game. And this is kind of important because a thing that happens when the card pool gets bigger and bigger in any card game, it's harder to balance the game. Every card that you add to game adds limitations to other cards that you can print, just because certain interactions will be broken. You can't print card A because card B exists, and if card A touches card B, it explodes, right? It's also really important for balance. The more cards you have in your collection, the easier it is for you to build a better deck. That's just how it works. You're more powerful when you have more cards. That's actually one of the reasons why LCGs, again, are so propulsive in that sort of way. And so it's hard for them to balance products because they have to make a new campaign box that is fun and interesting and challenging for players that just picked up this box and the core set. But they also have to make it fun and challenging for players that have every single card in the card pool, like myself. I've been playing this game every week since 2016, right? And that's really, really difficult. Noteworthy that both of these games have difficulty sliders, so you can make the game more difficult. And I don't play Marvel Champions on standard difficulty anymore, as much as I do play Arkham Horror consistently on standard difficulty. I don't know why. I feel like the difficulty slider in Arkham Horror is not my favorite, as much as it does make the game harder. So this, in theory, will be good for them because they can balance the game and spend less time and less overhead figuring the game out, balancing the game. Playtesting is simpler because they don't have to playtest against 3,000 cards. They only have to playtest against 400 cards. They also will support the legacy environment, and the legacy environment is what you think it is. It's every single card. They're never going to say, don't play a card that we've printed at some point back in 2016, even though it's not in the current environment, it'll be in Legacy, and you can still play the games in Legacy. A bunch of the designers were very clear. I will still play Legacy, as much as you have to expect the Legacy environment is going to be much more high power level than the current environment, so you probably have to up the difficulty of the things that you're interacting with. I'm going to catch up on chat really quickly, but I think there's a bunch of like knock-on effects from this that I'm both positive about in some very obvious ways, but also pretty negative about in some other obvious ways. I'm just going to catch up on chat really quickly to talk about this. Opening moves all over again. Yeah, to some extent. They reprinted opening moves. Mind you, opening moves was a data pack that had one of the most important Netrunner cards, and that was a data pack that a lot of people bought multiple copies of. You couldn't do proxies back in FFG day, so that was a very hard thing to get for a lot of people, and it was unfortunate. My hot take on Arkham Rotation is that it's generally good, but they absolutely need to kill the name current environment. Why, you don't like it? The article read really weirdly. Like they're trying to explain concepts that TCG players and designers have already known for decades. Yes. And that's also like a really weird thing about when it comes to LCGs. It's like LCGs generally have two environments, or sorry, I'm not going to use that word. There's like two kind of cases of people who've interacted with LCGs. There's lots of people who just pick up a core set and don't do anything more, right? They just pick up the Marvel Champions core box, which is a fantastic product. Mind you, the Marvel Champions core set is like really, really good. Arkham Horror core set is kind of flawed, but it is good. And you understand what the game is, but it's okay. But a lot of people who just pick that up and nothing else. And then there's a bunch of people who pick up everything. And then of course there's always something in the middle where people pick up a campaign every once in a while if it tickles them, or a hero that they really like. Oh, I really like Hawkeye. Great. You can go buy that box. And so like, this is weird because they're trying to explain this to technically everyone as much as it only matters to the second and third camp. And for what it's worth, everyone in the third camp, the people who own everything, they're like really established collectors. They probably understand a lot of these, but they still have to be clear about it. Yeah. I owned most of Lord of the Rings back in the day. Yeah, I have a very complete Lord of the Rings collection. I don't think it's weird if you consider that a large number of LCG players that don't play TCGs and only like board game experiences. That is something that's notable about like Netrunner as well, is that a lot of Netrunner players come from board game backgrounds, less so than come from like TCG backgrounds. The overlap is strange. Like you think, oh, a lot of people who play Netrunner will end up playing other card games, but more people come to Netrunner through board games than through card games. And it's probably the same for these. Interestingly, because these don't play like a card game as much as they are card games. They play more like a board game. I don't think MTG content creators are shying away from playing decks that are too expensive to get. No, but like I think that is kind of like that is the expectation in Magic the Gathering. This is a problem for whatever it's worth in Marvel Snap. Marvel Snap ran into this as a digital game where like card acquisition is impossible. It's really, really difficult. So a lot of people still like watch the game and get something kind of what's the word? Vicarious. Like they get something out of watching it. Like I don't play Hearthstone, but I watch Hearthstone content creators and I just watch them play and I'm like, oh, that's enough Hearthstone for me because I don't own Hearthstone cards. I don't want to spend a lot of money opening packs. It doesn't make any sense. Doubly when it comes to Marvel Snap, it's hard for new content creators to get into the game because when you launch the game, your collection sucks and it's very difficult to get a big collection quickly. So you can't become a new content creator. You're kind of locked in. And then players who are watching it will be like, oh, you're playing with a Series 6 card or whatever. I can't get that. So this sucks, right? Like there's a lot of issues around that. But content creation is a weird angle that I know I have. Like if I want to make Marvel Champions or Arkham content, do I have to play the current environment or the legacy environment? I don't know. I think a lot of people for the future of the game would want to see current as much as I probably would play more legacy. I have no idea. Other games are now getting currents. I think the past decade or so has really highlighted the problem with the LCG model, but that's another story altogether. Yes, yeah, the LCG model might not be sustainable. Considering I don't live in a place with easy access to card games, this is going to hit me hard. I might end up giving up my collection if I struggle to keep up. Yeah. And that's the weird thing too, is like the understanding that you're not going to be able to receive every single part of this thing that you enjoy as a hobby. Should that destroy the hobby? I don't know. But I've seen a lot of like people responding to this being like, I'm going to sell my collection. This is ridiculous. Or I was considering getting into this, but now I'm not because I realized you're not going to reprint the old stuff. And I thought we just lived in a world where you would continue to reprint the old stuff because it's part of the game. You've like sold the idea to me. And again, I don't know if that's sustainable, but some cards will not be reprinted. What is the feeling about proxies for those? I have mixed feelings because it's kind of IP infringement. So FFG is not going to give you proxies. For what it's worth, as an interesting wrinkle to this is they were very clear that when it comes to certain cards that they believe are so core to the base part of the game or are interesting and worth having in the current card pool, they're not going to shy away from reprinting exact cards that exist in the legacy environment in the modern current environment. So say, for instance, there's a card that just gives you an extra ally slot in Arkham. That's a really good card. It might be in the core set modernly, I'm not sure. But they just might reprint that card because they do think everybody should have access to this card. Maybe it won't be in the current environment for a certain year, but maybe next year it gets reprinted. They also were very clear that they will reprint older cards with maybe slightly different text, slightly different names. So as a way to rebalance old cards. And that's kind of exciting because there's a lot of cards in Arkham that are overtuned or undertuned. And one of the cool ways for those to see play is by reprinting them. Like, oh, this card sucks. What if we made it cheaper and had a better effect and we reprinted it? And now people are happy. Like for what it's worth, Null Signal Games has done that. They've new printed older ideas as much as those cards were sometimes in the same format at the same time. I think that's exciting, but they were very clear about that. When it comes to proxies, like it's a cooperative game. You're at home, do whatever you want. I'm not going to call the cops, but that's the weird thing is like, if you go out to organize play, I don't think you should have proxies. And I think someone could step in and say something about it, but like, I'm not gonna. I think it'll be healthy, but this is a way of announcing it might be the worst way to communicate anything. It was not a good communication. I think like this has to happen, unfortunately, but the communication was not great. I don't think it was great. I just don't think current environment is very descriptive or evocative. It feels like a term chosen by a corporate committee and it doesn't fit with the game or speak to me. I don't have the biggest issue with it. It's hard because they need to pick up a term that covers all of their games. I think if it was just like Marvel Champions, they would come up with some like, you know, cheesy superhero name for it. I'm a big Marvel Champions fan for what it's worth. But yeah, legacy makes sense. Environment is also like just a hard word to say if you ask me. I don't know. If I recall correctly, FFG used to do print on demand for older, harder to find sets. Surprised they aren't willing to do that. Sort of. So a lot of people asked in the comments in response to this, like for the old stuff that you are not willing to sell, can you put it up as print and play? Just give us the files and we'll print it. Technically, they have a bunch of print to play stuff. Every once in a while, Fantasy Flight Games will come out with an alternate like encounter set for Marvel Champions or like an alternate parallel investigator, and they'll put up the print and play files. And I think that's really quite nice. I think a lot of people would like ways to purchase those officially printed. And for a while at the Game Center, which has an interesting history with FFG, you could actually buy the in-house printed, professionally printed versions of like older packs. Sometimes they would stock like some of the old Lord of the Rings Nightmare packs. Those are very valuable. They would reprint the novella Investigators for Arkham Horror. I bought a whole bunch of stuff from Game Center, but as of like, I feel like 3 or 4 years ago, Game Center and FFG have ended that relationship. Now, if you ask me, will FFG put up the files to the old Captain America, which also worth noting, they said they would probably reprint a new Captain America with a different traits and different cards in the future, right? Like they said that we'll revisit old cards, just like we'll revisit old staple cards. They'll revisit old heroes. Will they put up the old files on print and play? I'd be super surprised if they do. I do not think they will give out content like that for free, where you can purchase something else that they're selling instead. You can't get Captain America, but why don't you go buy some other, you know, superhero? I don't think they'll give away stuff for free. I don't think that makes a lot of sense for them. I wish it was any other way. Would they not do an Arkham version of System Update 2021 to reprint the in-demand cards? I think there's a chance. I think there's a chance that they'll have another product like that becomes the sort of like evergreen. And that's the issue. Is this article is a bit vague because I don't think they know their plans entirely at this point. And maybe they maybe it makes sense that they don't. But I'm assuming that we could see something like that. Or there's a chance that they just have, some core cards in every campaign expansion from now on. I don't know. I know, and this is a bit of a leak, so plug your ears to some extent, but it seems like one of the next upcoming sets from Marvel Champions is coming in at a different price point than what we've seen before. So that might mean it's bigger. That might mean it has more cards. There might be something to it because they have bigger plans. This seems to them to be cresting a hill. And they were very clear, mind you, at the beginning of this fireside chat that LCGs are doing really well for them. And I'd be surprised if it was anything else. Like this stuff is consistently selling out. There's a scarcity issue, it turns out. But Marvel Champions and Arkham Horror are definitely selling really well. And I have no doubt they plan to support these games for a long time forward. The problem is, how do you keep 60 products on store shelves? And I get that pain. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Hey, SRN, I can't play a card game that's like this unless I can own everything in the standard format. Flesh and Blood seems cool, but the price to really play the way I'd want to is unfeasible. I agree. LCG model is the only way for me. The LCGs is the reason why I can get so invested into this, because I understand this is the price. And at that price, if I want to pay it, I have everything. Or you can select and play a la carte. I do think Flesh and Blood is just such a good game, but unless you want to pay $1,000 for a deck and play competitively, obviously that's a ridiculous sentence as if you say it out loud. That being said, at least those games you can play like sealed and like, formats, limited formats where you can pay like $15 and have a good time. But yeah, I'm not going to argue against that. I don't get the take of people that are discouraged that they can't get 100% collection, including legacy cards. Wanting the whole collection is CCG brain, and that can't get deep into inexpensive secondary markets. I don't think it's CCG brain. I think it's LCG brain. Like Solomir, they have invented this problem. CCGs, a lot of people, like a new set will come out in Flesh and Blood and it supports a hero I don't play, and I'll be like, I'm spending no money. That's fine. And you just move on. But the thing is with LCGs, there's an expectation that you will own everything. Do I think that's healthy? No. Do I think that tells us a lot about ourselves as consumers? 100%. But I do think a lot of people got into this hobby with an understanding that they can build a complete collection. People love collecting this shit. I have all of Arkham. I have all of Marvel Champions. How much did that cost? A lot of money. Now, luckily, I did it over 10 years, but like, it is what it is, right? Not a lot of people have complete collections of LCGs, or sorry, TCGs. At long last, my Galaxy's Most Wanted expansion that I got from FNG 2 years ago, and I've just been sitting on it's finally going to gain value. For what it's worth, there are some that are actually worth a lot now. But like, you all know this. They released this April Fool's thing called Barkham Horror, the card game. And it was an April Fool's joke they put up on their website. And people were like, wait, make this real? I'll buy it. And it's basically a standalone scenario where everything is themed after cats and dogs. Cats being the villains, dogs being the protagonists. This goes for like $300 on eBay. I own a copy. It's not that good. It's really cute and really fun to see all the cards like reskinned. But like, this is the sort of thing where they did a limited print run and now people will pay hundreds of dollars for this. I won't sell mine either though. So that's weird. But like, this sort of stuff happens. There's some like weird niche products and yeah, strange. It's strange. That's just the way things are, I guess. Charisma is a good example, but they actually already added to the revised cores. One thing I'm really hopeful for is a long-term revision of the Seeking Color Pie. Yeah, I'll come back. There's some really good things to say about this, and I just want to catch up on chat. The Zenter is still using a picture of Hollis on their homepage. Wait, for real? Did I miss Hollis? These are probably really old photos. I'm not going to be able to look up here, so I'm going to miss it, but apparently Hollis isn't there. I know I say this every time it comes up. 1 games enter, 2 games leaves. Trivial Pursuit is best in the Eternal format, though. Modern Trivial Pursuit is strange. Huh? I just want to play. So Sindarin, I know. Sindarin has been trying to get into Arkham Horror and like experiencing some of the old content. Like, it pains me to say, Return to was this like really weird product that FFG put out a long time ago. Basically, it was kind of like a DLC, but also a patch for some of their older campaigns. So for instance, the Dunwich Legacy came out and it was their first campaign they put out. It's a good campaign. It's an okay campaign, but notably they made this campaign well before Arkham Horror Core set was released. So they didn't get all the sort of feedback on how people were going to interact with the game, what is powerful, basically they knew nothing. They knew very little. All they knew is what internal playtesting told them. And Dunwich is flawed. It is fundamentally flawed. That's not a reason not to experience it, but it's flawed. And so later on, at some point, they came out with these things called Return Tos. And Return Tos were these smaller products that were nice organizers, mind you. That's actually one of my favorite things. This box is really good for card organization and it looks pretty. But it basically only came with a handful of cards that were meant to be modifiers and erratas and patches to Dunwich. So every campaign, it would be like, if you're playing Return 2, it'll be like, add this enemy instead, change this, change these encounter cards, do this instead, and it modified the game, and it gave you a different option to play things. Sometimes it fixed bugs, like just errors in typing and printing and the ways the mechanics work. And it's just genuinely a really cool product. And they made these for the first 4 or 5 campaigns, and then they stopped doing them. And a lot of people were upset, not because they don't even get these boxes anymore for organization, but because the content was good. Unfortunately, too, these also came with some player cards, and some of the player cards in these sets were really good. Just like very, very good player cards, which were like just upgraded versions of cards that existed in that campaign. These things were really weird products that I have no doubt FFG struggled with, because this product only caters the very smaller demographic of people who have bought Arkham Horror, have gone into the expansions, have bought Dunwich, have played Dunwich enough that they want Dunwich 2.5. And clearly that is not a sustainable market, and they don't make these anymore, which means these also are on eBay for hundreds of dollars. And what pains me is like a lot of these campaigns, like Return to Forgotten Age versus Forgotten Age, I would not play Forgotten Age anymore. I would only play Return to Forgotten Age because I think what it adds to the game and how it changes it is better. It is the people who made the game realizing with a couple extra years of insight, this is what we would do to change the game now with more knowledge. And it's painfully such a good product, but you'll never find it, because they don't print these anymore and they go for hundreds of dollars on eBay. I hate stoking that up when it comes to FOMO, but like, it sucks. It's a good product and they didn't print a lot of them. And if you're getting into the game and you're not experiencing it, and you can play it on TTS or whatever, like, I wish you could play it. It's good. It's better Arkham. Sorry. Sucks. I'm going to think that every time I see it now. Games Enter blocks my emails, so I need to spread my curse in other ways. Flesh and Blood I only play via Precon Blitz decks. It's pretty fun for me. Yeah, I played as a board game too. I have some Precon decks. It's good. Sekiro, I got all three. All 3 LCGs? Netrunner, you kind of have to buy almost everything if you want to be competing. And Fairness is 100% better than other things. Yes, you want to buy everything if you play in Standard, but at least you can proxy, right? Like, that's the big difference. Unless you want the card back to be the NSG card back, you can proxy everything. I'm behind on chat. Give me a moment. LCG collections are like MMO subscriptions that you have to back pay for if you stop for a while and then come back. Yeah, like imagine you got out of Arkham for a bit and then you want to get back in. You have a bunch of stuff to catch up on. And while they've made it easier to acquire the products, mind you, it's a lot easier to buy 2 boxes instead of buying 7 separate products to make a complete cycle. It's mixed. FFG's Team Dog confirmed. Do you hate to see it? Yeah, very much Team Dog. I think wanting to own everything is board game brain, actually. I own cards not only I'm playing, but also my friends are playing, and I have no idea what their favorite characters next time will be. Yeah, it's a weird thing too, like, you know, the sort of Kickstarter bloat, but like, I don't know. Secondary market conversation makes me want to simply avoid getting invested in things. Yeah, a lot of people see this and like, they say, I don't want to be part of this because I don't want to be part of the FOMO. I don't want to play this game and then think like, oh, I really like this. I should go pick up Captain America for $150 on eBay. Like, it's woof. It's woof. Playing some Netrunner in the Zenter later today. Yo, Spratella, enjoy. See if you can still find Hollis in there. Find out if they have any of those old Arkham products. Pretty sure Embracer Group tightening the grip on the IPs caused Game Center to lose the rights, which has changed hands to continue FFG as previously Game Center. Oh, there's a chance, yeah. The whole history of like Embracer and then the 3 different like groups that they've been broken down into, it's definitely doing something to them. That being said, they seem really positive, and for what the leaks are coming out, they're putting out a lot more products. They used to only put out like 1 Arkham product a year functionally, and they clearly want to do better than that, or do more than that, let's say. If I want Return to play a better Dunwich, I need to drop 150. Yeah, get effed. Is the Dunwich the core set campaign? I have it, and I've always felt like it's unreasonably hard. No, yeah. Winnegon, how's it going? The core set has a mini campaign in it. It's only 3 scenarios. From that point forward, most campaigns are 6 to 8 scenarios, which is fun. But Arkham Horror, the core set just comes with 3 scenarios, and it is very, very difficult. It's kind of meant to teach you that like a story happens even if you lose, but it's honestly not that great of a core box experience. Like if players could go straight from, you should play the first 2 core set scenarios. The third one you could just skip if you ask me. But if you could go from Arkham Horror straight into Carcosa, I think you're actually in a really good spot. But the core set comes with 3 scenarios. It's called Night of the Zealot. Not to derail the derail, but I think we might have set a record for longest Arkham tangent ever on the channel. Yeah, but I'm also talking about Marvel Champions, so we have to split it in 2. Dunwich flawed but well loved. Yeah, I like Dunwich. Dunwich is great. Like I'll still play Dunwich, but it is flawed. Of course it's flawed. Shout out to the Return to the Cycle Undone Tarot cards they introduced as a whole new mechanic in DLC's DLC. Yes, and you can use them on any scenario. They have a whole deck of tarot cards that you can make a reading before any campaign or any scenario you play. It's just like a fun thing they put in that box. Meant more old FFG Netrunner. Now you're printing your extras as simple as, yeah. 6 to 8. I haven't even finished the third. Yes. Well, Zealot is 3, mind you. The core set is 3, but Dunwich is, I believe, 8 scenarios. There's 2 in the Dunwich main box and then 6 data packs, but now it's all in one box. It should be 8. I'll mention when I first got into Arkham LCG, I bought 2 expansions to find out. One was just an expansion for the board game, which I didn't know at the time existed. Oh yeah, they have the same name. One's the card game. The other one's just called Arkham Horror. Like, I'm not going to comment on that. That doesn't seem silly. Okay, now last thing I'll just say quickly before we get out of this, because we've been tangenting for a while, is that I am positive and I'm negative about parts of this. This whole like secondary market shit, people getting into the game, not getting everything, the division on content creators, that is bad. But on the other hand, I think there's a lot of problems with cards like Arkham Horror, which is something I play more cooperatively. I mostly play Marvel Champions solo, so I don't really care. It's up to me to choose what difficulty and what cards I want to play. You make it more hard. It's really easy to make Marvel Champions more hard or more easy for you, and I like that. Arkham Horror, the difficulty slider, it's not that fun. But a problem with Arkham Horror right now is that with the huge card pool, you still can go out of your way to do interesting and new things. But I honestly would feel that maybe it would be good if the card pool shrank and it forced me to play other stuff. Like, I'm actually excited to look at this like a rotation. And this is very specifically for someone who owns all the cards. So like the 1% being like, oh, this is a good tax cut or whatever. Like, you can mock me for this, but genuinely, I would be okay being in a situation where like these staple cards that I've been playing in most decks because they're very, very good, I can't play them anymore and I'm forced into a different direction. This is a bit of a spoiler, but like all the new cards from the new set Drowned City, they're up and you can look at the spoilers. I'll slide through this really quickly so you don't actually see anything. But like a lot of these cards, I look at them to be like, I wouldn't play that. That's just a worse version of a card I could already play. And in a world where all these cards are playable because I can't play the older versions, I kind of like that world. In a world where every year the core set of like Arkham Horror changes and like 2025 is different than 2026, that might be fun. That might be honestly cool. I like that sort of idea that the current environment changes and I am forced to interact with a smaller subsection of the card pool, and then maybe like certain cards show up more than 0 play, because there's a lot of cards in Arkham that see 0 play. And I think there's something interesting about that. Obviously, rotation is exciting. New cards are coming out in Elevation, but just rotation on its own of all the FFG cards is arguably maybe more exciting, which is kind of weird, barring Doomer balance changes and that sort of speculation. That being said, the thing that does bother me about this is that they're not going to balance around the legacy environments, and I'm pretty sure things are going to get busted. I do not think FFG does, for what I would like, FFG doesn't do enough like taboo list updates or FAQ updates. Those are the things where they go and they like change the power level and ban cards and unban cards and that sort of stuff. It happens if we're lucky once a year, it feels like. It doesn't happen a lot. And now I feel like with the fact that the legacy environment exists, I think they're going to do a worse job balancing for legacy. And I think they kind of said we're not going to balance for legacy. So I think we're going to end up in a situation where legacy is just so laughably strange and busted that we don't interact with it at all. Like, it's so hard to balance one format correctly, and now it feels like they have to balance and taboo 2 separate formats. I don't know if they're going to do that. I think they're just going to balance around current, and they're going to do FAQs and taboos for current, and just not give a shit about legacy, which sucks. Because clearly I'm invested in this game and I want to play the legacy cards, but if they just print a new asset that's like fine in current, but like just interacts horribly in legacy in some like 2-card combo that just trivializes the game, they're just probably going to say it's up to you not to play it. And that's true. And it's weird that I somehow like, not that I won't police myself and not play it. There's a lot of busted cards I choose not to play, but like, I feel like the sort of tight balance that I want, which I won't get anymore unless I'm exactly playing current. So I feel like legacy is probably not going to see any play anymore. I don't know. This is what I worry about. I think it's like when new Netrunner cards come out, like NSG doesn't give a shit about Eternal, and rightfully they shouldn't. The Eternal team will point it, that extra team will point cards out and ban things if they need to, but like NSG shouldn't worry about Eternal when they're putting out cards for a standard and startup. And I feel like it's going to be the same here, and I think it's just going to make Legacy a total mess. So weird. They're absolutely not going to balance Legacy. It's already up to us to use Taboo. Yeah, but I don't even think they're going to balance the taboo list anymore. I think they're just going to give up and be like, it's legacy, we don't care. To get around that, when a new campaign comes out, I test it out by only using core plus new campaign cards to see new stuff. Redger, I know my brother-in-law does that a lot. How's it going? I wish I did it more, to be like, I'm going to force myself to play these cards. And for what it's worth, with the new set coming out, the Drowned City, I think almost all the investigators have pretty complete packages internally, but that wasn't always the case. Like, I think if you play Hemlock and you want to play Wilson Richards, like, you got no card pool for it. Like, sometimes that just happens. That's also like the really frustrating thing to me. Sorry, last example. So Alessandra Zorzi just came out in the last thing that came out. And Alessandra Zorzi is an investigator that cares about parlay, right? Text is, you may take an additional action during your turn, which can be used to parlay. So you're going to be building a deck that has a lot of parlay actions. This is a card that came out in 2024. This is a card that came out in 2016, almost a decade earlier. It is a body slot card that says the difficulty of skill tests you perform during parlay actions, reduce it by 2. So if your deck is only parlaying and you get Fine Clothes down, which you play as many copies as you can in your deck, every test you're going to do for the game is -2 difficulty. That's a lot. And so clearly Alessandra Zorzi probably was balanced around the idea that Fine Clothes exists. I'm imagining in the new current environment, if they were going to print something like Alessandra again, they would also put Fine Clothes in that box. But this is the sort of thing, is like there's so many cards that exist through the legacy environment that give context and structure to certain things. But the problem is, if somebody just buys Core Set and Alessandra, how much worse is Alessandra if you don't own a product that came out nearly a decade ago? And if you ask me, Alessandra's probably still playable, but the answer is night and day. And that's a really weird situation to be in. For what it's worth, that's coming up also in Marvel Champions. The new box for Marvel Champions is called Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. And it focuses on S.H.I.E.L.D. From my understanding, S.H.I.E.L.D. is a bunch of like kind of secret agent-y extra federal people. It's some sort of I don't know. They're like secret agents that live in a sky ship. Okay. And so the new box coming out is called Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, the last box, the first box that has now they've said is out of print, is called the Sinister Motives Marvel campaign box. This is no longer in print, and they said they're not reprinting it. And it is one of my favorite boxes because it's a Spider-Man box, and I grew up liking Spider-Man. And this box has a bunch of S.H.I.E.L.D. cards in it. It has really, really good S.H.I.E.L.D. cards in it. And the fact that the new S.H.I.E.L.D. box is coming out next month, and the only other box that has S.H.I.E.L.D. support in it, they've said is out of print and we're never reprinting it, just doesn't make any sense to me. Because so much of the power level of those cards are going to matter on the power level of these cards the same way that Alessandra cared about Fine Clothing. It's like releasing Alessandra and saying, by the way, Fine Clothing doesn't exist anymore and we're never reprinting it. I think people would have so much to gain if they like the S.H.I.E.L.D. box to go buy the other soft S.H.I.E.L.D. box that has all these sort of very important S.H.I.E.L.D. cards. Like, I don't know. I'm just going to search S.H.I.E.L.D. That's not going to work, is it? No, that was Arkham. It's just so strange. Like that clearly everything in context is talking to each other, but oh, this didn't work. These are actually all S.H.I.E.L.D.s, but it's weird. It's just so weird. It's like clearly things were balanced around these things existing and people don't have access, won't have access, and will never know that these cards exist. It's strange. It's weird. The limitations of physical products still way preferable to the digital experience. Yeah, 100%. I'd still rather play in paper, but it's weird. It's weird. It's super weird. They're absolutely not going to balance legacy. It's already for ST taboo, excuse me. I can't wait for player community to come off the maintain a legacy taboo list. Yeah, kind of like Eternal, right? It's bi-weekly Arkham section. Nice. Brendan, how's it going? I find that that isn't the case usually. The cards work surprisingly well within each expansion with investigators they come with. Fine Clothes is just kind of a wild value if you access to it. But you check this out. Check this out. Okay. We're going to go to Wilson Richards. Wilson Richards, not my favorite. Okay, Wilson Richards is a guy who uses tools. Okay, so it says reduce the research cost of the first tool you play, and then you're better when you're using tools. Fantastic. Okay, so we're gonna go into the card section, and we're gonna go to Hemlock Vale, where Wilson Richards came out, and we're gonna go to Investigator Expansion. Great. Give it a second, and then we're gonna go to Subtype Tool. I think is the thing. The K tool. I don't know. Arkham DB has some weird options. These are the tools in the set. Can't play this because it's unique, so that's fine. You can play a cleaning kit, that's okay. This puts assets, supplies on assets. Let's keep that in mind. You have a chemistry kit for investigating. That's nonsense. You have a microscope, kind of nonsense. You can have a matchbox. You have one pitchfork, one hatchet, and a mariner's compass. You have no high-level weapon. But then clearly, if you own this like fantastic learn to play product, you can get chainsaw, and then you actually have a like. I don't think it's the case that they always nail it. I don't think they always nail it. I think they have to nail it a bit more considering the current environment versus the legacy environment. But like Wilson Richards does not have a card pool to play. And Wilson Richards needs a card pool because his ID says, I hope your cards are good. Because he doesn't do shit. Today's Netrunner night in Calgary, and I'm Mike over the first time if I get my work done. Yo, Weaver, have a good time. It's going to be fun. You have a kick-ass prog metal band, though? I don't understand that joke. All right, we've tangented out. Welcome to the hour 40-minute mark. But anyways, I just want to say that is a big conversation. People have takes on all sides. I was actually surprised the like to dislike ratio is not that bad on this video, 51 to 282. But the comments are all like, please do something else. But understanding the reality of it, like makes a lot of sense. Yeah, yeah. A Weaver's name, I reckon. All right, I think it's all the tangenting. I'll put notes to all that stuff in the YouTube description if you want to learn more. But it was like a big week for people talking about the future of LCGs, and it's something that would have potentially, you know, if FFG continued to do Netrunner, they technically still already had rotation. The question is like, even with like, I don't remember when Netrunner rotation existed, were they reprinting old packs? I don't think they were. The only good move is to bring back ANR. Zelmore, I don't want FFG to bring back ANR. I think it would be a terrible thing. How's it going, by the way? That'd be a really bad thing. Welcome to the stream. Okay, we're going to do something bad. This is not going to be good. There's no way this is going to be good. But I've been a bit inspired. I've been playing a lot of core damage recently. And it's been really kind of fun. And when we play core damage, we've been playing Tron's core damage deck. And that deck will score out two big things that do a lot of core damage to the runner. The first thing is Djupstad Grid, which is a bit expensive to res as it is trash, as much as you only res it when it does something. And when you score an agenda here, it does a core damage. That's pretty cool, because then the runner has fewer hand size. Of course, we also are playing salvo testing, and once this gets scored, every agenda we score does core damage. That's also really good. And the reason is because that deck is running a whole bunch of agendas you can score from hand. So we have, of course, ontological dependence, and this becomes a 0-2 agenda at some point. So you just install it and score it. That's really, really good. Of course, once you get 2 core damage, this is a 2-2, so you can install advance on top of your Djupstad, and then suddenly the next one becomes a 1-2, and that gets really goofy. You also have Elevagao Bifurcation, which you can always fast advance from your hand and de-res something, probably a Spin Doctor, sometimes an Ablative Barrier. You'll figure it out. Now, the reason why I like this as much as I did is not because I think core damage is inherently fun. It might not be, but because Precision Design fired like 5 or 6 times in a game. And that's really cool. The bummer about playing standard PD, which is still the best learn to play deck, is that this fires twice. Generally, the third time it fires, the game is over, so it doesn't. But PD firing twice versus PD firing 5 times is just such a different feel. Where then you're using your archives like a toolbox, where you're looking at the cards that you have down there and you're grabbing what you want when you want it responsively. Sometimes it's just like, oh, I need more money, I'll get a Your Digital Life. That's pretty common because you can always rebound back. That's a really big thing. Sometimes the right thing is like, oh, all my ontologicals are like 1-2 or 0-2 agendas. Let's just get the red level clearances back in hand so I can draw through the deck to find the agendas, which will do more core damage. That's also really, really cool. So all that stuff is great. And I really like that idea. So what I wanted to see, and this is not so much doing PD, is like one of 2 angles. Firstly, what happens if you just play that sort of really boring Biotic Labor PD deck? And you play Elevagaos, you play as many 3-2s as you can, as much as we lost the best 3-2 in HB in the last ban list. And if you just Biotic Labor out an agenda for maybe 5 credits on a Tranquility home grid, who knows? Can you just get back your next Biotic and just do the same boring thing forever? Now, this is really boring, and I don't really want to do it. So that's kind of an option we can consider. We'd probably end up doing that better in Sports Metal anyways, but it's nice that you can fast advance and just get the cards back in hand. Audacity, a 3-2 for almost no credits, and then return the Audacity to hand to be able to do it in the next 2 turns. I don't know. That can be kind of fun, maybe. I'm not sure. Now, the other thing that I wanted to do is, the other one is like, Djupstad is really fun if you can score a lot of little agendas on it. And we've seen a lot of decks recently that score a lot of little agendas. One of the ones that comes to mind is Bridgman's Built the Last deck. That is not only running things like, I don't think it's running Hostile. Maybe it is. But running things like Eminent Domain. No, it wasn't running Hostile. Eminent Domain is a really good card. And then you can also run things like Standoff, which is just a 2-0 that sometimes gives you money. What if we play Weyland and we get a Djupstad on the remote server? And then we just continue to score things on top of it. And every time we score on top of it, we also fire like a 2-Kana. And so we get more ice. And then we just protect it and protect it and protect it. And to get the runner into low hand size. Now, why does low hand size matter? Well, actually, we can make it matter if we just do a flatline. This is probably a bridge too far. But I think there's a chance that we can get the runner to 2 core damage by just doing Djupstad, which is only like 3 influence maybe. And then just trying to close the game out and push ourselves forward. And play as many small agendas as we can. Oh, it's 4 influence. Oh, that kind of sucks. Now, there's a couple questions here. Firstly, this doesn't work, right? If you score an Eminent Domain to get the Djupstad won't see the Eminent score, right? When you score this agenda, you may search R&D for a card, install, and res it. It will not see the Djupstad. So you can get one, but it won't fire. We're agreeing on that, right? I left. That was blanked. When the game was shot in the community, hold on 1 second. Updates banned my favorite IDs. Person, you clarify. I thought I would never love again. I found Blood Bowl 2 years ago and have a new love, but your stream is still on my list and I sometimes check in. Why wouldn't you want FFG bringing back A&R? Oh, because NSG is doing a great job. NSG is doing a killer job. NSG is making this game free and accessible. They're putting out quality content. They've been running fantastic organized play, and they're doing it as a non-profit. My friends are involved. People I really like are behind the scenes making a game that they all really care about. I honestly think they're doing a better job than FFG, as much as the downsides of FFG not putting out the game is that it's not in stores and is a bit niche. That's the only downside, I'd say, but I would not trade that in a heartbeat. The folks at NSG are doing a killer job. I think that can't be understated. We all have qualms. I wish there's more cards out all the time, but like, it is another era of Netrunner, and I would not go back to the old one. That's for sure. Gotta get in the mindset that PD fires whenever you don't discard to 5. We need self-destruct chips back. Speaking of legacy environment, what if we just played old school HBFA? Yeah, right? You could score with Azyef, yes. So one of the things you can do is Azyef, and you play a bunch of 5-costers. And with Azyef, you can do 3 damage by Azyef and trashing something like an envelopment. And then Azyef will trash the 5-coster to get the core damage, and that will fire, and your Azyef will do 3 damage. I think that's an option. I think I was considering either to do this in outfit. I think doing this in outfit is also interesting because then you end up doing a bunch of bad publicity. And then with bad publicity, like maybe we can afford a big deal. Probably not, because our influence is going to be pretty tight on the Djupstads. But then if we play regulatory captures, we can do core damage Weyland. But I think it's probably likely that we want to try to do core damage op and just use Eminent and Azyef to go get our agendas, and then Tucana spam. So yeah, I think the best we can do is Azyef a 5-coster, which means naturally we'll play 3 envelopment and be happy about it. So that can work. I am not agreeing. So I think that's what we're going to try today, to like do a bit of core damage. And then we still have to figure out how to give the runner a tag here, because we want to get them to low hand size and then just kind of get them. Jupe outfit sounds kind of cool. It kind of does. And we probably don't play big deal if that's the case, but we probably just get a Jupe in the remote server and then just play tempo. And then when they either like don't have enough cards in hand, we either like get really gross and play threat level alpha and then just like end align them, just have more money than them and end align them. I think that's also a consideration, as much as op will be maybe a bit more exciting and a bit more fiddly. But I do think like these are 2 decks that are probably not good, but could work and could be kind of fun to test out. I have a Djupstad Barf Thule variant that was pretty okay. Yeah, I don't know if I said High London. Obviously, like you can play Djupstad and PD as we did. You can play it in Thule, but I want to play it with small agendas that we can score out constantly and have economic pressure. And I think this is what we want to do. Or do acid kill style with hostile architecture and overseer and force connection. Oh, that we protect the Djupstad. I really don't like that pile of cards, so I probably won't. I think we just pressured them with Djupstad and Azyef. If we can play Angelique if you want to push it. Yeah, Angelique is another nice way to do little chip damage. I don't think we have other like big incentives to like get them to low hand size, but I do think we can like play 1 Jupe and get it consistently in op, which seems kind of fun. Good to hear the game as well, but having to play in front of a monitor at age 39 is already an additional barrier. I'm not aware of crowd in Rotterdam that plays IRL. Oh, people in Rotterdam definitely plays Elmore. I think there's even an event coming up in Rotterdam, but no, like I have a paper studio here. Like people play on JNet when it's a stream like this, but people are playing in person. If you want to check out Always Be Running It on Net, like this came up early on the stream. This is the next 50 events they're running. 2 of these are online tournaments. If you want to search for Rotterdam, I have no doubt you'll find something. Worlds was in Rotterdam like a couple of years ago. There's definitely a scene there. Clearly, this is a broad daylight deck. Honestly, yeah, there's a chance that we end up playing weird agendas, right? Like broad daylight gives a 2 damage button, if I'm not mistaken. This, I would do outfit Djupstad broad daylight. I think that would be kind of cool. I made a garbage Jupe Asa because I can't leave well enough alone. But Duckland, I think that's actually sick. Like Elevig out Djupstad Asa with powers that be, you're basically PD again. I moved here 2019 and completely missed the Worlds. Okay, yeah, there's definitely people around Zelmore. If you want to find out community, find out Green Level Clearance Discord channel, and that's where you can be like looking for a community. On Null Signal Games website, there is a community page where you can check your local area. So you can go to players supported formats. Sorry, go to players, not supported formats community. I don't think this is well updated, but I'm going to pretend I know where Rotterdam is. You can find it here, find a list of things. But there's definitely folks. I want to see if what country is Rotterdam in. He exposes his ignorance. But check the districts too. Districts are coming up. There's probably one in your area, or one at least you can find yourself close to. Belgium has Ghent. It's in the Netherlands. Amsterdam has a district, so you'll find something. Thank you, chat. That is a weakness in my European geography. Broad Daylight is one of my favorite janky agendas. Yeah, I think this and outfit would make sense. Do y'all want to start with the outfit, Broad Daylight, Djupstad deck, or do you want to start with the op deck? Izzy updates the Around the World page often. Sick. I don't check in it, so I don't know better. I know the Montreal page was wrong for a while, but it has been fixed. So that's really good. You got to do an HB for Onto? Yeah, sorry, not Onto. Djupstad. Definitely do HB for Onto if you want to. Never pivot. And never pivot to the outfit version? Why, actually? You don't like outfit? Let's see what we can put together. I think we might start with op. New Corp deck. Hate it? Oh, it'll be fun. You're gonna love it, Axie. You're gonna be like, I'll put PD down for a moment. Did you play core damage PD, Axie? I think you'd like it. Scoring agendas is fun, it turns out. Like, firing PD 5 times, I cannot understate how cool that is. It is my favorite part about the deck. Like, take it or leave the core damage. PD 5 times is sick. I made my son not cool anymore. I don't like the core damage PD. You're missing out. I feel real sad for you, Axie. All right, so we're gonna play op. So we're gonna, the way that we deck build, we'll try and explain as much as we can. The short of the long is op says whenever you trash a rezzed card once per turn, you can go get a card from your deck that costs 1 less than the card you trashed and res that one for no credit costs. That means no installation costs, which is nice, so you can put ice wherever, but also no credit costs, so you can res a 4-cost ice for free. This is really important because it's up to us to have like these sort of kind of like descending cost structures where if we have a 5-coster, we should have a 4-coster and a 3-coster and 2-coster. And then you kind of go out of your way to make sure there's something nice to get at every slot. And generally also you want to consider things that are trash themselves or have a shelf life so that you can fire op consistently. So let's just get our combo in. We can play Djupstad Grid. We can play 1 or 2 of these. There's a chance we can get away with 1 of them. It is 4 influence. If this gets trashed, we need to get another one from our deck. Now 5 is also a really cursed cost. What is the cost search? I think it's 5. So if we look at ice, we actually have a couple options. Wait, that's more options than I thought it would be. Then we have assets, which there's only hostile architecture. I think we're going to ignore that. And then upgrades, there's no 5-cost upgrades. So this is only in Weyland. If we open up the pool a bit, there's a lot of NBN stuff apparently. Ooh, Piranhas kind of makes sense, I guess. Wait, Piranhas is sick. Lady Liberty's 5-cost, did I miss it? I guess it is, yeah. The only unique region in the game, apparently. Sick. So we have a couple options. I think we want to keep it simple. If we look at the ice, what ice do we want to play? I'm not a big Surveyor fan. I don't think we're going to build big board states. Lady Liberty, I don't know. The only asset region that I think is, yeah, that I would be able to tell from a different distance. So Envelopment is a really good card. It trashes itself, and we can get rid of this with an Azief. So we probably can play 3 of these. On its own, it's a pretty good card. It's strong against everything besides Essa Begamut, but you lose to Essa Begamut anyways. It doesn't matter what you put in your deck. I can't read that, Brennan, to play op, so instead I try to make Nuvem work, which is arguably worse. Playing op online is a lot easier. What's a good way to complete my old FFG collection? Any print-on-demand companies willing to print a few of the last cycles? No, it's technically, a lot of people won't because it's FFG. For certain cycles you can find on Make Playing Cards, the community has come together to make community alt-art versions. So like the entire Red Sand cycles exist as a community alt-art version. You can find that on Make Playing Cards. I think Qatar as well. So you can find those. But if you want to get into playing Zelmor at NSG events, proxies are legal at all levels of play. So you can just like print them out however you want, put them behind a magic sleeve and get to work. People play at Worlds at top tables with like photocopies. That's fine. Yeah, I think Qatar and Red Sign have been remastered by the community. Those exist on NPC. I'm not sure if Rain and Reverie was. It probably was. Ballista, I don't play a lot of this. Not fantastic. This saw play in Eternal, which is good. We'll see. We need enough 5-costers. Is there another good 5-coster we're feeling good about? I don't want to do the bad publicity thing. As much as an outfit, like I guess we're not playing op, so we don't need 5-costers. We would play Valenchow for free, or for sure, excuse me. Sometimes it's free. Mestichesso is not bad, but we're not going to be advancing stuff. Hostile Architecture is right there, yeah, but I don't. That's not me. Embrace the Prison? It's not me. I think we should remember it's there. Wait, this is core damage on it, and it is 5-cost. And it's 5-cost. I was looking at Ballista's flavor text the other day. Lou has it wrong. It puts a hole in your rig or your planes. Puts a hole in your rig and your plans. Yeah, what the fuck, Lou? No, it doesn't. I have an extra proxy set of Raid and Reverie if you want to buy. Oh, Dan selling. Please do not use my Scorp deck as an example of what cards are turn unplayable. Did you change deck mid-tournament series? We'll find out. I think I'm glad you're playing Scorp though. It's fun to watch. I as much as I hate Scorp. I think we'll start there. Okay, other things we're gonna play. Let's clear up this thing. Is we're gonna play Border Control because this is one of the best op cards for sure. At this point, I think we're gonna look at our agenda suite. We'll play Spin Doctors. We'll play Rashidas as we often do. Mavirus. We'll see how many of these we play. We probably play 3 because I like it and it gets our 2-coster at instant speed. So we'll play a load-bearing Regolith. I actually kind of want to consider playing 2 because I have money issues when I often play op. So that's a good thing to have in there. We also definitely want to play Tucana because Tucana is really good when we score on top of the Djupstad and continue to protect it. We are going to be weak to Pinhole, but who isn't? Let's look at the agenda suite. Yeah, I think 2 Regos is not what a lot of the best op players do, but it is the op players like me that want to do it just to make sure I have a Regolith. Someone say, John, how's it going? Have you ever played Djupstad Ob before? Missing a win condition, but it's going to be fun. All right, what are we playing? So agenda suite, we definitely want to play 3 as Yef because we want to score, trash the 5-coster, get the Djupstad, go from there. We definitely want to play at least 1 Audacity because if the runner's on too few cards in hand, we can like kind of get them. I don't know if we're going to be playing End of the Line into something. We probably should because we can get them to 2 core damage maybe and then End of the Line lethals on a lot of board states. So I don't know if that means we're going to do Mavirus into Ping. That might be a bit much. But technically if they ever run last click, we can just like purge a Mavirus, get a Ping in front of them and they take the tag. That's like kind of fun. I think we can spend 2 influence on like, I was going to say Sea Source, like Public Trail, they have outs. That's fine. Threat level alpha, we can beat them with credits. That might be a possibility. Distributed tracing at the end of line. Distributed tracing is a lot of influence though. It's 4 more influence. I feel like we can't do that. We'd rather just play the NBN versions. Tucana the persistent upgrade. Oh, like we could Tucana into so in theory if they steal an agenda with Tucana, if it's in the remote server of the agenda, you can use Tucana to go get something like a Stavka. And then you can use Stavka to trash a 2-cost ice if you have a 2-cost ice or any 2-cost card. And then you can trigger op and then you can go get an Amaze Amusements. And in theory, you can give the runner 2 tags at instant speed. It's really, really weird. I think that works because it's when a run on the server ends, not when they touch the agenda. So that's technically an option, but it's 3 influence and requires such a ridiculous board state that I'm a bit scared of it. But you could do it. No way you have money for threat level alpha? You see my 2 Regoliths? Twice as much money as every op deck in the format. I think Amaze is a better line than Ping. It might be. We could also just play like Force Connection and stuff like that to protect the Djupstad, right? I don't think people are going to play around this heavily, but at that point we probably have to take Wenegon's advice and like play Hostile Architecture. Maybe Reaper. Yeah, we could do other damage stuff too, actually. Like the problem is if we do Azyef into op, we can't do the other stuff, but like Reaper is an option. Vera is an option. It's a lot of influence. Reaper, you can do Border Control into Reaper and that does 2 damage and gets you a 2-cost stuff. That's kind of cool. I'm going to refuse to play Warraid out of principle because I hate that card. But Warraid probably is worth something and then we build a really bad big Venti op. But all right, what else are we putting in the deck? Ronin. The Ronin combo works. So what is the rest of our agendas? We want to play small agendas because we have Djupstad. So I think we actually do play Hostiles. Maybe we play Standoffs. I don't know. We definitely play Eminence, so hold on. So we'll play 3 Eminence because this is one of our best scores, especially behind an envelopment that's hard to deal with. I think we actually do want to play like 3 Hedge Funds because one of our best plays is Hedge Fund envelopment into Eminent. That can't lose. And then we have a lot of smaller agendas here, so I think we might just like fill out the rest of the deck with like SDSs. We also could, instead of going for SDS, go for... Is there anything more painful? We, in theory, could play... the one with the gun to the head. What's Gunhead card? Do they have like a vibes-based search format? Gunhead? This one. Because in theory, if they have core damage, they can't take 5 meat damage, so we can give them 2 tags. Right? Like they can't take 5 meat damage if they're cored. This is probably bad. Play Armed Acid Protection instead of Hedge? No, because I want to play it on turn 1. I want a Hedge Fund, Envelopment, Jam, Agenda, Eminent. We probably play at least 2 Archers. We need to get some Code Gates in there. NRB should let you sort by trash or busto rating. Yeah, I agree. And you should be able to set your trash or busto just so that you live in your own, like, you know, hive mind. Your own echo chamber. I'm going to donation Djupstad 2 tags automatically. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Actually advocating for AAP. Lotus Field's a 5-cost code gate. Yeah, but I don't think it's that good. Like, I think 3 envelopment is probably enough. Let's play 3 extract, because of course we do. So what else do we want in the deck? If we're playing end of the line, we probably want a single Malapert Data Vault to be able to get it, because that's going to be good. And we're already on 41 cards. That's not great. We don't have enough agendas, so we have some issues. We'll figure that out. Okay, so rest of the agenda suite, let's play some big stuff. So if we play Basalt Spire, we can get back the Djupstads and stuff like that. That's kind of cool. Lotus Field beats Crew, yes, but I don't think that's that big of a deal. Right? Like, Crew is going to struggle against, well, it eats archers and stuff, because that's for sure. Like, I'm not too worried about Crew. We're already good into viruses, because we can trash our own stuff, but I don't think playing a brick like Lotus Field is that good, unless the meta is like 60% Crew. I think it's like 20% to 10% Crew modernly. I don't know what JNA Casual's like today. We'll find out together. I think I'm just going to do SDS 3x. That puts us on 20, so we're good. 11 agendas. How do we score? We win by scoring an SDS every time. This agenda suite sucks for scoring out. It's actually really bad for scoring out. All right, let's go back to the ice suite. So we need code gates. I'm going to play 1 magnet. I'm going to play 1 Swippy Swappy Thimble Rig. SDS feels like not it. It feels okay. Like, Basalt doesn't seem that good. Atlas, maybe. We have a slots issue. Atlas is actually really fine because of the Djupstad interaction. That might be good. 1 hollow is mandatory. Yeah, we do 1 hollow. Sucks for scoring, great for coring. So this means we can't play wraparound. Wraparound is really good right now, that's for sure. But if we play hollow min, maybe we cut the Malapert. So we have 4s, we have 3s, we have 1, 2. We have Regulus for 2. We have Tucana for 2. So we need some 1s. I do like Tithe. Feel like we need more 3 barriers. Not you, never you, sometimes you. Yo, sorry, how's it going? Code gates, Afshar, Enigma. Yeah, 3-cost code. We have Magnet. We could get another in. So let's talk about our slots. We have 3 envelopment. We're a bit top heavy. Border controls always are 4. We probably want a single Winchester because it's worth its weight. Ooh, 1 Stavka. I like Stavka a lot. Then we have 3-cost Sandstone for barrier. We have 3-cost Magnet. We probably could use the Afshar. I'm not huge on Afshar, but it's an option. Then 2-costers, we have less ice. We have a single Thimble Rig. And then 1-costers, we have at least a tie. Then we have a Jupe. Well, we cut the thing, so we can't do that anymore. We had the thing. We have no way to give the tag consistently. So core damage only matters if we can make it matter. How do we make core damage matter? Like, we have to play end of line, which means we have to give a tag thing. Is Descent even that good? Descent's not bad. I've never got Descent down and been like sick. It's always been like, fine. Would Basalt Spire with a couple slash and burns help us with scoring out and then grabbing back the slash and burns? It could. The slash and burns are also kind of nice if we want to play the 4-2 that gives 2 tags, because we can actually set that combo up. Afshar and Descent is fine for code gates. Yeah, but I think we already have 3 code gates. I don't know if we need a 4th one. The problem is, like, we're so barrier heavy. Okay. I think this agenda suite is bad, and our win condition doesn't exist. We need a way to make core damage work for us. Percentages of gear check occasionally, good for Ari or Botulus. Yeah, it's really good if they host a thing on it, but like, we're already pretty good at extracting the stuff that they do, or SEFing it or whatever. Wrap into Thimble. I like Wrap Thimble so much better though, Tron, because we have the border controls. And it gives us the flexibility because we have positional eyes. We have Afshar, we have Winchester. Even moving around the archer is like super, super key. Like, I like Wrap. I think Wrap is overperforming in the modern meta. I just don't think I would trade either Magnet or Thimble Rig for it. Like, we could maybe cut a Mavirus for a Wrap. Thimble's unnecessary. I really like Thimble. I think Thimble's incredible. Would Ping be useful? It could be. It's 2 influence, and we can set up with the Mavirus. I wonder if like Public Trail is just as good and just give us like some other utility. 1 hollow is not enough. It's totally enough because we can get it by purging a virus. It's really, really consistent because we're playing op. We can cut a Regolith for slots. We have 8 + 5 + 3 ice. 16 ice. That's not terrible. Now we have an influence issue. Do we cut the Holloman? I think we really do want a Malapert Data Vault. You drop the Stopka. Stopka's really flexible with Azyef or with Tucana. That's actually worth probably keeping around. Ever talk to me or my son, Thimble again? Like, it's really flexible because if you get this with Tucana, you can trash a card to get a card. It means that at instant speed, we can, well, not do that much, but it's Stopka is like very, very good. 7 strength sentries are really, really good. This Agenda Suite's like 11 slots. That's probably a bit rough. Let's see what this draw's like. The problem is like we don't have a way to conclude the game. Like I think we need a conclusion button. And right now it's just like 2 1-ofs in the deck. Yeah, I think we need the Malapert because we only have 1 of each of these. Yeah, maybe we shave a Mavirus. I would shave 1, but then we still have issues. So we cut 1 of these. Do we like 2 Tucana over 1x? I think so. Tripping, how's it going? Like you can obviously get it with the Mavirus. So that was 1 too many. But it's like so important for our deck that we get ice on the table. A lot of like good op players are playing 2 Mavirus. I feel like this meta is okay into 3 Mavirus and I like it, but at least we're on 2 Regolith, so we don't need the Mavirus on turn 1. Like this is the hand that we want in theory. We want to do like Econ play, Envelopment, Eminent, and our Econ play is the Hedge Fund. 1x Rashida? No, there's no way. There's no way. There's no way. We're really good at early Rashida because our ice is early is good. Border Control and Envelopment is both good. Is Pivot ever good? Ah, Sea Beast. That's interesting. It's not terrible. It's not awful. We do threat 3 okay. It gives us a bit of consistency. It's obviously trashable. We can't tutor for it, but like Pivot just means that we have to draw 1 of these cards so we can maybe cut the Malapair. That means we only have 1 1-coster in the deck, which is a single Tithe. Pivot seems like it's going to be better than it is. Yeah, Pivot always seems really, really nice. It's like, did you build some weird, silly 3-card combo? Oh, Pivot will save you. And it like never does. Is there anything else that cares about hand size? Okay, if this is our opening hand, would we keep? No, this is awful. Is this our opening hand, would we keep? Yeah. Depending on the matchup, I'd either do Magnet Rashida or Sandstone Rashida. I do Magnet into almost every Anarch. Hopefully Rashida sticks. They see Public Trail, they get scared. We just get them on turn 1 because they're on 2 cards in hand. Otherwise here, how do we set this up? Like we could technically just score an Azyef from hand. We would like Winchester, we'd probably put Regolith in remote and then Sandstone and R&D and then just hold and do jam the Regolith. This is a good opening. And if they ever step out of line, we have this 2-card combo, which is obviously very powerful. So that's good. If this is our opening, would we keep it? No. If this is our opening, we'd have to keep it. It would be bad. It'd be pretty bad. I love watching Andre play these fictional games. I'd watch a video of Andre just making a mess. Card draw. Dude, you come on, you fishbowl like this. Everyone does, right? Right? So we throw out the Eminent to free res a Border Control. No, I honestly think we would just score the Hostile. Nah, maybe not. This hand's so bad. You've never done this? What? Oh, that's bad. That's bad. If you said, yeah, I do this, I'd be like, okay, great players do this. This solves it. If a runner has a maximum hand size of 5 and they take 5 core damage, will the runner lose the game? No. So you have to not die to the actual damage itself. If you ever have to take more damage than cards in hand, like that flatlines you. But if you safely take the 5th core damage, you just have 0 hand size, which is not a problem. It just means at the end of your turn, you discard down to 0. That being said, if you ever end your turn with more core damage than hand size, and you actually end the turn on negative hand size, you do lose the game once your turn ends. So you can die to negative hand size, but you don't die to 0 hand size, unless you just flatline because you don't have cards in hand. I just speed play on JNet. Okay, yeah. Do we have room for stand up? I was thinking about it, but this seems pretty rough. I feel like this is already going to be better in outfit because we don't have to play all these weird slots. We'll try this, but I'm convinced this will be better in outfit because we have better ice suite. We have a better win condition. I think we're going a bit too hard here on our game plan. Here we would Winchester, we'd hedge fund. I would just put the Thimble Rig on the remote. I honestly don't think we just slam hostile. I think we would set up. I would do draw, envelopment, something like that. We drew the Djupstad. We're gaming. Yeah, that's okay. I was better than the outfit. I think for this game plan, it's not. I think overall, yeah, I'd rather play op than outfit. I fishbowl with real cards, but I don't trust NRDB's randomization for totally 100% logical reasons and not just vibes. I do think the Arkham one is wrong. In outfit, you'll need more copies of Djupstad, though. Yeah, I'm okay with that, though. But we don't need Hollowman. We don't need Mavirus. We don't need this ice. Like, we just play 2 Djupstads and, like, vibe. This hand is sick. We just hostile, and then we jam Archer into Eminent next turn. They'll never touch HQ. Never. Okay, let's cut 2 cards. I don't want to cut ice out of... Oh, we have to cut ice. Shit. Oh, that's bad. Do we cut 1 Holloman for a seamless? I feel like no. Holloman's so good. Cut pivot. Yeah, that's probably correct, honestly. But we still have an influence issue. It has to be Spin Doctor, which it won't. Djupstad, Mavirus, Holloman all have their points, so it's probably one of these ice. Is it 3 envelopments and a Djupstad? That's basically 4 Djupstads? Yeah, Ren, now you're picking up what we're putting down. How's it going? Not drawing Djupstad outfit is the same as not drawing Big Deal, except you have 2 more influence than the rest of the deck, so it's just better. But then we can play the other agenda suite, which I'm more excited about, like the bad publicity one that does 2 damage. Like that seems kind of fun. Cut Magnet because you have Afshar. Magnet's really good in the modern meta, but it's honestly not incredibly necessary in op because you can just extract your stuff. Cut Tithe. It's our only 1-coster. I don't think I can do it. We need a 1-coster. We're just gonna like feel bad. All right, so we have only 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 ice. So we need to get ice in the deck. Farah? Like 4 influence. When you cycle your ice this much, Trojans aren't a problem. Yeah, it's not the worst. We've become what we've not liked. All right. You don't need a 1-coster. It's nice to have it. Hear me out, Zato. Trash the envelopment to fetch Djupstad without needing Azyaf. Like you throw the trash program subchain. I guess you just throw the ice. We could actually like play core ice. Like John, we would play Hakarl. I think we would play Hakarl with Zato and then actually really build into the core damage. Like Holloman could be a Hakarl. And then we would play damage ice and then actually capitalize on core damage. I feel like our coup what's it called? Our final blow on this deck is pretty weak. Coup de grace. Op. Core op. No surprises. Corn on the op. Put in the big cat? Jaguar? It'd be so wild, but imagine face checking to Jaguar and op. You'd be like, oh, this is weird. It does diff a tag though. It's kind of nice. It's kind of what we want. Are we running Tempo Djupstad? Yes. Wait, why is the deck not here? Whoa, hold on. Something's up. Why did that do that? I did everything right. No? Tempo Djupstad. It's 4 to trash. That's a lot. It's a big number. I do think outfit will be better. We'll find it out. Are cards with infinite influence usually good? If you have infinite influence, yeah, it's very, very, very good. There's just not like a functional corp that has infinite influence without like a massive downside, like the neutral ones from the last cycle. They're not good at all. But if you just printed infinite influence, yeah, it'd be very good. Oh, Ampere, no. Ampere and Nova are not particularly good. They're frustrating to play against, if you ask me. Competitively good. People enjoy them. Like, I think they can be fun, but it's also like card pool dependent. You have to own a lot of cards. Hey, Tron. Thanks, you too. I like autocomplete to Toronto. Syndicate is not tournament legal. I don't even think they have infinite influence. They just have like a dash, I think, in the box. It's been a minute. So this is 54 card Arsana, so I don't think it's due for Arsana. This hand has a Regolith. It has a Nazief and Audacity, so we can just do damage. I mean, I don't love this hand. Arsana is pretty good at face checking stuff. Envelopment is hard to beat. You have to hush it. And then still you can get a border control, I guess. I'm going to mulligan this hand. It's not great. That's a bit better, honestly. Okay, giving Arsana bad publicity is not good because Arsana installs things during runs. And if you give bad publicity, Arsana installs things for free during runs. So that's not great for us. Here we can do Descent into Mavirus and just grab a Regolith and chill. It means we'd end up putting a border control on HQ. And we have Thimble Rig, so that's not like horrible. We could also Descent HQ, border control the remote Mavirus in there. And then Mavirus can purge for a Tucana, and then we can hostile next turn. That's probably the play. It costs us 5 credits, yeah. BC HQ Descent. I don't want to put border control on HQ almost ever. Maybe Arson will burner us, but like not fantastic. And this is one of the few things that actually works against Arson on the remote. What about runners with infinite influence? Are they also bad? There's only been one ever, I think, which is Ampere or Nova, sorry, which is the same text as Ampere, so no. But abstractly, if you could get infinite influence, it would be busted. It's just they always have terrible text boxes. Okay, so we can Mavirus for, we don't have Magnet, and this is the matchup. We can Mavirus into yeah, we can also just Rashida. Professor with pseudo infinite influence. Professor was 1 influence. Professor decks were fun. Easy Rego. It might not be Rego. It's probably Rego. But we could just like Mavirus into Tucana to hostile. But I think we do just Rego here for a bit. Yeah, I think I'm okay with it. Tron didn't trash Rashida? This just feels kind of slow, but we need money. 11's great. Professor decks are realistically like 18 to 20 influence. Yes. Yeah, most of the Professor decks were like kind of Ken decks, but I think Rashida's worth risking the Mavirus a turn. Yeah, Tron knows we have Rashida. I think I'd be fine doing Mavirus on top of Rashida and then just pushing there. I think we really want cards in hand here. I think you might be right, D. I wonder if there's an Eternal Professor Whale Tree deck. Probably, but I think you'd rather just play Cabinessa from what I've seen from Eternal. All right, Regolith gets us a 1-coster. That's the tithe on R&D we really wanted, right? It's pretty silly and a little bloated, unfortunately, too relatable. So we can do Regolith, get a 1-coster in R&D, and then we can put the Rashida here. This is why you play the tithe, right? Hopefully we find an development sooner than later. Tron might be playing Hush. We haven't learned anything from the deck besides Tron loves Tempo Coalescence. I'm assuming this might be Aesop's Pawn Shop, but like Tron will just Tempo Coalescence pretty freely. We'll see if there's a rigging up. That's kind of a Tron special. The consistency on getting a World Train Professor must be miserable. SMC Muse, yeah. I think it's the best you have. But yeah, Woo's just kind of cracked. Tron should be running HQ sooner than later. Nice. How are you getting through this? Slap? Peach Shaw. Oh, sick. Tempo damage. Got a Simul Chip. That's a pretty good hit. World Tree with Stim Hack, my beloved. I don't even know if... Yeah, I think Stim Hack makes it into the Eternal World Tree Woo deck. D, have you seen the Eternal League where like Tron's playing like 115 card World Tree Woo, turn 3, Levy AR Lab Access to put Coalescence back in the deck? Like, it's so funny. Nope. Okay, so he doesn't know what we top decked. I'm okay trashing the Pichachon. Putting a Stavka there is like kind of okay. Winchester clearly goes on HQ, but when in Rome. Yeah, we have good money for sure. Tron will be on 4 credits. I don't want this Pichachon to be around. It returns to hand relatively well. We can also Mavirus Purge for a 2-cost ice, but when get a Thimble Rig on top of the tithe, that's honestly maybe okay. I love Jaius Scorp, yeah, with like the Ballista and stuff. It's really fun. We can also extract this into a Spin Doctor and then have too many cards in hand. But we're still looking for an envelopment. I might be okay doing that and just putting a Stavka there. I don't think we need the Winchester on HQ. Okay, thinking. So we can extract the tithe, get a Spin Doctor. We'll be on 9 cards. We're okay discarding? We don't really want to. Everyone loves Jai's Scorp besides Jai. Jai's just there trying to hold on. I just don't want this Pichachon to be in play. There's no Simul Chips. There's no Vernissages. Stavka probably goes on the remote server. Stavka into boarding control is like, okay. It's not fantastic because they can just go through the Stavka. He doesn't have to like break it. Do we want to set up Mavirus into as you have Tucana? We can. Or at least into hostile. I don't love giving bad publicity, so we have to plan a turn. I will extract this. I don't want this Pichachon around. So we can just do a Rashida and set up. I think that's fine too, actually. So we'll put the Winchy here. And this on server 1, and that'll hold. I don't know if that's the best turn. Extract the tithe into a spin. We didn't really need more cards Here I'm trying to get an envelopment just because I want to get the Djupstad, right? Like that's our game plan. Might as well get there. And for what it's worth, Simulchip is really important because if Arasana has this lily pad on the table, as long as there's a way to instant speed stall a card, he can play around like core damage mattering for end of line. I think the Aziev trash could have been the Tithe. I think we'll just Aziev whatever. We get Aziev the Tithe for sure. I don't know if Sharon will just run this for damage. Maybe. Okay, there's Pawn Shop. What's the threat of Peach Sean that turn? It's more so like having the ability to either Pawn Shop it, run it, get it back. Like Toronto's clearly fine to run it last turn. So you clicklessly get an access. We get a credit, which doesn't matter. The net damage might not matter. I'm assuming we hit the best card in hand. Sick. Okay. So envelopment is good. Envelopment is quite good. So we could do Aziev, Virus, envelopment. This is 2 Hushable Ice, which is not too bad. I think in this hand we throw out the Archer. It's actually not terrible. Maybe the second Spin Doctor is a bit much. But hedge fund we don't need, that's for sure. I think there's a lot of potential against the torrent of Andes and Wizzies. Yeah. This might be one of the most complicated 1 to 2 core damage plans I've seen so far. It is a bit of work. NV testing, Turbine showing up. Okay, we've got like such a slow early game from Tron that we haven't been able to capitalize on it, which is unfortunate. Here we just get a 2-Kana and start getting ice on the table. We'll trash the Descent. Unfortunately, the Winchester is on R&D, so we'll just grab an Afshar for HQ, I think. Pinhole might be a thing. Yeah, that's fine. It's a 50-50. This is cool. So this is the price. Second NB testing. All right, so we're just gonna have to hopefully do some damage here. Unfortunately, none of our cards are rezzed, which means Aziev is a bit worse. Okay, we drew a Thimblerig. That's not great. So I think we just score Purge. 2-Kana, Server WAN, advance, score, trash that. Aziev for value, hit a Vernissage and a Fazarum. Okay, and I think we'll just get an Afshar on HQ. We'll throw out... I'll res an Archer if it matters. Aziev the 2-Kana? Oh shit, yeah, you can Aziev the 2-Kana. Why didn't I think about that? Yeah, we could have just res them a Virus and Aziev them a Virus, but then it won't fire because... Oh no, it will fire because it was there for score. Yeah, it cost us 3 credits, but we got the sick Afshar, so like maybe a mixed bag. For whatever it's worth, Descent is not terrible to have a Cubon on because we can just return it to hand. So that's probably a pretty big downside there. What NXP extension should I buy next after System Gateway and System Update? Daniel, I would not recommend buying System Update because System Update 2021 is leaving the standard and startup card pool in about 3 months. Apologies if you already bought it. It's still a fun thing to own as a board game, but I think generally you should wait for Elevation to come out in 2 to 3 months. Otherwise, if you want to pick up something to get you into startup, which is the smaller card format, I would recommend the last cycle, the Liberation cycle. I think if you're a newer player though, and you want to get cards that are a bit easier to build around and less complicated, I would recommend the cycle before it, the Borealis cycle. For what it's worth, and I noticed this at startup, is like the Liberation cycle is really rough for newer players in terms of like all the identities are incredibly complicated besides Mercury. Right? Like a new player showing up trying to play Seb or Arasana is a nightmare, but like playing Sable or Pudma is like a lot more easy. Oh, hostile shit. Aziev 2-Kana doesn't fire? It will, because you get the 2-Kana rezzed. Nuvum is straightforward? Yeah, I mean the runners though. The corps are relatively straightforward. But Borealis I think is a lot straightforward. Almost all the archetypes tell you exactly what they expect you to do. And you have really strong focused game plans. Okay. I mean, we could put an Archer out here. I really like the startup plus Borealis. We did tournament that recently and went really well. Yeah, I think it's just a really, really fun set. Like, Liberation is still great, but for a lot of newer players, if they don't care about startup specifically, I would recommend Borealis sooner. It's a lot more approachable. All right, so next turn, Tron's going to have a lot of credits. Pawn Shop's going to sell something. I don't really care about the running on HQ. We can put the Spin Doctor on the table and then res. I think that's fine, unless we flood up. Oh, wow, we could just cheese win if we had the other card. That's good to know. So we'll put something into server 1, and then we'll just put ice on HQ. The Thimble Rig cost a credit. I mean, that's fine. Otherwise, we can put the Archer. I don't want to res the Archer into this board state, so we'll just do this. We have half our combo, though. Well, it's like, it feels bad to be like, oh, you ran public trail on the line. Sorry, you didn't know it happened, but whatever. If you pull the Kana by trashing the Mav to Azyaf, it'll fire, but if you trash 2 Kana with Azyaf, it won't. No, it will. It will. Because Azyaf, the additional cost to score it is trashing, so anything you trash will show up with Azyaf, will fire off the Azyaf score. It does work like that. Because it's not an additional, it's not additional, you pay the additional cost before you score the agenda, so the 2 Kana will be there for the score with op. Oh, 6, spree. Cool. Wait, why are you spreeing? Wait, what? Oh, cool. So you install 1 and it goes on everything. Okay, that's neat. We're going to put our money where our mouth is. I think the corpse side of Borealis may have similar issues to the runner side of Liberation. Oh, that could be true. I could see that. So at least we have a core damage combo up if this server stays. Unfortunately, Fizerum into Stavka is pretty bad, but luckily this is 2 barriers, which is the worst case. We know half of Tron's hand is, oh, no, the Fizerum's in the bin, so we don't know what's coming from hand. Hush from hand is okay, because we still have a border control, and then this will potentially still fire, which means we can get a second border control, so it's not perfect. But you can Stavka to remove whatever Tron Ari installs, yeah. This is Envelopment, has a bunch of subroutines. They only matter if the text isn't blank, so we'll see if it's a Muse from hand. Into Hush. Gain 12. No, sorry, gain 9. Ooh, Cleaver. Okay, so this actually will be okay. So that is Arasana, which means the Stavka will connect. We'll trash the Muse and we'll trash the Turbine probably. Undo click, totally fine. Never, I've been there. Rez? Cool. Yeah, you're right. Now that if Tron uses Arasana, which is once per turn, I really wish JNet had a once per turn used. Okay. So Muse draws first, interesting. But this uses Arasana, so there's no cards that can enter the table from this board state. So the spree is totally useless. But now after the draw, Tron might go for a Hush here. If that's the case, still the Stavka will work, because the Fizerum was pawned. I was talking to chat, but Tron can't produce anything else from hand here. So this is good. Only buy Ashes when you're ready to be a standard sicko. Ashes, is, for what it's worth, is also a very easy thing to play. A bit more straightforward. It's never Stavka. Sick. Good thing it's never Stavka. All right, Cleaver. Indicates fire all. Hate it. Hate it. I wanted that. I wanted that so bad. I'm getting a Djupstad. I don't care. Oopsie. Djupsty. We have no reason to boost this. We fired up. Oops, dog. Believe it or not. All right, so that's going to go through. Still forces the border control res. All right, so the Muse comes down for sure because we have to protect the border control. And then either it's the Unity or the Turbine. Unity is contesting HQ here, which is something. I think it's just going to be the Unity here. These chats never stop. Milanomi, I forgot to say hi before. You were saying good stuff about NSG, rightfully so. I'll just get rid of the Unity. Muse is dying at the end of the run? Oh, that's true. Yeah, but we still need to trash it. Otherwise, Tron can get through the border control. We only res for 2 credits. What's Djupstad doing there? Core. We're playing core ob. All right, so if we score the Azyaf, we have to trash something. I'm okay trashing the Spin Doctor. We won't get any value from it. This does 3 damage, which is kind of cool, right? So imagine here that we had, imagine we spend more influence. If we had a Vera, this does 4 damage, right? Like you score the Azyaf, you trash a 3 coster, I think, for Vera. And then you get a Vera, which fires, and it does a lot of damage. Extract Hollowman? On what, though? On the Afshar? What's Hollowman to res? Is it in Archives? No, we haven't seen Hollowman. You may be right about Hollowman. How do I not know the cost of Hollowman? I'm pretty sure it's 2. There's no way of knowing. It's impossible to search. So we could get rid of the Afshar. That might be fine. Choose installed card to trash. I like the server so far. Yeah, let's try and get a Holloman. Holloman server 1. So we have triggers first. We'll do the Djupstad. Great, create a commission. We'll do the IZF. Oops, hand is gone. Ika and daily casts. And then we have to get an ice on the table. So we can probably want to get something on R&D. Thimblerig is fine to get rezzed. We have an IZF for next turn, which will flatline. Like this does 3 damage if this doesn't get cooked. Now pinhole threading, we could actually respect him putting a card in archives, but Tron has 1 card in hand. So I think we just put a border control on R&D and call it a day. I think we're in a good spot. Do you think Demian the card extract? So next turn, oh, we're short of credit, aren't we? Oh, yeah. We're short of credit on the Holloman. We need install. Yeah, we need 5 credits to fast events the SEF. So that's a bummer. We could have saved a credit by putting the border control in archives, which is good to play around pinhole threading. And then next turn we could score the IZF and do 3 damage. That actually might have been the play. We're 1 credit short this turn. Yeah, next turn is an extract turn. We'll probably extract the spin, but that feels bad. Fenris for HQ. Okay, Steve Cambridge. Luckily, this is a Thimblerig, 4 hand size, so we have to extract this turn. Move Holloman. Nah. Okay, money's gonna be good. So I think we get an Archer on HQ. Muse into Fizzarum makes it really bad, though. But we're literally a credit short here. Install, pay 4. Extract spin and install Rashida. Probably. Click Hedge Jam. Click Hedge Jam is also probably fine, but Tron's on 15 credits. It's probably click Hedge Fund Jam. I can extract Spin Doctor Hedge Jam. That's better, though. We know the pressure's going to be on HQ. Luckily, it's a Thimblerig, which means we can swap the Winchester in. So we probably just want more credits here. I think we do extract Jam. I don't care about this. No. We can put a Rashida on the table, too. That might be okay, because if we draw an end of line, we're in a good spot. Spin is so useful, though. Oh, that was your second spin as well. Yeah, that might be on me. That was maybe a bit greedy. It's either hedge fund or I'm going to hedge fund, I think. Archer to protect. I don't want to res the Archer because as soon as you res the Archer, Tron can like muse it for Fizzarum and then break it for 4. Now that's some money, but like it's really hard to get Arsana with a bad face check. So I don't love it. We could have installed it just to extract it and not got ob. That also might have been fine. It's technically a click loss that turn. So it might have been just like Archer archives. But it's hard to Archer into Arsana because obviously the deck's running a lot of recursion. Funny enough, if like Tron pre-hushes it, then like we're gaming because we res it without an agenda. Sometimes that happens in Arsana. But this does another 3 damage if this doesn't get contested. The thing is like, what 3-costers do we have in the deck anymore? 1 Sandstone? Tron might be able to contest this. I realize the server might not be super secure. We'll find out. I think Tron is incentivized to run HQ and then like pick 2 simul chips or something. Yeah, 2 simul chips. So we need the Thimblerig to hold, which it won't, but we can't make it hold. Maybe that's a reason to put the Archer on HQ because DJ Fenris is really good. Price hits environmental testing. Oh, hits a Muse. Nice. Bully Pad draws a card. Speed is your best friend. Tron only has 8 cards left. So let's see what the Muse hit is here. It's unfortunate when you hit it on the price. Maybe you go for the environmental testing here, but like Muse can go get the cleaver back and then you can contest this. Oh, Ika, nice. So that means Tron has a way to break border control simulchip. So this server is getting run. This is a problem for us because we don't have a 3-cost. Yeah, this sucks. We don't have a 3-cost code gate. Oh, fuck. Yeah, the Spin Doctor was super useful because we could put the Afshar back in the deck. We cook this. Fingers crossed 1x Afshar. Yeah, we messed this up. This is not good. What's in our deck list? We might have went too fast there, actually. I think we should have held. So our 3 costs are 1 Afshar, 1 more Sandstone. I think Tron has Sandstone money. Hold on, which Jaina tab are we in? Yeah, Tron has Sandstone money. Oh, it's a 5-strength cleaver. It doesn't even matter. Oof. Okay, thinking. We pop the border control. We can get a 3-coster. We have played every Mavirus. Oh, we've maybe punted it a bit. So we have every Mavirus in the bin. We have one Afshar in the bin. Oh, yeah. Afshar for the remote, we can't. It's in archives. We had it, we'd be really good. But yeah, extracting the Spin Doctor was super, super greedy. We could have just extracted nothing, gained 3. We could have extracted... Yeah, that sucks. Do we have a magnet? No, we cut the magnet for influence. The magnet would have been good here, but we have Afshar as a 3-cost code gate. 1 Afshar, 1 Descent, 1 Thimble Rig. Or 3 code gates, if I'm not mistaken. So we got nothing here. Yeah, the Spin Doctor was super valuable. Bummer. If we spend a click here, Tron has to run back. It's 1-2. We're going to lose everything. That sucks. I think we'll keep the boarding control for later. Tron might spend money out of pocket, though. Like, we can just top deck something. So we can grab something here. I think a free border control is not free, but it's pretty good. Border control on the remote just costs clicks. I'm okay with this. We have enough money. Holloman definitely going to get trashed. Right? Tucana, Djupstad, stay. Oh, shit. Action. I don't know if this eco came from Arsana or not. I don't think it did. I wish you could tell. Scared of Stavka? You can always move the eco over. We could consider border controlling this run. We haven't used op so far. It's a bit indulgent for sure. But we have a top deck that wins the game, depending... Oh no, Tron's credits matter. Top deck end of line, yeah, but Tron has 9 credits. We need to be on sub 8. Top deck Hostile Takeover would actually be really, really good. The problem is we only have one of them. Like, Hostile does a core damage, gives us money, gives Tron money. Alright. Thimble Rig. Code Gate, end the run. You'd have to Arsana this, and Arsaning a Thimble Rig's okay. They need to spend credits to break, if they do break. Looks like he's not. Swap Thimble Rig. I think we do. Okay. Border control and HQ is not my favorite. We could have done a long play where we push this into this into this. We just need to force Tron to interact. So I think we draw Rashida. That's not good. That's how we lose. Oh, the Spin Doctor. We punted it. That's fine. We had something cool. Yeah. I think we're realizing the 1-cost slot's actually valuable here. Having a Malapert has an impact on the game. Fortunately, our Winchester's here, so we can get a Sandstone, but it's pretty bad. So we're going to have to let... Like, Steve is just so good in this deck. Because every Muse install is like, draw a card, gain 6 credits. So if we border control this, unfortunately, yeah, we probably should have gone slower and put the Thimble Rig on the Winchester, because that's a harder thing to deal with. So I'm assuming it's either Simulchip here or Muse. And with the Simulchip, maybe Tron can contest the remote server. I'm not sure. Muse or Diesel? Oh, cool. You can have the Diesel. Access SDS? Oh, shit. Glad we didn't give the Muse there. But now we're on game point. There's so many ways we lose here. Come on. Oh, yeah, that tracks. I thought so. Take a Muse. Yeah, it'd be weird to do Muse Diesel when Diesel was an option and Muse was an option. Okay. So steals the SDS, trashing the Ika. Discards Diesel, moves Muse to Griff. Are we deep diving? So we know there's a Muse in grip. Let's see if a Hush happens here. Break for 1. Action? I'm assuming we're getting deep dove. We just have to res this. It's really awkward because it doesn't do enough in context. Like, not only can you Muse and break this for 2. There's no way we survive a deep dive here, so I think we're cooked. Deep dive's the best win condition. Pretty powerful. But it's really good for like this, where like I'm not presenting anything, right? Like it's the better the corp is, the worse the deep dive is. But like that feels like it's not saying much. Pay 1 credit to break. Oh my god. If you're board control, you're fine. No, because Peach Sean could come back. But we have to. Install a 3-coster from our deck. I don't think we do. I don't think we have any 3-costers. We have like 1 sandstone, which is like a credit. I guess it takes it out of the deck for both players, so we will. Because I just want to draw the end of the line. The Tron's on too many cards in hand. Install a card. Oh, sick. 9 credits though. Okay. Swap Thimble Rig. Yeah, we might want to. No, do we need the remote server? Maybe we need the remote server. I'm assuming we're going to top deck a hostile. It's going to be sick. Oh, fuck. Oh, ow. Ow, my heart. So the deep dive is going to happen this turn, so we have to hit it with damage. So I'm guessing we Eminent Audacity. Yeah, I think we Eminent Audacity and just do a core damage. And then just get with the Eminent, we get a Spin Doctor. Can we fake having end of line? I don't think it's that good for us. We could though. Like we could pay 4 and Tron would have to pay 1. Like it's cool. I think Tron would have to respect it. But the thing is like Tron's going to be on credits anyways. It might be right. If we pause, it makes it more interesting too, because we're like considering the game plan of faking the public trail end of line. So the other options we Audacity the Eminent, and with that we can go get, I don't know, can you eye in the remote and dare to get in? I think Toronto would just say, I'm gonna run. I think Toronto would just say, you can have the remote server. Maybe we Eminent for Spin Dock. I don't know. That seems so funny. It gives us a Tucana trigger, which is like not amazing. I want to do this. It's not great, but it's funny. The problem is like we get rid of our other win condition. You have all the points in hand right now? Yeah. Well, no, there's still a hostile. I just like Eminent Domain for a Spin Doctor is hilarious. Djupstad hit a deep dive. Got it. Okay, that was good. Tucana. Do we get an Archer and res an Archer? We could get an Envelopment on HQ. It just takes out of the deck, which is bad. I think we put Envelopment on Archives. Spin Doctor and Server. The issue here is that it reses it. Yeah, so running HQ is worth something. That was a problem. I forgot that we have to res it, so we actually have cards in hand. So like that's functionally draw last click, as much as we only drew one of the 2 agendas left in the deck. Envelopment ain't it. I don't mind too much. Like it costs Tron 2 credits. If we had Archer, we'd have to res it though. Cleaver goes right through it. Yeah, sure. But it like forces this. It forces 2 credits, and like credits matter. Let's see if Tron breaks the last one. There's like no ice that keeps us out. Fire all? Okay. I don't think we have any. We could Spin Doctor first, but we can respond Spin Doctor, but we obviously have the SDS back, so we can't. Archer would tax equal like 3 or 4, yeah, but it'll put us off points. Technically, we don't have another 3/2 in the deck. Wait, do we have an above the law in the deck? Yeah, the just spin sucks here for agendas. Like, there's no way around it, especially because we can't spin our last spin. Like, that's really, really bad for us. This line was like super, super aggressive. Oh yeah, we have no more spins. I think we're cooked. We're cooked. We lose. I lose. Yeah, I don't think we can win from here because we have no more Spin Doctors, which means we don't have the combo. I think we're Eminenting the Archer. If we Eminent the Archer, Tron just pays the money. Like Tron has access to Anika, probably. Maybe the Thimble Rig holds. Okay. Just score 2 hostiles. We only have 1 more hostile. We're not on the full playset. Oh yeah, the Ika's here, so it doesn't really matter. Wow, we didn't lose. Okay. Swap. Oh, shit. What's up? What'd you find? I think probably found it end of line. You did go to the end of the line. Oh, very, very cool. I think Tron doesn't have a Thimble Rig breaker. I think we're better to do this swap. Oh, found the end of line. Yeah, sick. Okay. This is from R&D. I don't have much to do here. We could win. It's unlikely, but we could win. We could get an archer on R&D and then like top deck the last hostile. It's going to be very, very hard. Is Tron out of simul chips? The thing is like DJ Fenris is going to make that very difficult, but Tron has 3 simul chips in the bin. 1 Muse removes from the game, 1 Muse in the bin. So there's 1 more Muse somewhere. And then obviously DJ Steve is where the entire game is. How many points are in R&D? I think there's 3 and 8. As much as these singles paying 3, it feels like Tron doesn't have a conduit and is on deep dive instead. Like the conduit would be way worse for us than deep dive, but we hit the deep dive, I guess. So almost 50% chance we lose there. We don't. I wonder if we score the Eminent, we trash the Winchester when we put the Archer here. I think we do. I think we have to trash the Ika. I'm assuming Tron's going to run HQ to force the Steve, and I think we are in a bad spot if that goes through. Steve is so powerful here. It's a shame. I'm like not excited for Steve to rotate. I'm excited for DJ Fenris to rotate. That is just an absurd amount of pressure for 1 influence. Yeah, there you go. So if we border control this, we don't want to shuffle the deck. And it just takes a click away from Tron, so we can't really do much here. So this sucks. I'm assuming we're going to get simul chip. Unlike Pressure from Turbine, well, Pressure from Turbine is just like an economic card. I'm not a big Turbine fan. I don't imagine Turbine's going to be around forever. But I think the Turbine math here is not the most important thing. Like Turbine is saving 4 credits on this board state, 2 credits. It does save a bit on the Winchester. This boost is okay. I don't want to defend Turbine. I'm not that doomer about it. Clearly balanced with a limit 1 per deck. Yeah, sure. This is worse to me because this is like infinite recursion. Alex, how's it going? Is there Archer left in the deck? 1 more Archer. Also, Alex, I got like a Patreon email with your name attached to it. Thank you so much. It's very kind. Unity or a deep dive? All right. I can't lose to the deep dive this turn. It sees every starting card of the deck. You can never choose deep dive there. That's really funny. I thought we'd do simul chip, but then you have to trash one of your installed cards. Don't tell me you were going to pick 2 deep dives. That was a silly mistake. Yeah, there's no way that we get Tron deep dives. Just runs archives, plays that wins. No worries. I'm busy updating everything to a new credit card. Thank you. I need to grab a 0 cost program. Yeah, simul chip is a bit hard. Muse. So this has to be a Coalescence, or are those Tron? Tron might have another deep dive in hand. If that's the case, we lose. Okay, so Muse gets a Coalescence here. Oh, can't afford a Coalescence. We know you're credit short. Yeah, so Muse is installed, but you have to install the Coalescence. I think there's another deep dive in hand. This always happens to me. Yeah, I'm not going to say I haven't been there. So that's the last Muse. So we actually have a window here in which we know there's another deep dive in hand. So we have to score the Eminent and get the Archer on R&D. So Thimble Rig, we know the Unity is in hand, so we need to force the Unity install. It can be installed with Arasana. Border control is relevant, but we can always do the border control swap. So I think we do this. Okay, that's great. You want to hit a deep dive again? This is the last Muse? Yes. No, Archer and Thimble Rig locks HQ. No, because Tron has a Unity in hand now. Score. Either hit a Unity here or a deep dive. Not you. Yeah, we are. So Eminent will get an Archer, which will put it on R&D. I think. We're going to trash the Winchester. Tucana has no targets in the deck. I think that's right. Move the Thimble to HQ and then move the Savka after that to tech simul chips. Yeah. Yeah, we'll probably do the Thimble Rig into border control, which should buy us a deep dive turn. We still can top deck the 1 and 6 hostile. But now the Archer has to be broken. And so this is an end to run. The Unity needs to be installed. And if the Unity is installed, credits matter. So we're in an okay spot. The Sandstone getting purged doesn't matter. When will we see more elevation spoilers? I think the spoiler season starts in about March is my assumption, maybe the end of February, but the set comes out at the end of March, and usually spoilers are like 2 to 3 weeks, so I'm assuming the top of March. I think everyone's really excited to hear that. Yeah, they got Unity back. Looking at then shuffling deck. Yeah, of course. This is a thing that people don't do enough in person. Like if you haven't primed your deck and you want to know what's in your deck, I'm totally fine with you looking at the deck and shuffling it. Admittedly, if it's a competitive event, maybe not. But like casually, that's fine. Unless you know the order of your deck. Like it's so much faster than like getting your deck list and reverse engineering off your heap. Like it's the same thing. No Muse is good Muse. This is really hard. It's for both of us, honestly. Like, I still don't know if I'll have a scoring server. It's just we have a 1 in 6 chance of top decking. We no longer have our recursion, so end of the line, we've like punted down the hall so many times, as much as this would have been a legit win condition. But it's a 1 in 6 top deck to just score the hostile. Tron's on 3 core damage, which only matters if we have more ways to tag. I do think outfit would be a lot better here. As much as that's not great into Arsana. 1 in 6. The deck is SDS, SDS. Are we on above the law? I'm not sure we are. SDS, SDS, eminent. We're on no above the law. I feel like we should fix that. I wonder if Urban Renewal can play end of line as a win con. It can, but I think if you're going to do that deck, you probably want to play Hostile Architecture and use that to get a Djupstads too. Like it gets a bit more acid prison-y, which is not my jam. But you probably could do it. I think the line is to install Unity, run HQ, get a simulchip. I think if that happens, Alex, we like trade the border control for it. But that's probably still worth it. Then you just run back. Yeah, we have to hope that we draw the hostile before Tron can get the deep dive off in hand, which is still in hand. The hand is Unity, deep dive, unknown. But a hostile seems really good. Like core damage hostile is like definitely a fork. And then we have a 1-coster slot. 1 in 6, we get out of here. Otherwise, we're both trapped in here with each other. That's for sure. Maybe use Fizzarum over Ika. I think for Archer, Fizzarum is a fair bit better. But Tron might be scared of third Mavirus. Might be. And you still need credits. Like you still need enough credits to break Archer, break Sandstone, break Thimble Rig, as much as these are 1 credit, and install the Unity, and then still play Deep Dive. Oh shit, this is last click. This gives us the ability to stop this. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's really interesting. What do we do here? Do we trade a border control to stop this? Oh, big think. Like 1 in 6, we do no thinking. We just grab the hostile win. 1 in 6. But this run on HQ last click gives us so much power because if we border control, it actually keeps Tron out. But it trades for a border control. What is the Steve threat here? Double simulchip, which is huge. Double simulchip means that like all the breakers come back, and then even like Tron can throw out the Unity and install the Unity for free. Like it's very, very good because we're over hand size. My guess is that we trade. My guess is we trade it for the outermost Slap Vandal. Yeah, I think the outermost Slap Vandal, and then we just end the run and try and win this turn. Like if we draw the 5-3, we just do install advance. So if we draw a 5-3, we install advance. If we don't draw a 5-3, we hostile. Oh yeah, we can do this too. So this server costs 1. This fires border control. I think the server's pretty good. Oh fuck, we're good. Hey, GG, sick top deck. Oh, not even close. Thank you. Thanks. You have, you too. You have the deep dive in hand. All right. I think we had an idea. Yeah. So there's 2 deep dives there. Honestly, Conduit would have been way worse for us. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Lots of agendas still in there. Each R&D run was like 3 of 8. Yeah. Legit. Yeah. Not even close. Djupstad, hit the deep dive, hostile, gain 700 credits. Tucana has no targets. The deck is like 7 points. Tucana extract, yeah, right. Yeah, I mismanaged the spins really bad. Yeah, we mismanaged the spin doctor so poorly because we need to be able to hold our combo because our combo is legit. Like 2 core damage, like not tier 1 legit, but like kind of a fun fork. I extracted the second one, forgetting one was already in archives. And so after the Rashida, I drew 7 points. So I just sent it with Audacity. And now that the final spin was busy on not losing 2 points. So I have no way to tag you. But and they drew a second deep dive from the lily pad draw from playing Muse, but they put them at only 1 credit. Yeah, Tron drew. It seems like Tron drew the deep dive on that turn and was 1 credit short on running archives and getting the money up, I think. Pretty sure. Yeah. Yeah. You had about 50 odds. Didn't think I was actually going to get a dive. Yeah, I had to respect it. I think Tron might have wanted to run HQ sooner on this turn, but I'm not sure what he's drawing for. Because if he forces the border control pop on like click 1, you just run back. So you can't force it. And I do think that drawing from heap is probably better than drawing from deck, but I don't know what's in his deck. Oh, yeah. Just to have something. Legit. Was Djupstad sniping the first deep dive? Yes, it was very impactful. It was lucky, but it was very impactful. But like we did a lot of damage. Like each SZF, this was 3 damage, this was 2 damage. Eminent was each a damage. Like it sometimes matters. Tempo damage is something. Hey, you too. We'll do one more of this and then we'll try outfit. We've been streaming for about 3 hours, but we've been talking for most of it. Cheers. Again, Tron's been playing Eternal, playing 115 card Cabin SOU you can watch on Sundays. It's been fun. Send it back. What have we learned? What's the tags? A single copy of Public Trail, Alex. We couldn't figure out how to get in like Ping or Amaze Amusements or anything. So like not great. I'm assuming that after we play a couple games, we would change this deck to have at least a Malapert so we can get the one of. We had a pivot for like a moment during building, but yeah, it's super limited. Not even doing 1x Pharaohs? Oh, that's kind of cool. I would actually probably do Hammer, I think. I think Hammer is a bit stronger, especially into this matchup. Oh my god, Hammer is good. This is a bad matchup for us, I reckon. Best of luck, have fun. It's 53 cards? 52 card, Lou? So I'm assuming Lou is pretty frightening because it wants to trash our stuff. This hand's not fantastic. We have the Djupstad though. I ended up missing on the draw, so it didn't matter, but it was a notable player that cost me a 1 in 6. Good game, Tron. So we just want to ice up everything. In theory, we could just like, I don't love border controlling HQ. With this hand, we might have to. This leaves all centrals open. We have 2 trashables in hand, so we could go a bit slower here. We could draw Hedge Fund Ice HQ. Thanks, you too. But this deck is going to be a less consistent opening imp because it's also like nearly 15 cards bigger than minimum deck size, which we talked about that earlier this stream. You want to avoid that if you can. Okay, so border control on the remote server is pretty good. Border control on HQ, not my favorite. We have other ice that's really good on HQ, Winchester and Afshar. So we could just rip Hostile and keep this hand open, but with Tucana, we probably want to set that up. So I'll just draw Establish Economy. That's good. I guess here we do border control on HQ. We know we have a lot of points in R&D, but we want to do envelopment in the remote server with Tucana, and then we'll Hostile next turn and put Winchester probably on HQ. So maybe we should have done R&D. I don't know. I think having the finisher be made of installables is going to make it a lot more consistent in general. I'm not 100% sure. Oh, they have an imp. Wow, that's a really good start for a 52 card deck. That's an incredible start. Luckily, we have some viruses, but I don't actually feel bad purging this board, like doing nothing next turn. They imped and extract. So unless we can ice up R&D, I think we just purge here. It's so bad. Like imagine we had end of line Public Trail and the game is just over. This is what I mean, where like sometimes the kill decks, if you don't expect it, is like super anti-fun. But like we could have had the card combo and just end the game here. So if we do envelopment, we have a res envelopment. We could also just purge, but then we discard cards. So I think we'll just get cards on the table. So we'll do R&D, we'll hedge fund. We can put the Holloman on HQ. I think we want the padding in hand. So we'll just take a credit and then next turn we can purge without being a huge loss because we don't discard a card. If we draw him a virus, we don't have to purge. But they're not showing breakers now. She doesn't have a lot of credits, so we might be okay not to purge. I got a turn 2 public trade underline killed London last weekend. Bingus, congrats. How's the regionals? Also, were you playing a deck where people should expect it, or was it just like out of nowhere? Oh wow, we have a virus. That's good. So this saves us a whole turn and gets us a 2-coster. If we install Lagu Fires, but that is what it is. So we can go get a little 2-cost ice and put the Tucana behind it. That would be a Thimble Rig, or that would be a Descent. I think that's maybe a fine play. Kind of felt bad doing it. Yeah, me too. Kind of me too. You at me. So we can draw once for ice. Okay, that's cool to have. So I think we'll just do new remote. We should have, yeah. They lost a chisel. That's scary. And we'll put this in server 1. And then on their turn, I think we'll res to purge, which purge was nice. And then we get a Thimble Rig or a Descent. Descent is slightly higher strength. We know they're on chisel, so I guess we'll do that. But with Cookbook, it doesn't really matter. I guess maybe Thimble Rig's a bit more flexible. Built to Blast variant. Okay, so maybe. Yeah, I think there's always a chance that they're playing that Built to Blast. Hopefully you had a good time. Okay, so we purged once already. Next turn, we'll just do the Hostile. We also could have done the Tucana instead of the Djupstad. That might have been fine. Djupstad into Hostile is still credit positive slightly. I didn't even consider that because I planned the turn and then we clicked the draw. I didn't even consider. But yeah, we actually could have gone for the core play here. Her money's a bit rough. Archives is now protected with the Mavirus, so if she ever wants to check it, she gets her Fermenter Purge, but all her money's on the Fermenter. So taking a turn to Purge is like not amazing, but it's doable. Here we'll just start the Tucana tempo. Throwing out a Botulus, okay. So I'm assuming she has a way to break the Descent. No. Oh, hand's bad. Gotta keep things busy. We shouldn't have res the Tucana before Lagu. Technically, we're leaking some information. It's not super important, though. Score. Get some money, get some bad publicity. We can get an ice from our deck. Icing HQ is important when your hand looks like this. Unfortunately, the Descent at the remote server is probably going to be challenged with whatever she has, and we lose the Tucana. It's not the end of the world. So I think we're just going to go for a big old Winchester, which is a hard card to deal with, generally for a lot of these lists. 4 strength, 3 subroutines, not great into Audrey on either way, which I'm assuming this deck is on. Hey, Holy Sarega, what's up? Got another couple from my group hooked on Netrunner yesterday. They're from Siberia and are missed Parhelion era, but are going to introduce them to sets to them later. Hope they'll love them. Ah, great time. I'm a big fan of the Boreal cycle. Oh, glad that you're getting people into the game and hopefully having a good time. Lesson here, folks, is to never plan your turn. QED. Start vibes-based flailing. Draw later in the turn, install earlier. There's nothing to learn here. Okay, we'd love to draw in an development or another big chunky ice here. She's not contesting. We want to consider maybe purging. If we purge, she's on no credits. She loses Lago this turn. Paladin's coming in. Keiko's coming in, which is really good. But she definitely needs these Fermenter credits. And otherwise, I don't know what her turn is. I feel like against Lou, like you have to be aware of how slow you can go, but this denies a lot of money and she needs money here. Don't love it. Can we install behind Descent? I don't want to. I think that if she, like, you don't love botuling a Descent, but if you threw out a Botulus, she probably has a way to break with this. So she probably like drops Fermenter, cracks Fermenter, installs like a Buzzsaw runs, or even just like an Audrey runs. So I'm just going to purge. Not my favorite, but we just want to wait for us top decking an ice. I feel like it's an okay tempo trade. And even if it's not an agenda, like she gets good value running it because of Lou and Tucana. Gem the Jupe. I want to keep the Jupe though. I just want to do second ice Jupe. And that makes it much harder for Audrey. Like we have a lot of pretty reasonable ice to draw into here. Taking Descent back to shovel back agendas isn't bad. It isn't, but I think we can just score these agendas. Like we have HQ is pretty safe and Descent is a good end to run. It does draw cards, which is nice. Ooh, that's good. So that will fire Lou, which is nice. I'm glad we got that out of the way. But I'd rather score these than anything else. All right, Lou fired, nice. You have Hollow. Yeah, we can also install Hollow on HQ, Djupstad on the remote server and go from there. That might be fine. So Simon Chip now has Botulus, so we need a second ice. Even that might not be perfect. This might be just good enough. So we can do, in theory, we should commit into the remote sooner than later. So we can do Djupstad, Hollowman, Sandstone. We can also just install the SDF and say like, I don't care. Hollow SDS, I don't want to score the SDS that much. Like Simon Chip on the table, empty imp. It's not going to be fantastic for either of us. I'd rather push the SDF and do hand damage and fire the Djupstad. I feel like spending like 12 credits or 10 credits to score out the SDS is not that great. It puts us on 4 points, which isn't even fantastic for us. I'd rather, like, much rather do Djupstad ICF and see what happens. As much as we haven't seen a steel skin so far. Thinking. So we'll see what Sandwich does. That incentivizes her to either trash the imp or crack the fermenter. If we do Sandstone to Descent, she can get in. So I think we do the Sandstone, Holloman on HQ, Djupstad in the remote. Which means we should do Djupstad in the remote first and see what happens, I guess. See what Lagu does. Lost to Clot. Oh, that's scary. Clot's on the table. Holy shit. Okay. That's hard to play around. Don't look at our hand. Got back. Are we setting up kill with Djupstad or just tempo core damage? We have a kill. We have an end of line public trail. We played a long, drawn out game against Tron and got Tron to like 4 core damage, but we threw the kill out, unfortunately. Yeah, that's really good to know. Luckily, we can do install advance. We can also like move the Holloman out to force a bluff. But it's hard because Holloman's like pretty obvious. But if we do install advance, slide Holloman over, start a turn, like she has to pop the Clot pretty soon on after we do install advance. But the Holloman will always be there. Anytime you see Clot these days, it's like, oh yeah, it's like there's fast advance decks. It's annoying to play around. Just make points. Do before opponent make points. Do easy. More points, bigger, good, fast, good. Devil Charm. Shit, there's Cruise in here? Or that's like an Audrey like defense mechanism? That's really bad for us. Standoff is evil. Yeah, we were considering it. I think we would play Standoff in the outfit version of this deck. It's hard on slots. But I do want to just play as many like 2-0s, like 3 hostiles and everything else. Action before I can res? I'm just going to ask for an action here. In theory, like, there's not much that can be done here. Okay. It's a Sandstone. She has bad publicity, so it's going to be easier to loot. So if you want to get through this, you can Simulchip a Botulus, but then you can't get through the Descent. So this might be a bounce here. I'm not sure. I feel like if she spends a lot of resources on this, we're relatively happy. Particularly like, you don't want a Botulus to this. Bad pub blue city. At least it doesn't say loop. That's good. All right. I think we're going to get through this. With the rotation of standard and startup, have you thought about trying out decks without cards that are rotating out? Holy, I think if you do that without getting the new cards from Elevation, you're just going to be, it's going to be a mess. Like really, really, really messy. Because a lot of the cards leaving are pretty structural. And so those cards are going to be readdressed by Elevation. So I don't think it's going to be a really exciting thing to do as much as you could do it. But we're definitely going to do that obviously when rotation happens, but it's not my like first thing I want to do. So if we want to pre-res Holloman Djupstad, it's way too expensive. No, just draw nice. That's fine. As much as like Devil Charm into Chisel is going to destroy this. So I think we draw once, Hedge Fund, Archer. Ooh, border control is a bit better for us. And we actually probably never advance SEF. I don't know if we Holloman it. Yo, Warlock, I still managed to catch some of this live. You were doing the casting on the weekend, were you? Weren't you? This is one of the uses of Chisel Charm of all time. I feel like that's a bit disrespectful. I think it's cool. Like trashing ice for op is pretty good. On the basis that then they don't have stuff to extract. Unfortunately, there's gonna be like stronger targets. She doesn't know we're an Archer, but I get it. It's there. There was someone in London doing the opposite and only playing FFG cards, like combatively. That's kind of weird. Can confirm I've been playing only with NSG, and it's really hard to build some decks due to lacking core cards. The thing is, like, if you're playing in standard and you just don't have Rashida, you're going to be largely at disadvantage. While decks are mostly NSG cards in the standard competitive format, they still always have like 4 to 5 to 6 very powerful FFG cards. So, oh boy, Tada, that's really cool. I was week 1 at some banger games. I can't wait to see what happens. I like your commentary a lot, Warlock. I haven't heard enough of it. But I'm glad you're also, obviously you're part of the Eternal crew. All right, what happened there? We got a boy Tada. That's how much you break Archer for. Assuming we're trashing a card. I didn't install it, so you don't have to worry about it. This game is slow. This is a slow game. I think we just install it as you have double credit. Hey, Braun Burb, I've been at the loop since like update 2021. What did I miss? Since 2021. Unfortunately, update 2021 is rotating in a couple months, and we have a new like entire format of standard and startup in a couple months when the new set elevation comes out. And so standard and startup will be entirely NSG cards. Super exciting time. You missed a couple world championships in person. They've been really good. Game's in a good spot. Welcome back. 80% of ice is still FFG? No, definitely not. Look at this. Envelopment, not. Boarding control is. And Winchester isn't. Descent isn't. Archer, you could argue. I think we don't have that much ice in our deck, that is. Ice and Rashida is a lot of FFG power these days. I don't know if I would say ice. Maybe. Like the HB suite is like half and half. Like for every drafter is the gatekeeper. Oh, what? Yo, we're gaming. Sick. 5 influence. The coolest bear. Bear. Let's raise a boarding control. Yo. Try building a Jiteki list without FFG ice. You could do it. I'm pretty sure D's list is mostly FFG ice, NSG ice. It's like Anemone, Saisentan, Tattoo Bola. That deck is not running, and maybe it has an Anansi, Vampire Nasa. Actually, like this almost the one world has like 2 NSG ice, FFG ice, if I'm not mistaken. What is the worst thing we can put in front of a Nanook? He might get in here. Data Loop? Oh, Data Loop was, yeah, that was a good one. Hey, how good is this Nanook? This server got broke for 2 credits? Oh no, 4 credits. It's not great. Probably another Sandstone. Yeah, another Sandstone is okay. So she can run back. Bad Publicity helps a bit. We can keep her busy, but I don't think it's going to work out for us. She also still has a Simul chip, so like she can just get back a Botulus, so I don't know if I love this. I think we just have to put up a fight, though. We haven't used the Spin Doctor, so we can be a bit aggressive with these. So we'll get a 3-coster for a deck. So Afshar is 2 credits to break. Mavirus is whatever, so it's probably Sandstone, and then we'll force out a Simul chip, maybe. Maybe she'll chisel this, but she's getting in for sure. That sucks. Stop changing the goalpost. Jiteki Glacialist? Yeah, actually move the goalpost. That's fine. We can keep moving. One can squint a lot and move to Saisentan over Nancy, but there's no Data Loop equivalent. No, there's not. A Data Loop is really good in that deck. Is Boitano the most popular breaker in Greenland? What? Like in Shaper World? No. Okay, so she might flicker an imp in. I kind of got into a chat argument, so I'm not sure what happened this turn, whether a program has been trashed. This Nanook is going to leave the world, which is like really sad. Trading a Nanook for an Azief, like you can't simul chip it. It is the worst. If you squint at Funatria really hard, it kind of looks like a cheap Data Loop. Is this getting chiseled? I'm happy if the Descent gets chiseled. Oh, imp. Okay. Okay, so she has no interest in stealing the agenda. Sick. Let's see what she accesses first, though. Want to simul chip out an imp? I like it. So let's see if she wants to keep the bear around. Oh, sick. And the Djupstad stays. That's really, really cool. So top deck hostile? I don't know. Are we going to just get bodied by the Nanook? This bad publicity is really adding up. Yeah, I've seen this before. The thing is, like, you can catch it out with a Mavirus, which is like kind of fun. If we had a Mavirus there, we would catch it out. Luckily, we have a Mavirus now. The problem is like the ordering is like really strange. So what do you break an envelopment for, little bear? 6. I'll take that. Are we overextending here? Slightly. There's also no chip now? Yeah. So I don't think we need to deal with the bear this turn. I think we just do Rashida, and then this already costs like to break. This is 3, 4, 5. That's a lot of money. One of those bad publicity. I think we will set this up sooner than later, but we are definitely a bit in the red. I don't think this money's going to hold up. You can trash agendas with imp. Yep, yeah, you totally can. It's really good. It's one of the best ways you can deal with like punitive counterstrike. It's just don't steal agendas. Notably, most agendas have a when you steal clause. Very few agendas have a when you access clause, which will fire before you can imp it. But if there's 2 things. Firstly, if an agenda ever has an additional cost to steal, you can choose not to. But otherwise, you can imp agendas. Yeah, 100%. That used to be more relevant back in the day. But yeah, imp is good. This is a card that like I'd be so surprised if there's not a modern Imp reprint, because Imp is like just the best. All right, so we got to deck the agenda back in. I'm assuming we go for a border control. We still have, our money's not great. An extract here is reasonable. The Tucana, we have one more. The border control is good. I think it's honestly shamefully the hedge fund, which like, woof. The modern Imp reprint is carnivore. Solomir, we have to believe in a better future than that. It's how I used to beat harpsichord. Yeah. I would just imp the mid seasons, but she might know that this is not a virus because we had the ability to purge a virus. It's not amazing because we already used op this turn, but this is a Holloman. We're going to forget about it in a couple turns. Man, this bear. I have the bear playmat behind me, mind you. We didn't talk a lot about it, but again, for those on Thursday who watched our stream live, apologies about that. That was probably really awful to watch. And I don't know if I have to apologize or not, but it kind of sucked. All right. Cookbook, botched this on 2. So we can res this envelopment, so she can't get an imp. That's worth something. Now, this is very expensive because it's an envelopment. But if we draw with the Rashida and extract, we'll just get rid of this envelopment immediately. So I think we're going to res this because it's last click, and we want to just prevent the imp trigger this turn. Hopefully everyone's totally fine. Everyone's totally fine. Viral? All right. Card draw also like in startup, it's just so hard because card draw is not really prevalent. You don't need to apologize. Without question, it's worth the experience to watch. Yeah, but like, I don't know. What do you do when you watch that? Like, do you turn it off? Do you just have to watch it? Draw and extract. Okay. That's cool too, I guess. Envelopment, add descent. No. So next turn, this can be broken. Our hand is flooding up a bit. We can just work on a regolith for a moment, which might be fine. Resing an archer into a Nanook, what does it break it for? 7. I mean, when in Rome. I think we need to establish our economy. A virus on the table is definitely worth something. So I think we put the regolith in the remote server. The question is whether we work it or not, or whether we just put an archer here. Lost a cleaver, that's good to know. So if we res, Nanook mind you is also 2 MU. So Keiko. So we can res this, take 6, and throw out a card. I don't want to throw out a card, so I think we just put this on R&D and then click for credit. If she goes all out running this, that's bad for us. We actually don't have to ice R&D that badly. It's just like she might let the envelopment go. So we can show what this is. I'm okay with it. If she pinholes it, she pinholes it. But TLDR, this thing was that happened okay. 100% okay if we move on. Yeah, I think we can do a TLDR after this stream. I'm surprised people didn't ask about it specifically, but it seems like a weird subject. Yeah, we'll talk about it. You watch to make sure everyone's okay, or if you can help in any way, emergency services or emotional support. After this game, Andre, I'm happy to do the news share if that's okay. I realize I'm traveling on Thursday. Okay, let me open up Discord really quick. Give me 1 second. Simulchip. Okay, that's the last one. We know there's labor rights going on, so those will come back, and an Ashen as well. So just all of the Anarch value pill. Where's the any announcements about spoilers of Elevation? Holy, if you go to the Null Signal Games website, it'll be on the front page. There'll be an article about Elevation. You can find it right there. It tells you like when it comes out. So spoilers are usually like 2 to 3 weeks before that. That's just like what people know. Eminent. So we can gain a lot of money. I think we gain 6 and install the virus, which means we should install the virus first to see what happens with the Lagu. Rega Mev, yeah. And then next turn we'll probably haul him in. Maybe a Bates a Clot. At least then we have a virus. This is so bad. We've been just like way stuck behind in a bad spot, not being able to score out. So Lagu, Trash, Fermenter, fine. Let me see what Sindarin shared. Oh, sick. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I'll open this for sure. Let's talk about that after. Good share. All right, Paladin on 1. Keiko's going to come in. Fermenter and Imp. We could preemptively purge here, actually. I don't know if she really needs 6 more credits. I think I'd rather purge before an Axis with Imp. You can always respond to it by simulchipping, so we want to force the simulchip out. Okay, so we didn't. Alex, I'll talk about it after this game if you're around. Price, it's a cookbook, Imp, Strike Fund, cookbook, so it looks like we're on double Imp town. That's fine with us. All right, we're running the remote server. We're challenging this server. So envelopment is going to be expensive to break, but not impossible. If she lets us fire, we can get a forecaster. If we res this, it's pretty expensive. We have one bat publicity. The sandstone, we can make it slightly worse for Nanook, but only 1 credit worse. I think we res this. Our money's bad. We've just been like slightly too much pressure to get the Holloman off. Look at our hand, by the way. Next turn's Rego Jam? Yeah, but I don't think we're going to keep the Regolith. Was it cut from the VOD? Yeah, it was cut from the VOD. The VOD doesn't exist. I re-uploaded it. See how much she breaks this for? It's like 6 or 5. Or sorry, 6 or 4. If she fires it, we get like to fire op. Which like, I don't know what forecaster we get here. We have 1 more border control. We have 2 more border, 1 more border control. Okay, so we have to fire it. The question is whether we op or not. The other option that we can op on is the Mavirus. So it's either a border control on the remote server, which she breaks for 2, but then we don't get the Mavirus. The Mavirus can get us another Regolith. Wait, we're on 2 Regoliths, right? Shit, we're not. Okay. So we can just protect the Regolith with this as much as I don't love it. All right, deeper down we go. All right, Sandstone. It's going to be 4 strength. So it's 3 to break. Descent is 2 to break. As much as like the Simulchip could do something. And then we might just purge down. If you map Sandstone, it's broken for like 6 credits. No, it will be broken for less because you can't purge during the encounter because she breaks first. So you have to purge on approach. So it'll be 5, which means she breaks it for 4. You can't make it 6 strength ever. There's no way to purge a Sandstone in a meaningful way. It'll always be 5 strength. Yeah, it's tricky. All right, she's on 3 credits, which is just enough to threaten one of these. Obviously, there's an imp here. So if we res the Mavirus and fire it, it purges the imps, which is good. It purges the Botulus, which is fine. We could just let this imp go through, though. Made a Sandstone 6 strength once by hushing it. Built different. So we're going to lose one of these. If she imps both of them, I don't think we care. Maybe we keep our Mavirus around for a turn. I want the Djupstad, though. I think you purge here. But, like, does she just respond with the Simulchip? Maybe she does. So she can still respond by Simulchipping an imp back. We needed to purge anyways. I just, like, we're on 3 damn credits. No, we had a slots issue. Our deck is super convoluted, so we only have 1 Regolith. Okay, she didn't get the imp back, so at least she's going to be on 1 credit. So I think we just push an Eminent and don't care. Like, we might have wanted to keep the Mavirus to send the Nanook running. Oh, she's back in the money, too. Oh, fuck, Moshing, come on. There's these, like, low credit bounce back cards are kind of a bit much. Where is the Descent? Oh, right. Credit. No matter what happens here, we're happy. He says. Not thinking about it too much. We might lose. I don't know what we lose. Buffer drive. Yeah, all right. Here comes the Anarch Recursion pile. Man, Anarch Recursion it's a bit much. Moshing should go. I wouldn't be surprised if Moshing goes. Labor Rights going is going to make this a lot more palatable, but this is where, like, you just absolutely play with your food and just play every card in your deck like 3 times. Strike Fund should go. Hey, we got an Eminent. We can't fire a Djupstad, though, but we do have an Eminent. Nanook leaves when we score an agenda. Wait, that's worth something. Stop it. So either we hedge fund do nothing, which might be correct because she didn't run the last turn. Losing the Nanook, like, we have to do an influence count. So buffer drive is 1, pinhole is 2. That's it here. This is 7, 8, 9. I think we counted that. Has she been playing the same Simulchip? Or she just Simulchip backs? So 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There's only 1 Nanook. Wait, if we eat this Nanook, do we win? I think we counted 15. I think we just eat the Eminent. Bye, bear. So this might be Devil Charmed at some point, but when in Rome. Naked and Jala install agenda to eat bear. Honestly, yeah, maybe. I don't know if she'll simultip for it, but it's kind of funny. Bear has left the arena. I also like that bear. That wasn't easy for me. Rashida pull even maybe? What do you mean? Oh, with the grab a Rashida with the Eminent. I think the Archer's gonna do as well. But she has an issue here. Yeah, it gets RFG, like you can't bring it back. So these simulchips are just gonna do ice destruction. That's what I'm worried about HQ. There's a chance the Archer goes on HQ. Because we're really soft this turn, but now she has to just get as much value from simulchips before Ashening. How can they win without Bear and an empty stack? She has real breakers, and most importantly, she has an Ashen Epilogue, which just says shuffle your hand and stack back together, remove 5 from the game. So she's going to do everything again. And she has Botulises, she has real breakers, like there's Audreys, there's Cleavers, like we're not in a good spot. And she actually can win this turn potentially. So Botulis breaks most of Winchester. Yeah, Archer on HQ might have been correct. This remote server is already pretty good. You need a cloak and top hat, be the classic villain look. I've been twirling a mustache classically. The simulchip gets the Boitada. Yeah, like she has breakers. Pay 4? Okay. This hand stinks. Yeah, it's Revenge of the Levy AR Lab access. Hollow Man? Okay, accessing that first. So she doesn't draw anything on this. Steals an Ozief. Okay. That Flounder costume is one of the Andre's best. I actually like wear it because those are just my glasses and I just wear green sweaters as much as I have to shave the beard. Do we descent? We probably descent this hand. I'll do it. Okay. Expend. Cool. Oh, wow. Whoa, 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 whoa. We just need money. We just need money. Where did our money go? Credit? We have the combo. We just don't have 7 credits. I was only listening to the board say it might have not supported this, but could she have simulchipped to put the bear back into the bin to recur later if she had taken the window before it advanced the final time? Yeah, if she had a simulchip, she could have installed over the bear. That might have been the play, and I did not offer her that opportunity, but that might have legitimately been a really cool play. Oh, no, never mind. When it's uninstalled. Yeah, it's not when an agenda scored or stolen, it's when it's uninstalled. So there's no way to protect the bear. Sorry. Very, very good catch, though. I did not consider that. So we just want to get this on the table and get 2 credits, just so that we can res this boarding control. Because we need to protect these against imp at all costs. Click for 4 twice. It's a bit risky because she's going to like send it HQ. Maybe now that after we descented, the pressure's a bit off here, but like she needs to use these simulchips, so I imagine we'll see an imp. Oh, she did just Ashen. Excuse me, I missed it. Lost a Fermenter, Lagu, whatever. Finality, good to know. And an Audrey. Yeah, maybe we have a window. I totally whiffed that she Audrey'd. You can save the bear if you steal a degree mill with it? No, because it gets uninstalled, doesn't it? Pinhole? Okay. So I'm going to res the Spin Doctor and then use the Spin Doctor. So the Djupstad needs to be challenged. Undo click. Hold on. Can't do that. What was that about? You just found a Spin Doctor on the table there. Cool. Anything you want to do before? Hold on. Anything you want to do? So we don't have to res this because she doesn't have credits. So once she uses the simulchip for an imp, then we can respond to it. So we actually don't have to res a Spin Doctor. She doesn't have enough credits. You have priority here. Yeah, I made a mistake, and luckily she also made a mistake, so we got our mistake back. But she knows it's the Spin Doctor, so whatever. It's in the deck and fails to see the trigger. Okay, very good to know. The bear goes in an unordered zone where the game can't... I'm good. Okay. So she only has 1 credit. Just checking. There's no way for her to trash the Spin Doctor. She can see that this is an SEF protocol, but I don't think we care. She's just 1 credit short. I think she wanted the simulchip for an imp, but I think you trash an imp. Why is it called epilogue when it's an opposite of an end? Tell me about it. Well, it's the end of the deck. I don't know. I think something of it's like the liberation story where it's like at the end you're kind of just back at the beginning and things are just slightly worse. Like not as bad as Automata Initiative worse, but like kind of worse, I guess. You did see your top 2 twice. I don't remember them. I did not see what the cards are. You're totally right though that I should shuffle, but I did not. I do not know what those cards are. Scoring the SEF is not that good. What is our game meant to be doing? Oh, if we top deck and extract, we win. Okay, I'll res this anyways. Okay. Epilogue is the stuff that happens after the end. So if we had an extract there, we win. Oh no, she has 5 cards in hand. What am I talking about? So we can score the SEF. Trashing the development, getting a boarding control. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. Gets 2 cards out of her hand. She's playing trash card synergies. Buffer drive does something. This puts us down to 4 credits. Sorry, on 1 credit from 4 points. We have financial issues. Click for 3. She's definitely coming for the server. Click for 3 like has a chance that we win the game. And that's like a cool thing to have going on. Because the flavor that the insurrection failed because the Holloman is installed, a friendly president, even if the Automata Initiative had to go to quell the riot and they have ever to begin. My read of it is not that the Holloman installed a friendly president, but they just got scared enough to not try it again. Like, I don't know if I got the friendly vibe. I got the like, nobody is brave enough to do this because everyone keeps dying. World champ endorsed, click for 3. It's a powerful line. Okay, so now we can do 3 damage. This is ground to a real bad tempo halt. Playing against Infinite Anarch 3 simulchips. We have both my viruses in the bin. That probably goes back. I think we could tempo SEF. We can trash 4 coster. We trashed the development to get a boarding control. I don't think there's a way around it. And then just say like, go. We don't res the Djupstad because financially, no. We've res so much ice. Oh. I mean, fine, whatever. We have just opt. So we took out a cleaver. In theory, she can bring it back right now because we've trashed the program. I do not like this game. I do not like this Sam I Am. I wonder how bad her breaker suite is without that beautiful bear. Resing Djupstads, I'll never financially recover from this. We've been fine resing Djupstad in the last game. In PD, resing Djupstad's like really cheap. All right, so now she's threatening this. So we want to get in for sure a virus. We'll leave 1 in archives. Not super important, but we will. And then I think we take back either a hedge fund or a regolith. I think it's a regolith. Simulchip is only installed programs. Oh, we did. The ice we trashed the development had a botchless on it. But yeah, it's not the cleaver from hand. That's a good distinction. Not Holloman? Oh, you're right. Holloman's pretty good when we're on 4 points. That is true. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, that might have been right. She had N6. Oh, she wants to chase the... What is that? Is she chasing this? Whoa, I wonder what this line is. Audrey comes into the counter. That's not exactly enough. She knows this is a Djupstad. She's just trying to hunt down the border control, which like, I think we just can throw the border control at her. Interesting, but Audrey can only break 2 subroutines. I'm not sure how far this is going to go. She made good money with Audrey, but you can just throw to Audrey no matter what. Trash a program and the run. So if she lets that fire, we gain 2, which is love, and we can trash a program. So no matter what, Simulchip is going to come back. If we trash the chisel, it forces the chisel back. The thing is like you have to do chisel on approach, which means you can respond to it. Boitata breaks it, yeah, but it's a lot of money. So I think we just go for the chisel here. She's destroying our remote server, but not when we have anything valuable in it. So we got some pretty good options here. So we destroyed the chisel. Then she has to actually reinstall the chisel on approach, and then we can still border control. And I think that's pretty good for us. So I'm going to do that, which forces out a simul chip no matter which way you slice it. It also gave you two. Yeah, giving us 2 is kind of huge. Like, let's... She honestly, we want her to make a successful run here. She has not a lot of cards in hand. 6 is perfect. Like, we might not border control just so she touches. Oh, she has 2 clicks left and she'll draw a card, so she'll be on 4. Yeah, maybe we don't. So this is on approach. So we haven't encountered. Mind you, Chisel says when the runner encounters. So either we pop the border control and get value, or she trashes the border control. Credit PTE in the line. Yeah, but she has to make a successful run, which she hasn't yet. Because she ran Spin Doctor, which is not a successful run, and she's running this, which is not a successful run anymore. The thing is, like, if she gets there and trashes this, she gets a card, and then she might just draw. So credit public at the end of the line is not given. I think we just chase this and get him a virus on the table. The problem is if we get him a virus, she draws a Lagu. But I think we just need to protect them a virus at all costs. She's played the 1 pinhole. So Lagu fires here too, which is not great. That was a very expensive run for her. I think if she wants to hunt the border control, it's good to do that before it matters, because now this turn the server's less good, but it is still tricky. It's still very hard to do. All right, so we can push a Rashida. We only have 13 cards left. We can install advance the SDS. The problem is we still need money. So close yet so far. Yeah, genuinely yes. So I think we go for the Rashida and just say the Rashida fires, and then if she tries to like not lose this turn, then we might have the combo. But yeah, she's on 4 cards in hand. Through a steel skin as well. So like she even has the panic button. If we don't know where the steel skins are, we have to track 1 steel skins on the bottom of the deck, because even if we do public trail, she can just like throw the steel skin to Audrey. It's really hard to flatline Audrey. I think we just do credit. We just need at least 7. And even then it's not given if she sees it. I don't think she's seen any of these combo cards. 2 cost check. We have a Regolith back in the deck. We have a Thimble Rig and a Descent in the bin. So we can always grab Thimble Rig at instant speed with the virus if we need it. I keep forgetting about the Steel Skin. So good with Boitada. Oh, shout out. For those who know, Steel Skin is a reprint of a card with a very funny name, I've Had Worse, from back in the day. And there's a card in Fantasy Flight Games' Arkham Horror called I've Had Worse, and they're printing a card now called You've Had Worse. And it's quite fun card. And I think the same character shows up on both I've Had Worse and You've Had Worse. Steel Skin Scarring is a reference, an old 4chan reference, technically. It's a very cool story if you don't know it. Bother me after. Oh, yeah, we're going to talk about a thing after this. I actually got my BLM I've Had Worse playmat last week. Oh, sick. How did you get it just last week? I have that playmat. I don't know if I have the card. Maybe I do have the card. Get it out to play on. Oh, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. Oh, yeah. We have a couple things to talk about after this. Hold on. We've been streaming for like 4 hours. It's been good. We started a bit later today. I feel like I should be streaming a bit more. It's good fun. Alley, draw, trigger, just throwing the strike fund. With Audrey, yeah, you might as well. It's clickless 2 instead of click for 3, which is the same. You can always click for credit, but this is much more cool. She's on 7. So something hasn't been trashed yet, but she's in charge of that. So if she wants to Boitada through this, Boitada is boost 2, 4, 5, 6. It's like 6 to fully break. Then Sandstone, you have to simul chip it, and then we can virus respond. So I don't know how you do with the Sandstone here. Steel Skin to draw 3. So we know where 2 Steel Skins are. 1 in the heap, 1 in the bottom of the deck. So next turn we probably do Spin Doctor into... Oh, Devil Charm. That's bad. That's really, really bad. We're going to lose our Archer at instant speed here. We can't purge this interaction. This sucks. We probably need another ice here. But this is what I was really scared of. Now we have 1 Labor Rights out. How much recursion is? We just lost an Archer. It's fine. It was a free Archer. And I still don't think she gets in. So she's just doing damage for the sake of doing damage. Notably, Lou only cares about trashing cards you've accessed, so Ice Destruction doesn't help. I don't think it helps Audrey either. I think Audrey's also installed cards. Yeah, cards you're accessing, excuse me. Okay, so just too many cards in hand. We know one steel skin in the bin, one steel skin on the bottom of the deck. All the simul chips are out. Labor rights, we've seen one RFG'd. I'm assuming she has another somewhere, but she's running out of resources here. Tempo core damage could do something. We definitely need to find something for the remote. We'll not shuffle. Ooh, too many cards in hand for hostile Djupstad, but I'd consider it. We got a Regolith too, which is good. She did make a successful run. Falling Stream is a good litmus test for where my brain is on a given day, because on a good day, I've got everything tracked down. On days like today, where I miss steel skins and Fuemo credits, better chill a bit. I don't know. That sort of stuff is like great. Like where you get to tune in and then realize like the things that you're missing and the things streamer is missing too. Like that's a nice time to get that stuff like, oh yeah. And then you get that pattern recognition on your off time. I don't know. Is Audacity live? I don't know where Audacity is. It's in the deck. Oh, we have 9 cards. We actually have to do something here. Do we just Djupstad for core? I mean, it's not that good. What else are we doing? Tithe on the remote? Boitado breaks Tithe for 1? I think we don't do that. I think we just do Djupstad core. Oh, we are so powerful. Doesn't have Claw Threat. Is Holloman live in the deck? No, Holloman's in archives. We failed to shuffle it back. This puts us on winning Audacity, which is good. But we actually have one more as you have. Okay, Botchus is on the bottom. Advance. Action? Is there an action that she can do here that matters? No. Oh yeah, no, because she doesn't have Audrey. So Djupstad, Core is a fermenter, whatever. We have to discard some cards. Tithe is not that useful. Public Trail, End of Line, we're going to keep. Spin Doctor, we're going to keep. Rashida and Regolith go, I think. I don't love this hand, but it is whatever. Yeah, we got the Djupstad, whatever. 4 hand size means it might be easier for us to do their combo. She doesn't have Audacity anymore. Ooh, she just hit a price hitting a Labor Rights. Now she can put that back in with Buffer Drive, but that's really rough unless you have the Buffer Drive here. So that's going on the bottom. So we know the bottom of the deck is Botulus. It's Steelskin, Botulus, Buffer Drive. Chisel's going on Stavka. Yeah, Violence. She's picking Violence. The only action that can matter is putting back a card with Buffer Drive to draw with Steelskin. Yeah, she could put something on top of her stack, but I don't know how that impacts. Oh yeah, because if we hit Steelskin, you're right. We should ask. Because if it hits a Steelskin, she draws the card. Yeah, that's cool. There's a Strike Fund. Okay. So she played a Steelskin. So now we know the bottom card of the deck is a Labor Rights. So she's setting up the Labor Rights. We have no chance of top decking the lethal. This game is weird. Yeah, that's bad for us. But we have a Mavirus, so it's not that bad for us. Yeah, she needs to chase the Mavirus. I really wish we had a literally anything else here. So we can purge the Mavirus. Thinking. The problem is the Holloman's in the bin. Like we went off of Holloman probably. Oh god, this board state is going to be so hard to close the game in. We need to, yeah. So we can purge the Mavirus. Oh, she's gone through her whole deck again. It's Anarch. Lagu draws every turn. Lu draws sometimes. Moshing Price. They all see like 17 cards. Anarch is kind of a bit much. Okay, so she's going to be on 4 cards in hand. So we just do a net damage with the Mavirus. I think we do nothing. Oh no, because the Lu draws. So we can get a 2 from our deck. I think getting a Descent is actually kind of reasonable. Or sorry, I think getting the 0 cost ice matters. Chisel check. Oh my god, this is complicated. So 1 more chisel here. It's impossible to see if there's a chisel removed from game. It's just too small. Why it's easier to destroy ice than it is to derez? It's a good question, but I think derez feels worse somehow. Because you still have your toys and you can't play with them. At least now I don't have my toys. It's weird how that is. So we purge the Mavirus, we get a 2 coster, we keep the Botchus out for 1 turn. It stops Lu, it stops the successful run. If we do Mavirus, she takes a net damage, she trashes so she gets up, so she's on 5, she discards down to 4. Like we could tempo Public Trail on the line to give her no cards, but 1 card goes back with Buffer Drive. Oh god, this is ugly. Force it, yeah. We could have done this in a better order, so this wouldn't be a 5 strength. We actually did the wrong order. Bottom card is Labor Rights? No, this was trashed to the Djupstad. The Labor Rights is in hand. We can't tempo Public Trail on the line because we purged. So this server loses just to a thimble rig. Man, it's just like tracking all the Anarch recursion is so annoying. They can break in the first pay to build 1D if you don't do it there. I don't mind if... Oh, yeah, you're right. Because then she's through. That's not what we want to do. Yeah, 100%. That's the right play. No. Okay, that's good. That's an end to run. The problem is we can't score out. So I think we do Spin Doctor on the table. If she runs it, we can just do tempo end the line public trail. But here's where she's going to do the last labor rights for like 3 simul chips. And like, it's disgusting. So we have to set up... She can do this technically because it's a labor rights and she puts it back. It's labor rights. Oh, so it is a labor rights. And then she draws the labor rights. That's so cursed. That is so damn cursed. You can trash the card, put it on the bottom of the stack, and then just draw with buffer drive. Why not IASDS? Because she can get in here. She has a thimble rig. She has a labor right. She can definitely get in here. I think I'm trying to get the audacity in the last ZF, which is maybe a bit ambitious. But I want to get the Hollowman back. So now we can get the Hollowman back. So we can get rid of the Sandstone to get the Hollowman on HQ. Hollowman will score at the Eminent, which does something. We only have 5 cards in R&D though. She hits the Archer. She's in a bad spot. Oh boy, what do we do here? I think we just do Afshar on server 1. Extract the Djupstad for a Mavirus we put back in the deck. Yeah, I think we Spin Doctor immediately to put in a Mavirus. Maybe 2 Maviruses. We extract the Djupstad, install Eminent. 1 Mavirus for sure. Probably Hollowman's the second one, let's be honest. Then we'll extract the Djupstad for Mavirus in server 1. And then we'll push the Eminent. I think we're going to win by flatline, honestly. But this means that the server is harder to deal with. Score the ED with Hollowman. You get them 3 hand size, win the fun way. Yeah, I think that's going to happen no matter what. Like, I don't think she can get the imps back. So she's going to have an issue, and she has to play her cards. So I think she's going to make a run at some point with 3 cards in hand. I don't know, maybe. There's the labor rights, so we'll see if it's just like 3 simul chips. She also has real breakers, so it's simul chip, simul chip, simul chip. The fact that you can play the same simul chip 9 times in a game, this is where like labor rights gets really annoying to me. So like we actually can't beat this interaction, but if she runs this, she'll take the Mavirus damage. We can also grab the Hollowman, which gives us a way to top deck the Azyaf. But we have to watch out. She still does have Clot. So if the simul chip is on the table, she is pretty powerful. This is where they say like op is simple. Everyone should try it. And then like you spend so long doing it. Oh, I wish we had a res border control here. So this is interesting. Thimble rig. She's on 3 cards in hand, but she's going to trash a card. So we have to purge the Mavirus. Unless, hold on, hold the phone. Yamwag. So if we purge the Mavirus, we can get the 2-coster on HQ. That's whatever. That means unless she like simul chips for the imp for the Eminent. But if we purge the Mavirus, she has to use the simul chip to get through this. Which is okay for us. And then she steals the Eminent. And if she steals the Eminent, she'll be on 3 cards in hand and we win. So I think we just purge the Mavirus here and we don't swap the Thimble Rig. The other options, we can let the Mavirus do damage, but then she draws a card because she trashes it. So I'll purge on approach. Purge for Hollow on HQ, yeah, 100%. I'm going to do Hollow on R&D though, because I don't want her to run HQ. Oh, fuck Lagu draw. No! No! Why are you? She doesn't fire it. Oh, that's important. If she fired Lagu there, she'd have 4 cards in hand. Okay, that's sick. Lagu is remote only? No, any server. Declines to use Lagu, okay, because she doesn't want to trash a simul chip, but I don't know if buffer drive's fired. So now she has to either simul chip this. How goes it, David? Hard fought match here. We're 52 minutes into a 52 card Lou deck, which has been putting the screws to us. We have 5 cards left in R&D and a lethal combo in hand, which she hasn't seen yet. Let's see if she goes for the breaker or whether she goes for just like Botulus. Why don't you let her take a damage from accessing the map? Because then she trashes and she draws, so it's like neutral. This forces the simul chip. I think that's better overall. Going for the cleaver. I mean, some days it do be like that. I thought we'd get a flatline. Imagine we top deck the Eminent. Oh, sorry, I was meant to say the Azyef. Very sick. Just such a cheesy surprise there. I didn't think you'd see that coming. There's maybe a line there with what you end up doing is you buffer drive for a steel skin on top of the deck, and then you draw it with your Lu. Like, she actually has a line there if she sees that coming, where she cracks buffer drive on paid ability window speed to put the steel skin on top of the deck, and then you trash steel skin with Lagu. The problem is, like, she has to do it before we fire them a virus. So it's like a weird holding pattern. But that's like a really ridiculously high level abstract play if you were worried about this combo, and she hadn't seen anything suggested this. Yeah, I'm getting close to it. With Hollow on R&D and one Audacity, I'm just hoping to squeak the last 3-2 or even FA 5-3. The clot threat. It's kind of real. Yeah. I know the whole game that's how it ends, but like we forced that to end like that. She has to keep our pressure up. What are your last 4 cards? Azyef, Audacity, Extract, and SDS, yeah. I forgot the SDS, but we're running 3. We're not running 2. Thanks for the game. And every once in a while we run into that where it's just like the Anarch recursion pile and like, oh my god, the unendless. And it's like such a prison too. Like you make one mistake, one server's open, they snowball forward. It's wild. It's very, very powerful. Cool. All right, we got a couple news things. First, this looks exciting. I don't honestly know what this says. This is news to me, but Alec just gave this in. Welcome to the 2025 NANPC. Hold on, we're reading this for the first time too. This is sick. So NANPC is back this year. Mind you, if you don't know what NANPC was, this is the North American Netrunner Player Circuit. This was a community-run circuit last year where a bunch of tournament organizers all over North America put together tournaments. Some of them were just like appended prize support on top of like existing events. Some of them were like just bespoke tournaments for the sake of it. We ran an event in Montreal last summer, which is really fun. We're hoping you're excited for another year of competitive Netrunner on the North American Netrunners Players Circuit. We're excited to show you all of the locations and exciting prizes that we have planned. But first, we'd like to congratulate NANPC's 2024 winner, Ryan Berg, also known as Hams. Hams, I believe you might have seen, made top 16 at Worlds in Toronto a couple years ago. A very solid play from the West Coast. Placing 4th in Vancouver, 3rd at Cascadia, and 2nd in Los Angeles, they were able to secure their spot as the top of the leaderboard. Notably, there's this leaderboard, which is a point system, and it really incentivizes you doing well and going to multiple events. Pretty like last minute, very big up there, being right next to William Huang. I think that's pretty damn wild, but well played to Ryan. You can track these. Locations for 2024 were well attended and easily accessible. We are pleased to announce that we'll be hosting the locations again in 2025. In addition, we're adding a 10th location, New Jersey, to our schedule. The New Jersey meta has an active scene at, there's some prize support at Gilded Raven Games for the last 2 years. It is a welcome store that supports both TCGs, RPGs, war games, and board games. The owners have been gracious and accommodating hosts for all our local circuit openers. There's a lot of really great Netrunner players in New Jersey. I think this makes sense. We're also excited to announce it will be the kickoff of the 2025 NANPC season. We hope you'll come join us at the event that is also doubling as a district championship. Aside from being the champion of 2024, Ryan is working with NANPC coordinates to create a participation alternate art card for this year's circuit. We'll be revealing that card in a future article, but are pleased to announce that we'll be continuing this tradition. The NANPC 2025 champion will get to work with coordinators to create an alternate art participation prize for a future circuit. That's really, really cool. There'll also be a custom NPC dice available as prizes with a unique color for the 2025 circuit. These are last year's dice. Do I have one in this drawer? I don't, but I had a lot of those. They're in my play stuff. Spirit Island in the snapshot. Yeah, we're Spirit Islanding there. Local organizers are working with local artists to provide a one-of-a-kind prizing for attending events. Check out the events always be running on that page. You'll never know what kind of cool prizing we'll be in the running for. Side events and more. NPC events are large celebrations of the game of Netrunner, and there is much more to play than just the main standard legality format. Drafts, alternate legalities like startup and throwback. Throwback was a huge success last year at NPC events, largely, which is an event where you play standard, but you're allowed to play one playset of a card that has rotated from the years past. There's a bit of rules on that, but it was just a really, really cool side event that happened at a lot of NPC events. People really enjoyed it. as well as a narrative campaigns and other events are in the cards. Check with your local tournament organizer. Cool. We're also encouraging all participants to coordinate with others, such as in local meta discords. These are big social gatherings, and part of what makes them great is getting to socialize with like-minded runners before and after the tournament, contacting us. So there's a bunch of links to people, including my name here. I'm not sure exactly where Montreal NANPC will be happening. I'll let you know as soon as I know, but there's a bunch of things happening all over, which is great if you want an excuse to travel to come out to some stuff. 2025 is going to be the year of Throwback. I think so. And I think there's a chance that Throwback will maybe you'll get 2 play sets or something like that, because I think people really want, not that Eternal isn't sick, but like a midpoint between Eternal and Standard. And I think Throwback represents that. Will Sokka win them all this year too? Sokka won a couple, but like Sokka didn't win the thing. Last year I got to go to 2 NANPC events. We went to Montreal. I went to Boston as well. But the Boston event was one of my favorite events last year. It was really, really good. An article is written by Jonas, who is new to our staff. Oh yeah, right. So it's not labeled, but TB U3K. You might know the name from Amelia Earhart as well. Wrote this. Did you not hit Toronto NANPC? No, I couldn't. It overlapped with a date that was super unfortunate for some reason. I forget why, but Toronto NANPC was an event I could not attend. I don't know if anyone from Montreal could come to Toronto NANPC, unfortunately. Sick. This is really, really cool. So if you don't know, this website is nanpc.games, which was the same art from last year. So this stuff is going to be updated. It looks like the map will be updated too, but this was just announced like super recently. New Jersey, 12th of April. Exact dates of these are going to change for sure. The article and all the stuff that going behind the scenes, there's a lot of work. I'm not super plugged into NANPC. I'm not like a major organizer. I'm just a tournament person who'd be like, yeah, I'll run a thing and help NANPC stuff the way I can. But this is really, really cool as a way to get more organized play here in North America. I need to add a rid by field. Oh, got it. Check that out. I think more organized play stuff is going to be announced soon too. I think districts will probably going to be announced in the next couple of weeks. I think, or sorry, not districts. Those are, a lot of them are announced. Some people, like I know in Montreal, we're having a district championship in the near future because you have to have them done before May, I think. We haven't had the prize kit just yet, but I'll announce that as soon as we can. And I think we're going to hear where mega cities are probably in the next month or so. Also very excitingly too is, the Worlds announcement. Where's Worlds gonna be? Classically, that's announced at the end of February. At least that's what it was last year. I feel like it was a bit earlier the year before. But the Worlds announcement, I'm expecting to be in 2 or 3 weeks. So that's pretty cool. 2025 is gonna be the year of Eternal. Yeah. Catch us on Sunday playing some Eternal on the Eternal Super League. That's mostly it. Oh, I want to take a second really quickly, just to talk about like Thursday, because some folks didn't know what happened, and there's like a kind of a coded message at the beginning of the VOD we've re-uploaded. So I'll explain this relatively quickly. It's a bit of a like somebody ends up choking and things weren't great. If you don't want to listen to this, if that's like something that you want to bow out for, I totally get it. You can bow out at this part of the stream. We'll just talk about that. We'll close the stream off. We've been streaming for a while. So if that's not something you want to listen to, if that was something that you watched on Thursday and it sucked to watch, I get it. Yeah, we're just gonna be talking about that for a bit. So just as a recap for those who don't know, Thursday we did our stream here with Pat in person. We played some great Netrunner. I've re-uploaded the VOD onto the channel. It's under the video section, not the live section. And we played some lopsided standard games, and we played Blitz Netrunner, where we had a chess clock and we played System Gateway, and we each had 13 minutes each to play 2 sides of a game, like double-sided Swiss in less than 26 minutes. And it was a lot of fun. Games get messy. I missed triggers. I played 5-click turns. I didn't pay for certain things. That's fine. That happens. It's the same. I assume on both sides of the table. I'm hearing is Dublin Worlds confirmed. I have no idea. I honestly don't have any idea where Worlds is going to be. And Maddie really wants to know. Near the end of the stream, Pat goes and takes a drink of water, and I say something, and Pat starts like, you know, laughing with the water. And I'm pretty sure this was pretty bad because Pat didn't want to spit water over everything because there's a bunch of production equipment. And so he starts choking. And I can't tell how bad it is because I'm aware like that's just water, bro. Like how bad can it be? Turns out it can be quite bad. I didn't know at the time, but I looked it up. Yeah, that technically you can drown. Like it can be quite bad, but Patrick turned a really bad color and clearly just could not breathe. And that's just a horrible thing to see. Really was quite freaked out. And so obviously this is happening on stream. I get up as quickly as I can and start doing whatever I think the Heimlich is like. And Pat is still turning a very terrible color and is obviously quite struggling. And it's pretty awful. I yell for Maddie, who's in the other room wearing headphones watching TV. Luckily she can hear. She comes in. I ask her to like call healthcare, call 911. So she's on the phone with them. And luckily Pat finally gets through and starts breathing, but genuinely super terrifying. It sounds like nothing because it's choking on water, but like yeah, it looked like the worst. I was very, very frightened. Pat was definitely frightened. Everyone was frightened. Pat is totally fine, mind you. Next day checking in, he burst some blood vessels in his face. Obviously, his throat hurt, but like very good. But genuinely at the time, I thought Pat was going to be very quite unwell, and it was live on stream. Watching your friend, like, you think gonna eat it. Like, it sucked ass. I wouldn't wish it on anyone. And then it happens on stream too, which is also worse because people are tuning in and watching it. And are you meant to turn off the stream? Like, I don't know. I really apologize if you had to watch it. Pat is totally fine, mind you. At that night, we were honestly laughing about it after. We made a huge mess, mind you. We knocked over all this water. I banged my elbow. We broke some equipment. And that's fine. That's fine. Like, we had the best possible outcome. Like, it is what it is. But then we sat down. I have a pretty dark sense of humor, but we're laughing. We're like, oh my God, that could have been so much worse. Thank God you're alive. Do you want to drink of water? Like, we're having a good time. Couldn't really sleep that night. And then the next day is like where it really hit me. We'd be like, holy shit. Like, you had to watch your friend maybe like absolutely eat it. It was going to be pretty bad. As of now, we're fine. Maddie and I have actually booked like a full medical course from the Red Cross, like a 9-hour course to teach basic medical stuff, because it turns out I don't know the Heimlich maneuver. I don't know if what I did helped Pat. I'm pretty sure it didn't, but I'm not going to sit there and do nothing. So we're actually going to go up, get proper medical training, because we realize we probably should know what to do when someone is choking, and so that we can feel like we have some power in it. But again, that's what happened. Apology if you want to watch it live. Everyone's totally fine. We were very clear after we shut the stream down and we removed the VOD that were like, sorry, you had to watch that. Pat is totally fine. We're not doing anything like that. But yeah, it wasn't fun. Really we had like the new studio. We're super excited and like, oh my God, it could have gone so much worse. But yeah, it was definitely a Thursday night. In the future, if someone does breathe that much water, what are you supposed to do? I'm not sure. I since then Googled, like, can you like choke out on water? And the answer is yeah. People have like lost their lives on like a tablespoon of water. You can just do it. Turns out you don't actually choke, you drown. Like, it's bad. First aid courses are great. Totally saves lives 100%. Yeah, it's worth it. It's like 100% worth it. Super excited about it. Good on you for recognizing the situation, especially without proper first aid training. Yeah, like, just did whatever we could do as fast as possible, which was like call the medical people. 911 answered on a single ring. That's really good. I didn't know that, but they picked up immediately. And then Maddie was like, hold on, I think he's okay. And they stayed on the line and we like hung up. So which is fine. But yeah, it could have been way worse. It wasn't that bad. You want them to stay vertical and encourage coughing while you wait for medical people. Oh, that's really good to know. Yeah, that's really good to know. Anyways, that's what happened on Thursday. Wouldn't wish it on anyone. It was genuinely the worst, but the way things went, like, could not ask for better than the way it went. So sorry about that. It sucked. It really did suck. At least according to some quick Googling now. Yeah, Gemini AI telling you the fastest way. That's pretty bad. Laughing about it was natural. Yeah, it's how I relieve tension. Like, yeah, it was fine. The next day was like kind of weirder, honestly. I checked in with Pat. He's doing okay. So I don't know. Yeah, it's just a bad thing. But okay, on that note, everything's fine. We're not going to dampen the mood on this stream. We had a great time today. We've been streaming for about 4 hours, which is quite nice. We'll be back on Thursday. I don't know if it's going to be in-person play. We might try and do that every Thursday. Mind you, the VOD I uploaded on the Thursday, they're really fun games. We cut the ending out, so you don't have to worry about it. But it's 720p quality, so it doesn't look that great. I think the audio setup I have to spend some time making it work better, and I've already made the overlay better, which is quite nice. At least according to some quick Googling with the crypticness, I was worried that Blitz Netrunner gave Pat a heart attack. Honestly, no. Like, we had a great time. My heart was going. Like, we were getting warm, and it was definitely a workout, but it had nothing to do with it. It was just like, just nonsense. Yeah. Cool. That's mostly it. We'll be back in the near future on Thursday. Shout out to my locals who are out playing tonight. I can't make it tonight. I got some other stuff I need to do. I'm on a technical call with the people that made my capture card because it's not working right. Health issues aside, I really like Blitz Netrunner. Like, I'm hoping that the format's not cursed. And like, it seemed like it had a really high potential lethality rate, but like, it was really fun. I think finding out what is the amount of time for us to be able to actually play like maybe standard is tricky. I also wanted to use the paid-ability windows more, but System Gateway is structured in a way that paid-ability windows aren't that nuanced. But if I run, I'm going to pass the priority to the corp for them to decide to res, that's for sure. I think Blitz Netrunner is really quite fun. If I end up back on the backroom channels at some point, I'm going to bring the chess clock over because I think John wants to play it. We'll have John in here at some point as well, for sure, too. Games were really fun to watch. Uploading with the edits was a good call. Yeah, that was totally Pat's idea as well. I wanted to just destroy everything. But Pat was like, don't do that. Just put it back up. The games are fun. Cool. That's mostly it. Yeah, it's been a weird week, that's for sure. But everyone's fine, so could be so much worse. Thanks for everyone hanging out. We had some good games today. Core damage Weyland. I do think we should revisit this and play this in outfit, and there's a big chance it's a bit better. That last game, the core damage really didn't matter, but I do think if we were playing outfit, we have like hostile takeovers and regulatory captures and good ice and good economy. It's really easy for us to brute force things and then end up in a situation where we just do like threat level alpha into end of line, and that could be something. Give a huge thank you to all these names here and more that help support the Métropole Grid. We still have to spend more equipment. The camera's not, it's fine. It's fine. It allows me to do all this sort of stuff, the editing, the video stuff, behind the scenes stuff. A lot of time goes into this channel. It would not be possible without these names here and more. If you want to support the channel, liking the video, that's also a really nice way on YouTube, but you can find a link to the Patreon. We also have a whole bunch of daily cast patrons. Their names unfortunately don't show up here, but any amount of support is incredibly appreciated. Honestly, there he is. Thanks, names and more. Yeah. Check out Game Nights Live does Chess Clock. Chess Clock Netrunner? Cool. I'm so sorry that was so stressful though. Yeah, it is what it is. I'll be more prepared next time, which won't happen. There will be no next time. You know how it is. We'll be good. That's mostly it. All the links to everything we mentioned, I do publish them after the video's up. So if you want to find links to anything we've mentioned in the video, whether it's an NANPC or the Eternal Super League or Always Be Running, usually all that stuff is below. If there's ever a link that I mention and I don't bring it up, please ask me in the comments. There's no reason not to do that. That'll be Chess Clock MTG, I imagine. Oh yeah, probably. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. With that, stay tuned. I think we're going to get some Null Signal Games news probably in the near future, whether it's tournament stuff or like Elevation coming out. I honestly don't know more than you do at this point, but I'm assuming the NSG page is going to have some cool information in the near future. That's mostly it. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you in the next one. Enjoy the rest of your Tuesday.